That even includes me. That includes me putting my phone on silent. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Safe. It's a pleasure to have everybody here today. Welcome to the Town Hall of Barnstable. I'm State Representative Kip Diggs, 2nd Barnstable. This is my district. I want to thank the Town Manager, Mark Ells. He's right over there. And so many people that has helped us out putting this together. It's really been a team effort. So welcome to the Ways and Means hearing. I'm honored to be here with co-chair Mike Brady, my friend, and he'll introduce his senators.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm grateful to be down the Cape and with this finally warm weather. I'm tempted to stay down here all week. I don't know, but I love the Cape and I love coming down here. So we have with us Senator Robin Kennedy and Senator Pavel Payano, and there'll be other senators join us as we go along. And luckily heading southbound compared to, I didn't see Senator Kelly doing, I didn't see you there, Senator, thank you. And fortunately heading southbound, we don't deal with the traffic like we head to Boston, other than on Route 151 where the cut across is, they were cutting trees out. So that's the only traffic we dealt with today. But I want to welcome everyone to our hearing today, and we're looking forward to hearing on your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
You're welcome. So we have here Kelly Pease from the House of Representatives. Kelly, what area? Good. What I'll do is I'll have all the representatives introduce themselves.
I'm State Representative Kelly Pease from the 4th Hamden District, which is Westfield and Southampton.
I'm Todd Smola, State Representative, 1st Hamden District. I'm the ranking member of the committee. Good morning.
Russell Holmes, 6 Suffolk, Mattapan, Dorchester, Hyde Park, Rosendale, and JP in Boston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Stephen Exaros. I'm a Massachusetts State Representative representing the 5th Barnstable District right here, Barnstable, Sandwich, and Bourne.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Judith Garcia, and I represent Chelsea and Everett.
Good morning, Representative Steve Owens, 29th Middlesex District, which is parts of Watertown and Cambridge.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Lindsay Sabadosa, State Representative for the 1st Hampshire District, which is the city of Northampton and 8 communities in Western Hampshire County. Possibly one of the longest drives today.
Good morning, everyone. Margaret Scarsdale. I represent the 1st Middlesex District, which is Ashby, Dunstable, parts of Groton, parts of Lunenburg, Pepperell, and Townsend.
Good morning. Natalie Higgins, State Representative in the 4th Worcester District, the city of Leominster.
Good morning, Mike Chasen, State Rep in the 1st Bristol District, Foxborough, Mansfield, Norton.
State Representative John Marcy from the 6th Worcester District, that's Dudley, Southbridge, Charlton, and Spencer. Thank you.
Joe McKenna, 18th Worcester, south of Worcester, bordering both Connecticut and Rhode Island.
Awesome. So I'm again proud to be hosting this on the Cape. Cape and Islands faces so many challenges across our community and Massachusetts. Cape and Islands faces unique challenges. Seasonal communities must build and maintain an infrastructure for population that changes throughout the year. Seasonal communities must plan on housing, transportation, workforce, and needs to really sharpen and sharply during the peak moments. Infrastructure matters in every district in the Commonwealth. Infrastructure matters even more in seasonal communities. Roads, waterways, housing, digital infrastructure, all shapes and futures of our communities. Our joint Ways and Means travel across Massachusetts here directly for agencies and the public. Barnstable, people that visit Barnstable shows the importance of our Cape and Islands Commonwealth economic and our community. The hearing will focus on several areas. FY27 budget. There are areas including economic development, housing, labor workforce development, and technology services. The hearing today is open to, is open to the public, but the hearing is open publicly for people to actually hear, not to be able to speak. The public hearing will be on March 31st. So I thank you, everybody, for being here, and we're going to start off with labor workforce development.
And if I may, I also have Senator Paul Mark, who's joining us virtually online today.
Oh, and Rep. Tyler is also online.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Well, good morning, Senator Brady, Representative Diggs, and all members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. Certainly thank you for the opportunity to testify before you on Governor Healy and Lieutenant Governor Driscoll's labor and workforce development budget recommendations for fiscal year 27. Today, I am joined by Alicia Ordway, Undersecretary of Workforce Development, to my left, and Josh Cutler, Undersecretary of Labor, to my right. Together, alongside the rest of our LWD team, including my staff, department directors, and agency staff, we are committed to serving Massachusetts job seekers, workers, employers, and workforce partners statewide. Governor Healy's H2 FY27 budget proposes $62.8 billion in state funding for the executive branch. For H2, the administration worked hard to control spending growth in a way that protects our most vulnerable residents while not jeopardizing the progress we have made over the past 3 years. For today, I will elaborate on key state line items for LWD proposed to serve workers, job seekers, individuals, and families in Massachusetts, especially dedicated to meet labor and workforce demands. Recognizing the current times, I will also speak to the monitoring of federal funding, including any impacts for the administration of career services and unemployment insurance. As part of the Healy-Driscoll administration's workforce agenda, LWD strives to achieve greater economic competitiveness, affordability, and equity. To achieve these goals, we are focused on reducing barriers to employment to better attract and retain talent in our labor market, developing a strong talent pipeline, and modernizing our systems to improve service delivery for our customers. Let's first consider 3 sector-based job training tools recommended in H2 and essential to LWD's toolbox for job seekers and employers. First up is the Workforce Competitiveness Trust Fund, which is LWD's most nimble line item for sector-based job training that supports unemployed and underemployed job seekers. H2 recommends WCTF funding at $8 million. The fund is administered by Commonwealth Corporation, LWD's quasi-public agency, and requires structured partnerships among MassHire regional workforce boards, training providers, and employers to partner on regional, specific hiring and talent pipeline needs. Training provides industry-recognized certificates and credentials that align to employer need. Since 2023, the Healy-Driscoll administration, in partnership with ComCorp, has awarded $53 million in WCTF grants projected to train over 6,000 unemployed and underemployed individuals. We award multi-year grants to serve multiple cohorts, always tracking on progress on enrollment, persistence through training, completion rates, and employment outcomes. To date, ComCorp has enrolled nearly 4,000 individuals. Among the 72% who have completed training, 84% have secured employment. WCTF participants who found jobs after the program experienced an average annual earnings increase of over $16,300. Another line item that prepares adult learners for current workforce demands is the Career Technical Initiative, administered also by ComCorp. H2 recommends funding CTI at $8.9 million. CTI celebrated its 5th year as a program this past year and has shown incredible growth. Starting with an initial cohort of 10 schools, the program now has tripled in size to 34 participating schools, nearly 40% of eligible schools statewide. Between 2021 and 2024, approximately 3,000 individuals enrolled in CTI programs, with 81% of enrollees completing training, and for those who have completed, 84% secured employment. CTI participants increased their average annual wage by over $15,400. Registered apprenticeship is another line item in LWD's budget that continues to prove effective, focused on diversifying the construction and building trades, while also launching new programs in expansion industries like healthcare, life sciences, early childhood education, and more. The governor's budget recommends $3.7 million across 2 line items for the Division of Apprentice Standards to continue to build on this strategy. Additionally, an outside section amendment would expand the Workforce Investment Trust Fund to serve sector-based and vocational training strategies, including registered apprenticeship. As many of you heard in Governor Healy's State of the Commonwealth address, registered apprenticeship is a proven model that attracts, retains, and develops skilled and diverse talent. It delivers industry-recognized credentials, leverages the skills, knowledge, and abilities versus academic degrees, offers progressive wages, and strengthens the pipeline of workers that employers need to grow. Building on our first 10,000 registered apprentices over the first 2.5 years of the administration, Governor Healy outlined in her State of the Commonwealth an aspirational and inspirational goal to register 100,000 apprentices in the next 10 years. This ambitious goal builds on the early success of the Healy-Driscoll administration to make sure that registered apprenticeship is more accessible and affordable, including lowering annual program fees that we've done, expanding eligibility for the registered apprenticeship tax credit, including first in the life sciences and most recently for AI-related credentials, plus defense and manufacturing occupations, and also maintaining support for the tax credit up to $4,800 per apprentice hired. These changes make it easier for employers to invest in apprenticeships while making Massachusetts even more competitive. As we build on this momentum and valuable partnerships, coupled with these critical investments, we can build a Commonwealth with registered apprenticeship as the norm over the next 10 years. Now, let's consider some key populations H2 supports through workforce development line items in LWD's budget. First, for youth employment. The administration continues to invest in long-term strategies, including fostering a strong local talent pipeline. Investing in youth employability is about securing the future workforce, as well as addressing the needs of high-growth industries. Early work experience helps young people develop durable skills like teamwork, communication, and perhaps more importantly, experience to inform critical education choices such as what high school or post-secondary path they may pursue. The governor's H2 budget proposes $15.4 million for the Youth Works program. The program features 2 key elements, including 15 to 20 hours of hands-on curriculum known as Signal Success, which helps young people develop skills such as dependability, initiative, communication, and collaboration. The Youth Works program provides at least 125 hours of work experience for youth and young adults, often subsidized for opportunities in the public and nonprofit sector. Projected FY27 budget funding will hire 3,500 youth and young adults for summer and year-round employment beginning in summer 2027. In addition to this critical investment, the Healy-Driscoll administration has also proposed revisions to the current youth employment permitting processing, transitioning from a paper-based job-first model to a streamlined work-ready system. This proposal, included in H2, will expedite the hiring process and reduce administrative burdens for parents, employers, and school districts. By digitizing records, state and local officials will also improve monitoring workplace safety and ensure compliance with state labor laws. The budget also calls for strategic efforts to support talent development for formerly incarcerated individuals and young adults with disabilities. H2 recommends $2.5 million in funding for the Reentry Workforce Development Demonstration Program. Over the past 5 years, investments in this program have funded strategic program design and implementation via a sector-based approach to support job training programs for formerly incarcerated individuals. These reentry partnerships typically provide behind-the-wall engagement, recruitment of program participants, introduction of participants to employer payers, and strengthening relationships. Additionally, the Young Adults with Disabilities program, also administered by ComCore, has been able to provide career and work readiness training, work experience, coaching, case management, and post-placement support to young adults with disabilities between the ages of 18 to 35 years old. H2 recommends level funding at $1 million to support the successful results this program continues to deliver. LWD's budget also represents programming and administration beyond workforce development. At LWD, our agency's finance, human resources, internal control, and IT departments are consolidated under one central service, creating significant budget savings through economies of scale. H2 proposes $20.9 million for LWD's shared services, a 1% increase from last year's budget. This increased funding will allow LWD to support our agencies in delivering services while maintaining fiscal responsibility. H2 also proposes a slight increase in funding for the Departments of Industrial Accidents, the Department of Labor Standards, and the Department of Economic Research, all to support increases for IT, leases, and salaries. These proposed increases will ensure LWD's agencies can provide critical services for the Commonwealth. LWD is unique because a majority of our departments, including the Departments of Unemployment Assistance, Economic Research, Labor Standards, and Career Services, are significantly or entirely federally funded. As a result, for the past year, our office has been closely monitoring federal funding for key programs. We have been working to ensure all agencies operate efficiently and effectively in this changing environment, and will continue to prioritize doing so moving forward. Two of our most public-facing departments include the MassHire Department of Career Services and the Department of Unemployment Assistance, which play critical roles in addressing the needs of the workforce and are heavily or entirely reliant on federal funds and are even more vulnerable to fluctuations and uncertainty. The governor's budget proposes $2.1 million in state funding for the operations of the Department of Career Services. Additionally, the governor's budget proposes $8.1 million in state funding for the One-Stop Career Centers, the line item that supports MassHire career centers in regions across the state. As the state administrator of a locally implemented system, DCS provides state leadership to ensure all activities executed in the Commonwealth are fiscally and programmatically compliant with federal regulations and meets the needs of the state's workforce and economic priorities. This includes services for individuals like career assessments, referrals to supportive services to mitigate employment barriers like transportation, training pre and post-employment, as well as services for business customers that face layoffs or looking to focus on layoff aversion, curated applicant pools, and tax credits. In short, the MassHire system has 16 regional workforce boards to lead local strategy, develop partnership, and engage with employers. There are 29 MassHire career centers across the state, 21 are comprehensive full-service centers, 4 are affiliated sites, and 4 are youth-specific sites. Just to highlight, in FY25, MassHire served more than 130,000 job seekers, including but not limited to unemployment insurance claimants, and more than 15,000 businesses. As we manage through challenging economic times, these resources are even more imperative. For example, from July of 2025 to December 31st of 2025, MassHire's rapid response team worked with over 600 workers impacted by layoffs. Among these impacted workers, 40 since have already been reemployed. Another 26 has been introduced to MassHire. However, the separation from employment has yet to occur. We will continue to work with these individuals to make sure that they have access to career services and opportunities to connect to reemployment when separation may occur. As we look ahead, we're also working to modernize the system holistically, making it more nimble, more responsive, more accessible, and better aligned with the needs of the workforce. LWD and DCS, in collaboration with EOTS, have launched a major transformation effort known as the MassHire Innovation Project to reposition how the workforce system brings value to job seekers and employers. With this project, we are moving toward a stronger system that provides a better user experience for everyone. I'll last touch on the Department of Unemployment Assistance. DUA administers the state's unemployment insurance system, including but not limited to processing unemployment compensation claims, payments, and dispute resolution, registering employers, calculating and collecting unemployment contributions, and thirdly, maintaining the UI Trust Fund, which pays benefit payments to claimants from a fee assessed and collected by employers. The administration of DUA is federally funded through the U.S. Department of Labor's Employment and Training Administration. Base federal funding is determined by U.S. DOL's cost model and does not fluctuate based on actual changes in expenses, such as increased salary costs due to the cost of living adjustments. In federal fiscal year 2023, just to paint a picture, the base grant was $73 million. Today, in federal fiscal year 26, the base grant is $56 million, a $17 million reduction, or almost a quarter of previous funding levels, while the cost of living adjustments have only increased. In spring 2025, funding was even more challenged when DOL cut departments nationwide by 5%, further hindering operations amid our launch of a major modernization project, while also trying to ensure efficient claims processing and customer service delivery. While DUA is not part of the state's operating budget, I recognize this is a major element of our services that you as legislators and your constituents often experience. In May 2025, thanks to the state capital investments, DUA launched the claimant experience of our multi-year modernization project, following the 2024 launch on the employer revenue side. The modernized system improves accessibility and the claimant experience, allowing for 24/7 self-service options, access via cell phones and tablets, as well as Spanish language access. During certain times of the year, DUA experiences seasonal peaks, as you know. During these times, unemployment claims increase due to seasonal employment ending or school vacation weeks, for example. We know that during these peaks, your offices also experience increased communication from claimants. These peaks in unemployment are typical. However, the experience among customers was exacerbated last year as we carried over unresolved claims from the old system to the new, and as both staff and returning claimants navigated a new system, featuring new questions and new prompts. We have deployed several strategies since summer 2025 that have led to significant turnaround. While we remain committed to achieving even more progress, here are some highlights. In January 2025, call wait times exceeded 2 hours. Today, the average call wait time is 11 minutes. In the summer and fall, approximately 53% of claims were processed within 30 days. Today, nearly 76% of claims are processed within 30 days. Timely first pay has significantly improved as well. In October, 48% of eligible claims were paid within 35 days. In January of 2026, nearly 85% of claims were paid within 35 days. That's nearly a 40% improvement. We still have more work to do. We are proactively working closely with US DOL after requesting technical assistance to continue to reduce this wait time. That said, we also stand by the processes in place to ensure strong, effective program integrity measures. We understand there is more to do, and we are committed to utilizing all available resources to address the current needs of claimants. In January, DUA began the process of launching a long-term seasonal employment program with the goal of hiring 150 seasonal positions. As of March 1st, DUA hired 94 of those 150 new employees in a variety of roles identified to meet the needs of the department. These seasonal staff are being onboarded in phases for the next 9 months to aid in department transitioning, which as we transition out of contract staff that was first implemented to support the system transition last year. Our office has worked to maintain regular communication with the legislature, including holding 4 briefings with you on DUA and meetings with both House and Senate members. We appreciate the open communication and feedback, and our administration remains committed to partner with your offices, and we work collaboratively to address the needs of constituents. In conclusion, once again, thank you to the Joint Committee for giving me the opportunity to present this testimony in support of the Governor's proposed budget for LWD. I look forward to working with the committee and the legislature on advancing our key initiatives and investments to support workers, job seekers, individuals, and families across our Commonwealth. And I'm certainly happy to answer any questions you may have for me or my team.
Thank you for your testimony. I also want to welcome Senators Collins and Feeney that are online, and Senator Comerford has joined us as well, Senator Oliveira.
And also Rep. Arguaga. I always mess up her name. I'm sorry. All right, thank you very much. And Rep. Ramos. Yes, one quick question. What are the challenges between facing job seekers that are in the current market that EOL migrant, sorry, hang on, got to see my own writing. What are the challenges facing the seekers, job seekers in the current market, and how can EOL mitigate the challenges?
Well, we certainly know that job seekers now and always have a variety of needs. We want to make sure that we are able to attract and retain talent here, and we also want to make sure that we're proactively developing a strong talent pool. We want to make sure that individuals coming into the labor market are able to access skills that they can upskill, especially if they're pivoting from a previous experience. But we also know that challenges that job seekers experience are beyond the skills training. Sometimes it includes barriers to employment, like childcare, which is why Governor Healy is so bullish about investing in childcare, certainly with the support of the legislature. Access to housing stability, transportation, all of that comes into play, which is exactly why we've outlined strategies to reduce those barriers to employment in our workforce agenda, and we continue to push through strategies working across secretariats, certainly most especially with the Workforce Skills Cabinet, to overcome those barriers. I mentioned youth employment. Trying to make sure that people have those early skills at an early age is so critical, so that they are connected to career exposure in high school, but then also connected to career pathways beyond. Most certainly we know that adult learners who are looking to gain skills as they pivot in their careers or re-enter the workforce or just try to find a better living wage and workforce stability, we want to be able to catch them at different points. And many of the programs that I outlined, like our Workforce Competitiveness Trust Fund, the Career Technical Initiative, and Registered Apprenticeship, are sector-based strategies that provide opportunities regardless of someone's educational or employment background, where they're able to learn day one all the way to completion, new skills, and industry-recognized credentials so they can compete in our workforce.
Thank you. For peace, got a question? I'm sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate your briefing. And I just have some questions on the UI Trust Fund. I know that's been a burden on a lot of our businesses since COVID, and the base hasn't been there. But I see that the federal requires that employers pay $7,000 based on their worker's age or whatever, but we charge like $15,000 per business or per employee to businesses here in the state. Is that to pay back the deficit basically we got into from COVID, and how does that look going forward so we can get that relief to our businesses back?
I believe you're referring to the COVID assessment, and
Yep.
I'm going to ask Undersecretary Cutler to speak
It's
to
nice
that.
to see you too.
Representative, it's great to see you again. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for hosting. So, Representative, I think you may be referring to the taxable wage base, which is set at $15,000 here in the Commonwealth. It's been $15,000 actually since my days. I believe back in 2014, 2015, we increased it from $14,000 to $15,000. And that is just the amount of which the amount of the employee's salary that is subject to unemployment insurance taxes. So if you earn above that, you're not subject to that. So it's capped at $15,000. So that has been in place for over a decade at this point. Obviously, the solvency of the unemployment trust fund is a matter of great concern to the administration, and I know the legislature, and it's something we're actively working with our stakeholders and business partners on. Does that answer your question? Or
How does it look going, like the COVID fee that we?
so there's the COVID
That's supposed
assessment
to
that
be
was
ending.
implemented back actually when I was chair of labor and workforce, when we were confronted with the massive surge in claims, and we had to
Right.
repay federal advances from the U.S. DOL, and so Governor Baker bonded out that money, and then is funded through an assessment, a COVID assessment, which continues to this day and scales down, I believe, by 2031.
2031 that's a few years.
I'm happy to get the exact numbers. I don't have them at the tip of my tongue, but I believe it scales down to after 2031. Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
And
you're welcome.
appreciate the briefings, because I know I've seen a few briefings up at the State House about the unemployment thing, because I know this last year was pretty busy with a lot of claims and trying to follow up on that. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. And I know you talked about the Unemployment Trust Fund. Are you hearing that our unemployment numbers have grown, especially with the uncertainty coming out of the White House every day? There's something new that we have to deal with. And obviously we try to support the small business, but I'm hearing big layoffs from large companies as well. Are you hearing the numbers increasing?
So currently, the Massachusetts unemployment rate is 4.8%, which is higher than it was, say, a year ago. We are continuing to monitor activity, hearing firsthand, certainly from employers. Unfortunately, because of the federal shutdown, there's been a little bit of a delay for us to be able to provide the most recent unemployment data. So the numbers that we have are from December. And so I really would rather comment on the latest numbers once they become available, which would be in the coming weeks. I think in the beginning of April, we'll actually have 2 press releases to then catch up based on the delay that we're waiting on from the Bureau of Labor Statistics to reach states to be able to give more real-time unemployment data. But anecdotally, and also based on the data we do have from December, we are concerned that there is a rising unemployment. We also recognize that it's important to make sure that employers who are still looking for talent, which there are, that we're better connecting those employers. And our rapid response team is spread out across the Commonwealth, working with business service representatives, working with our Mass Hire Career Services, so that we are familiar with the employers who are looking for talent. So when there is a layoff, there's a cohesive effort to make sure that we're connecting to employers that are ready to hire. And then also making sure at the front door we're assessing the skills of those that are impacted so that we can also be able to provide resources to hopefully more rapidly reemploy them. We also are working closely with the Executive Office of Economic Development, recognizing their footprint across the state and the activities they may see for job growth and job opportunity, again, to be able to provide more rapid reemployment opportunities.
Well, I appreciate all the work. We're doing our job in the Commonwealth best we can, and like all of us in this room, we have to balance our checkbooks. We cannot deficit spend. But the scary part is every day the uncertainty coming out of the White House, you feel your hands are tired sometimes. You talked a lot about the Workforce Trust Fund. Is that different from the Workforce Productivity Fund, or is that a separate entity?
Yeah, so there's a few different funds under LWD's purview. I referred to the Workforce Competitiveness Trust Fund. I also did not speak to, and it's not in the budget, it's actually a set aside through the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. That's the Workforce Training Fund. And then I did speak also to the Workforce Investment Trust Fund, which is overseen by our Secretary of Economic Development, and there was a proposed amendment that I referred to. That is also separate from the Workforce Productivity Fund, which is a proposal in H2 to stand up a pilot that would support the employers that are participating or have experiences of their employees through the paid family medical leave program. So we recognize that we have a great benefit program through the Department of Paid Family Medical Leave, extending opportunities for impacted workers to be able to spend time with loved ones or if they're caring for themselves or a loved one. But we also know that that impacts the workforce, and we want to make sure through a pilot exercise we can see how resources going to an employer with employees 50 or less to support how they can be more productive during that short window can hopefully provide better resources for them as they navigate in that window, knowing that the employee is going to return as well. We're marrying this from other states that have started to look at pilot efforts also under their respective paid family medical leave program. We're also mirroring it by our Department of Industrial accidents, which has a proactive program to support safety in the workplace, deploying dollars for employers to be able to be proactive in supporting safety rather than reactive.
Well, thank you for all the information you provide, and I appreciate the lines of communication between our side of the government and the governor's administration.
Thank you as well.
Rep. Smoller?
Good morning. Thank you for your testimony here today. And it's always good to see our former colleague here in the audience, so thank you very much. I'd like to talk just for a second about the issue of domestic outmigration. It's an issue that we've been hearing more about, particularly the age group that we're looking at. Some of the data would suggest that domestic outmigration is basically in the younger folks, around 26 to 34. And you've highlighted investment in a lot of good programs related to, investing in labor workforce development, which is great. I don't think you're going to find a member on this panel that's against any of that. I think one of the concerns, though, is as we look at that number of outmigration, is the amount of money that we're investing in the young folks, and they get training and they get skills, and yet they're walking out the door and they're leaving Massachusetts. And I think that's one of the primary issues that we have concerns with as this data ticks up and as we review it over the period of the last year, particularly, that we're seeing other states benefit from the investments that the Commonwealth is making, particularly in workforce. And I think we can link that to a number of different things, the economy overall, which is challenging, but also there's a high cost of living here in this Commonwealth. I don't think anybody can dispute that from a number of different categories. You had mentioned just a moment ago about working with other members in the administration across secretariats to talk about all this information. And I'm wondering if there is something in the Commonwealth that you see related to the issue of labor and workforce development and this issue of domestic outmigration that we should be doing differently in terms of policy, not just to train the young folks, but to get them to stick around in Massachusetts, particularly when we see that number spike in that category. I'm just wondering if we're targeting the right territory for the sake of seeing that data get in the other direction of where we're seeing it move now.
Well, I'll answer your question twofold. I think one, making sure that the programs I highlighted, the programs under LWD's purview, are investments in talent development. And I think the more that we're able to deploy in these, we're able to support individuals right in our backyard to provide economic mobility, good wages, so that they can afford to stay and live in Massachusetts. These are individuals often that grew up here. Not in my budget, but certainly part of the governor's priorities and in partnership with the Workforce Skills Cabinet are investments in community college. Huge opportunity to be able to take individuals often who are from Massachusetts across all regions of the Commonwealth and provide access for education and career pathways. And I think that's really important as we try to drive an affordability agenda and also in a competitive agenda, because we want to make sure that they are connected to good paying jobs, career pathways, and opportunities that employers are looking for. Secondly, there's a broader strategy that's also at play. We have to make sure that we're investing in housing, transportation, and education across the board, from our littlest young learners all the way to higher education, and so many other facets within our Commonwealth and across the governor's cabinet. And I think that's exactly why the governor has led tremendously on housing as a priority, on transportation as a priority, and I hope that you have the pleasure of talking to my colleagues on those investments, because it all is intertwined. If we are not focused on those policies, then it impacts how people make decisions on where they live, work, and play. And so that's why I think the governor has made sure that we are not looking at one thing in a silo, but looking at everything across the board, because it really helps to support the governor and hopefully the Commonwealth's overall agenda for driving affordability, equity, and competitiveness.
And I appreciate that, and thank you very much. And just one last territory, is there an area in the Commonwealth in terms of policy and approach that we should be investing in relative to earlier career development within our, way before our colleges, way before even our high schools, believe it or not? And what we are finding, and I've talked to some of colleagues on both sides of the aisle on this, is that when we go into our school systems and they tailor programs to get our young folks into the next step of life, going off to college, going into the workforce market, that there's a lot of either indifference or uncertainty about where they want to go. And sometimes as they pursue education or as they pursue skills training, they find an investment of time after a couple of years, it's really not the territory that they want to be in. And I get that. I've got 2 kids that are in college, so I understand that. They both, sow their oats and they figure out that they want to move in a different direction. But I'm wondering if there is a way, especially in the territory of Massachusetts, where we need so many people, and you know this better than anybody, the areas that we are deficient in folks, whether it's in medical, whether it's in public safety, whatever the case may be. I'm wondering if there is a way that we should be looking at an earlier catch period with our students to try and get them thinking about where they want to go and do it at a younger age so that we can grab them before they're kind of left to the wind, so to speak.
No, it's very important, and I think, again, that's why the governor and with the support of the legislature, we are focused across the spectrum in making sure from early childhood education all the way to career. So there are investments certainly in early education. I've actually been able to visit some facilities that have STEM within an early childhood education center, and that's so incredibly important. And then building on STEM, trying to spark that interest at an early age, as early as even middle school, so people have exposure. People within their household may not be in some of these high-earning incomes or even exposed to certain career paths where they may have great potential to pursue. And I think trying to create more expansion as early as middle school. And then certainly our Secretariat for Education can speak more in detail to investments like innovation pathways, early college, that we're focused on as we reimagine and stand up a stronger high school experience. And for our part, I think that's where we play in on the youth employment side, making sure that outside of the classroom, they're gaining work-based learning experiences in the summer and year-round. And so from a policy perspective for LWD's budget, investing in our Youth Works program is incredibly important because it provides that first, maybe second work experience and a paid work experience at that. And I'd also say from a policy perspective and looking at the LWD's budget, registered apprenticeship, under the registered apprenticeship umbrella includes pre-apprenticeships and making sure that if someone doesn't know necessarily what their career path may be, the pre-apprenticeships provide the opportunity for them to explore and to get that first experience, maybe across a few different areas, like in the trades. Building Pathways is a program we invest in. Individuals are able to go during a multiple-week experience, and they learn multiple trades, and at the end say, hey, I see myself doing that. And what's even better is we're also seeing that person raise their hand, and they're often a woman, a person of color, people that are underrepresented in a field like the trade. So I do think there's some meaningful investments we're making. Certainly want to continue to make those investments in partnership with you, and I'd be happy to dive in deeper into more policy conversations as the budget process continues, if that's helpful for you.
Rep. Vaughn came in, Rep. Hawkins, Rep. Kearns, and Rep. Howard have also joined us. But question from Rep. Hawkins.
There it is. Thank you, Chair. And thank you. I'd just like to use this moment for a shout out Undersecretary Cutler. I had a question from some of my constituents about a Pathways apprenticeship program, and I think you met with them in person in like a week, which is pretty amazing because they were very concerned, and the communication is awesome. So my congratulations to you and appreciation.
Next up, we have Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary Jones, for your presentation. I do want to hone in, and I want to also applaud the Healy Driscoll administration for your investment in apprenticeships. We know it's long been a successful model in the building trades, and as is showing, is very adaptable and successful in non-traditional trades, and honing in on an issue that many of us care very deeply about, and you've touched upon, which is early education and care. Knowing that the educator workforce is the biggest challenge we have towards expanding access to early education and care. And so I'm wondering if you could provide a little more information for us, a little more detail to talk about how the investments that have been made and hopefully future investments into that program are helping to build that workforce, which again, ultimately is what we need to actually have slots available for families.
Thank you. So this is a really, really exciting initiative that is under the Healy Driscoll administration, in particular as part of the governor's task force for early childhood education, bringing together secretariats across the cabinet to think differently and how we can support the commissioner of early childhood education, knowing how vital it is to enhance accessibility, affordability, and care for our youngest learners. So coming into this administration, we realized the huge opportunity of scaling registered apprenticeship within early childhood education. And I will pass the baton to Undersecretary Cutler, because most recently, through some proven models, we've been able to also leverage the early state investments in this to then capture some federal dollars. I don't know if you want to add to that.
I don't know if I can do a better job, but thank you, Senator. I would just say, we try to stretch every dollar, and we're grateful for the funding the legislature has approved, and we were able to leverage our state funding to qualify for a record federal grant for early childhood education apprenticeship. And this fall, we made our first awards. We call them our GROW Awards, and we made our first round of GROW Awards specifically for early education. We funded, I believe, about 250 new early education apprenticeships. We're doing round 2 actually next month, and so we just have a rollout coming planned for that. So I think we've actually seen it's our fastest growing area of expansion in registered apprenticeship right now, which is not something I would have expected going in, but it's wonderful to see. And so we're hopeful that will continue, that momentum will continue because of the funding that you're able to provide and the funding that we then able to take that and leverage that with funding from the federal government. So we're grateful for the support. Thank you. Madam. May I just, Representative Small, I wanted to put in a plug to your question. We have an outside section that Governor Healy has proposed to help make it easier for young people to get employment permits. I would urge all of you to dive into that, take a look at that. We've spent a lot of work on that initiative through our Department of Labor Standards. As someone who has a teenager in the household as well, I've gone through the process. Some of you who may have done that know what the current process is like. We're trying to make it a lot easier for parents and for teenagers to get youth work permits. So just thinking of that, I want to put in a plug for that initiative while I had the opportunity. Thank you.
Rebex?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Diggs. And thank you for bringing this to Cape Cod and our great town of Barnstable. And following up a little bit on Leader Smola's question, first of all, you have a great team, Madam Secretary, and I've watched you in action, the way you've handled the unemployment assistance troubles and the way that you worked with the media, I think was important, because that was a big thing for all of our officers. You hit on so many things today, but Cape Cod related, this is our district and area, 2 things. One, how do we keep our young people that graduate from Upper Cape Tech or Cape Cod Tech or my alma mater, Cape Cod Community College, how do we keep them on Cape Cod and not over the Commonwealth or country, but somehow on Cape Cod? And also what your thoughts are on how to attract more seasonal workers. We're going to hit that season soon, and so many businesses on Cape Cod rely on that.
Well, I would say I'm happy to speak to it now, but it sounds like we probably should have a sit down for a further conversation with the delegation, and I would enjoy and appreciate that. I think certainly a lot of the strategies that I spoke to, from connecting our young people in high school as well as community colleges, provides that foundation, and we want to make sure that we then expose them not only to the classroom experience, but connect them to area employers that are able to open their doors and provide that added experience. And I think especially as employers open their doors and have young people gaining work experience, it also creates a little bit of that exposure, but loyalty within the community, and we want to make sure that we're building on that. And I think for seasonal workforce, I know it kind of is a perfect example of needing all other things that are encompassing, certainly the talent, but also transportation, housing, and other resources. So I'd love to dive deeper in that with the delegation, knowing that it's a huge priority for the Cape. I'm going to also ask if Undersecretary Ordway has anything further to add to that.
Yeah, no, I just reiterating the Secretary. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Thank you for that question. I think really reiterating and doubling down on the importance of paid work experience and that connection to employers that creates those networks so that people have easy on-ramps into employment is really going to be the difference maker in such a tight economy, so that people have that connection and that network, that professional network in advance of their full-time employment experience.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And a shout out to Kara and Mass Hire on Cape Cod, right?
Oh, yes, of course.
You talked about Mass Hire and how important it is. They save us here on Cape Cod, so thank you.
They're a great partner.
Thank you, Chair.
Now up is Senator Oliveira.
Thank you, Chair Brady, Chair Diggs. It's nice to be on the Cape today, another Cape, a different one than we were at last year for the same hearing, Cape Ann. Secretary Jones and your entire team, it's been a pleasure working with you over the last year plus now as Chair of Labor and Workforce Development on the Senate side. My questions today do have to do with some of our topics that we discuss quite frequently. Unemployment. Several of our colleagues have asked questions already regarding not just the administering of the fund, but also where Massachusetts stands. And I think there's a lot of misinformation that exists in the public sphere of where Massachusetts ranks when it comes to our unemployment system, whether it's that $15,000 cap compared to other states, which are tens of thousands of dollars more than Massachusetts, where we rank with our weekly benefits and the amount of time that we get here in Massachusetts. Can you describe kind of our rankings when it comes to unemployment, when it comes to, number one, where we tax our employers, that $15,000? Number two, where do we rank when it comes to number of weeks, and why Massachusetts is an outlier at this point when it comes to the trigger that we have here in Massachusetts, and if you can describe the areas in the Commonwealth that tend to initiate that trigger that advances some of those programs. Lastly, I think all of us have been disturbed by our rankings nationwide when it comes to the administering of the DUA system. There's been a lot of press recently regarding wait times, individuals who have been on the phone for hours, unable to get through to DUA. I'm happy to say that because of the leadership of this administration and the changes that have been put in place, those wait times have gone down. I've seen, even in my office, less people reaching out, but there's still a level of frustration that exists with folks when it comes to administering the DUA program. And this relates back to the budget as well. Obviously, it's out of our control what the federal government does as far as funding our DUA systems across the country. But even when states are experiencing a 5% cut in the administration line item for DUA, how come Massachusetts continues to be near the bottom when it comes to claimants actually getting their claims processed and the money out the door? And how can we improve that? And I think some of the things that we've worked on, some of what your office has worked on, has been terrific. But our offices continue to get inundated with constituents, and it spikes at certain times during the year. However, what can we do at the state level, absent of funding, absent of infusing, what can we learn from other states that they're doing that gets money out the door in a much more efficient manner for people who need it most?
I took a lot of notes, Senator Oliveira, and I hope I'm able to cover all of your questions. I think the topics that you raised is twofold, and I want to make sure to distinguish it in my response. It's the administration and operations of unemployment assistance, the customer experience that constituents experience in interfacing with pursuing their benefits. So that's part one. The second part, and some of the questions that you raised, are related to the administration of the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. which often employers see firsthand in the bills that they receive. So I'm going to address those two topics in two separate paths. We all kind of land in the same station, but it's two separate parts of the very complex issue known as unemployment insurance. First off, unemployment insurance is not complex just in Massachusetts. It's complex across the country. Just last week, I was with my colleagues through the National Association of State Workforce Administrators, other secretaries, commissioners, and unemployment insurance is top of mind in every single state. This week, my director of unemployment assistance is also with her colleagues for a convening led by the U.S. Department of Labor, recognizing that, yes, we have ways to go here in Massachusetts, but a lot of states are trying to ensure strong performance. And we know here in the Massachusetts, it's a top priority for the Healy-Driscoll administration. I think it's also a top priority for you, as we've worked very collaboratively in ensuring improved response in the operations for DOA. That said, as I shared, our Department of Unemployment Assistance is federally funded. It historically has not had a line item in the state budget. And as we look to tackle very creatively with the funds that we do have, how to improve customer service, we're also looking at all available resources to increase ways to stand up a more enhanced and streamlined and efficient customer service delivery for claimants. I highlighted already a lot of the stats that we've seen. If you want, I can re-highlight them, but I think the biggest takeaway I would say is, especially since the summer of 2025, we were really proud to have a more modernized system to then be able to start fixing the issues that we have underneath that. So now have a more modernized system. Yes, it did trigger some questions that claimants had along the way and triggered higher demand for navigating some of the new system. But we now have a more modernized system. A year ago, we were working on a broken system. And so I do think that is a huge resource that we now have. We're also looking at, of the base grant dollars that we have, how do we be more efficient in standing up resources? And then also with the revenue that DUA does receive through a small amount for interest, fines, and penalties, how can we think a little bit more creatively, which is how we've been able to now stand up a seasonal program. So we have in-house seasonal staff that will help with the ebbs and flows that we know experience within DUA. But it's an open conversation and one that I'm happy to have with you as we look under the hood at all possible resources and get creative so that we are standing up a stronger unemployment insurance system, that customer experience that I think we all want to make sure individuals interface with and build on a now more modernized system to do so. On the other side of the coin, there's also the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, and Governor Healy has tasked Secretary Gorkowitz and I to co-lead a comprehensive review of our Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. I'm thankful to have Undersecretary Cutler as well as a tremendous team with me in this process alongside the staff at A&F. And as we have several conversations with stakeholders, including labor and business, as well as leadership from the legislature, including Senator Oliveira and Representative Gordon, we are looking at how we rank across the Commonwealth, across the country. We're also looking at how that rankings interface with Mass General Law, and also resources that ultimately go to employers or individuals going through the system, claimants. And so we are in this comprehensive review. We are staying very much at the table to make sure that we are looking at all facets of the unemployment insurance system, how we do rank with other states, but also how can we better position the trust fund with the goal of achieving long-term solvency. And I appreciate your partnership in staying at the table to do exactly that.
Yep. Just to follow up, I mean, there are a lot of people that say Massachusetts is an outlier when it comes to unemployment. Mm-hmm. We offer more weeks than any other state. There's also a claim that's widely reported that you only have to work 1 quarter in order to be eligible. How much do you need to earn for 1 quarter in order to be eligible for unemployment in Massachusetts?
To answer that question, so it's a significant amount. I don't have the exact amount. I believe it would have to be at least $60,000 or more. I'm sorry, that would be quarter. It would be a low 3-figure six-figure salary in order to qualify. in that
So
regard.
I'm just trying to make the point, vast majority of people in Massachusetts are not eligible for unemployment insurance after working just one quarter because the income needs to be so high.
That's absolutely correct.
Thank you. The other issue, the issue of the trigger that creates more weeks for Massachusetts as well. Can you describe how that trigger works here in Massachusetts and why that kind of makes us an outlier?
So what Senator Oliveira is referring to is the trigger going from 26 weeks to 30 weeks. Massachusetts is, I believe, the only state that has this trigger. To go into the technical details of what occurred earlier in 2025, I'm going to pass the baton to Undersecretary Cutler.
And for the members who are newer members to Ways and Means, I had the pleasure, Speaker Mariano appointed me to chair an unemployment reform commission when I was still on your side of the aisle. So that was 2023, I believe. To the answer to your question, Senator, currently we have 30 weeks of benefits. We are the only state that has that level of benefits. And there's a trigger of 5.2%. So if the statewide unemployment, if the unemployment over the last 12 months averages 5.2% in any region of the Commonwealth, the statewide trigger is implemented and it goes from 26 to 30 weeks. We were triggered earlier, late in 2025, and I believe it was actually your area of the state and also initially this area of the state that eventually triggered that, implemented that, so that now it's statewide at the 30 weeks. And that stays in effect until every area of the state drops below that 5.2%.
Thank you.
And I would just add, if you look back over the past decade or so, we've spent a lot of weeks or a lot of time at the 30 weeks. And so I just want to make sure to acknowledge that as well. And that's a perfect example of things that we are looking at. Also having active conversations with business and labor, recognizing it is a comprehensive review. We appreciate your engagement on that as well, Senator Oliveira.
Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, co-chairs.
Thank you. And next up is Senator Comerford.
Thank you so much, Chair Brady and Chair Diggs. Thank you for hosting us. Secretary and team, thank you so much for your testimony today. Secretary, I want to appreciate so much your energizing connection to the Workforce Skills Cabinet, which I am tethered to, believing as I do that it is a really important body for us to help set direction and then make sure that the entire Commonwealth has the resources and strategy it needs. So thank you. I want to also thank Undersecretary Cutler for your work in family caregiving. It is very inspired, and I'm excited about it, just as early child care is a piece of this labor and workforce. I appreciate EOLWD leading the family caregiving piece. And it was my pleasure to join you recently on a webinar with amazing advocates. Secretary, we've talked today a lot about Mass Hire. And as you say, it's one of the forward moving pieces of your agency, and it is so very important to our communities. Out in my district, the Hampshire-Franklin-Worcester district, we have Hampshire-Franklin Mass Hire, and it is really an essential partner. As you know, one of the things we struggle with out in the 4 western counties, and in my case, especially in Franklin County, which is one of the counties I represent, is population loss. And it is a critical reality for us, and it threatens actually our well-being out in Western Mass. And that's why I was so grateful to Undersecretary Ordway, Assistant Secretary Hartman, Jess, and your team for coming out to speak to Hampshire-Franklin Mass Hire about the funding disparity currently. So Hampshire-Franklin Mass Hire, Secretary, covers 1,400 square miles. It has one office. And right now, it is funded between 30 and 50% less than other Mass Hires statewide. So if my math is correct, this is with regard to WIOA. So WIOA adults, we have about 3.57% of our share of disadvantaged population, but we get 2.33% of the statewide allocation to do this work to serve them. And the WIOA youth, we have 9.19% share of disadvantaged population, and we get 4.26% of the share of statewide allocation. And this, as you know better than most, right, has to do with population density and areas of substantial unemployment, right, which have both federal and state intersections. So that means the state can help. And so when we recognize the importance of Mass Hire, when we recognize the high level of poverty in my district and the absolute, and then loss of population, I would love to understand where EOLWD is going in search of a solution to rebalance Hampshire, Franklin, Mass Hire so that we just get our share of the pie, as it were. Because right now, getting 35 to 50% less for doing the same work over 1,400 square miles is eroding our ability to train, attract, retain a workforce, and that will further hasten our population loss. So I'm really hoping we're narrowing in on a solution, and I just want what's fair.
I appreciate the question, and I know you gave some great background, but I know that Undersecretary Ordway has been very engaged with you and other members of the delegation to dive into this. Before I pass the microphone to Alicia to speak more to this, I would say, this is an important time, so I appreciate that you've raised the concerns that you've raised. I think, one, making sure that nobody is left behind as we're looking at providing resources, but also as we look to modernize our workforce system and thinking about the needs that are in one region may look differently in another, and making sure that kind of feedback comes to the forefront as we look to modernize our system. So I appreciate and welcome the direct engagement you've had on this topic, but I'll look to Alicia to speak in more detail on the region in particular.
Thank you, Secretary.
Thanks for the question, Senator Comerford. As you know, the administration is committed to ensuring that there is economic viability in all 351 cities and towns across the Commonwealth, and that's why we've made it a priority to get out there and be as proximate as possible. We hired a new director of Mass Hire Career Services, and as part of our Office of Workforce Innovation, have been to every single region and captured a lot of this critical feedback from all of the different communities. I won't say that we have a specific answer to address the percentage questions today. One of the things that we are managing is, as the Secretary mentioned earlier, our Mass Hire system is predominantly federally funded, and we're managing a continued year-over-year decline of 10%. So that's $8 million less that we have in the system this year. And so we are taking a very holistic and comprehensive approach to look at not only the funding picture, but also the changing, as has been discussed, the changing demographics and the changing economic conditions so that we can have a comprehensive response. So we have a policy committee that is looking at all of these questions about how we ensure equitable services with fewer resources in a way that is strategic and engaged. So more to come, but we are definitely, this is a top issue that we are keenly aware of.
Can I just ask a follow-up? Oh, sorry, Secretary, did you want to?
I was just going to add context to the mention of the policy committee. So we have mass hires in each of your respective regions. We also have a Mass Hire State Workforce Board. And over the past year, really, as we've modernized or embarked on modernizing our system, we've also kind of enhanced and strengthened the leadership of our Mass Hire State Workforce Board, not only with membership, but also in standing up these committees so that we have really helpful thought leaders be part of these active conversations. And so it's not just, somewhere in a corner somewhere, but it really folds under our administrative agenda. And there's representation on the Mass Hire State Workforce Board from each of our partners in the Workforce Skills Cabinet as well.
That's wonderful. Can I just ask a follow-up question? Are you going for equity? Meaning, right now, Western Mass is just not getting a fair share of the pie. And it's been that way for a long, long time, and it erodes us out there. And other states, as you know, they've done it differently, right? They've allowed their governor to have some discretion with Title I, which I understand you can move about 15% of that money to help fill gaps. I understand that other states have set up rural funds, right? So their states have found solutions. We just haven't. And so my folks cover 1,400 square miles, and they do it with one office, and they do it with less, 35 to 50% less money. And so I want to hear, I'm hoping to hear today that you're going to find a solution just to give Western Mass, the Hampshire Franklin Mass Hire, a fair go. Same percentage as our other great Mass Hires.
And I appreciate you lifting this up. I will say wholeheartedly, we certainly embed equity in all that we do, and we will thread equity in all that we do moving forward, including in the 413, but also in other regions of the Commonwealth as well. And I want to make sure that we, continue this conversation as we look at solutions. I appreciate you lifting up what other states are doing. We are a pretty competitive Commonwealth, so we want to make sure that we take best practices that we see in other states as we also fold into strategies for moving forward. So I'm sure we'll continue to have more conversations, and I'm happy. I'm actually going to be in your neck of the woods in the next few weeks, so if there's time to sit down and in further conversation, happy to have.
Absolutely. I'm sure my colleagues would appreciate it too out in Western Mass. I just would love to understand the timeline for resolving this. It has plagued our Mass Hire out in Hampshire and Franklin counties, and it just doesn't seem fair, right? Yeah. Why would we get, if we have this, relative to our percentage of poverty in adults and youth, why would we get 35 to 50% less as a matter of state policy when we can fix it for our people? And we have high poverty in rural Franklin County. Thank you so much. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you. I appreciate the urgency, and I appreciate you lifting this up, and we will continue the conversation with a timeline and plan in mind.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, team.
I want to say Representative Pat Kearns is here, and Representative Kilcoyne and Representative Mendes. There weren't any accidents, but there were some accidents out there, so that's why they were late. So please forgive them. Rep. Holmes, you got the next question.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. My comment is it is great to see the wait times go from 2 hours to 11 minutes. That is a substantial reduction. The challenge continues to be, though, even when we have the 85%, I couldn't remember, you said 85% are now getting paid within 35 days, or 80? Which one? I couldn't. Was it 80 or 85, Josh? Okay. My point was, or is.
Oh, no. Keep going with your point.
My point is the 15% that called the office, right? So the folks who, when government works right, they don't have a call and say, thank you, we did a great job, you all keep doing what you're doing. It's the 15% that says we're horrible people, right? And so could you give a sense of those who don't fall within that 35 days, what is their wait time? Because they're like, when I get the emails, it's, I've been out 12 weeks, I've been out 11 weeks. What is the wait time of the 15 or so percent that are not falling within the bucket?
And you recited the stats perfectly. It was 85%. And so for the remaining 15%, I don't want to put every single case in the exact bucket, but it's very possible that the remaining 15% have a hearing and they are now waiting. It's possible that they have still an open adjudication item that needs to continue to work through the process. And as we've talked about in the past, that process can be pretty easy, but it also can be pretty complicated. And so I don't want to necessarily characterize a catch-all reason for that 15%, but know that for that 15%, that's exactly why we're continuing to stay focused on improving customer service, because we want to make sure that we are strengthening and enhancing that wait time, that turnaround time for individuals that interface with unemployment. That said, we also stand by the program integrity measures and the importance of making sure that we do everything right and thorough as well.
Right. So are we still doing the Fridays take off all day, and that's who we're trying to get to, these 15% on those days, or is that still continuing, the Friday resolution team?
So in August, we launched a pilot. We actually took this concept from Oregon, and since then, Washington State has also taken this as an example. We stood up a pilot where we said, let's adjust the call center operations rather than Monday through Friday, let's adjust it to Monday through Thursday, with Friday being fully dedicated to adjudication and administrative work to help with that turnaround. We originally did it for 3 months, and then we said, this is working, so let's continue, and we're continuing to do so as we speak. I think through that, there's been 200,000 manual items that have been touched by DOA staff. As we've resolved that backlog, then as you can imagine with unemployment, there's a revolving door. New issues come in. But we now have a more effective model to make sure that with this 4-day, 1 day dedicated to adjudication solely, we're able to tackle more in a more efficient way. We now have brought down that backlog. We were upwards of 80,000 open work items. We're now in the low 30,000. But that is where there's always going to be some open items, because even cases that may have just started in January or February, or even just a couple weeks ago, could have had a flag. And so those are open items, which could be open items on multiple items on one single claim. And so we were tackling that and making sure that we are staying focused on it. And then also, as we solve the adjudication, making sure that those that may be waiting for their hearing, that we're also focused on that process as well.
And so I'm almost done, Kip. When you have the major reductions from the feds that you talked about, 25%, what does that do for actual staffing? Like, so how many folks does Ashley and the team have? Like, does that go to that? Do you keep the staff that is constituent touching? Do you have to cut them as well, or do you try to hold on to them versus what staff are you trying to make the cut in when that happens?
And so we really have tried to be very mindful of when we have cuts and figure out how we can continue to do more with less, frankly. And Ashley does yeoman's work, as I know you all have seen. I'm seeing some head nods. She has a team that's behind her as well, and we think that's a part of the front-facing experience, along with our call centers, along with our adjudicators, and we want to make sure that we can try to maintain that capacity. We did have augmented staff on the call centers to support the modernization of the project. We're weaning off of that, which is exactly why we're also standing up the seasonal employment. And so call it whack-a-mole if we have to, but we're trying to think really more efficiently on where to move resources so that we are continuing to stay very dedicated to customer service, while also recognizing that we may have less funding resources to do so, but we don't think that that should be at an effect of the claimants that are waiting at a most vulnerable time for their payment. And at the end of the day, we need to make sure that we do that full evaluation to ensure eligibility, and we have a strong team that is doing so tirelessly, and we want to make sure that we provide more resources so that they can continue to do so, and that's why we're very much actively looking at any other resource that can be done to support our unemployment assistance, knowing how important it is to everyone that interfaces with it.
So my point was more, once we get them trained, we don't want to lose them.
Exactly.
Right, because now we've trained them up on all of this new system.
Yep.
The last thing we want to do is to take that trained person, and because we've been cut, to then take a trained person and have to retrain another. You're saying that is not what we're doing with the cuts.
We are looking very diligently. I can make sure to have a follow-up conversation with your representative if you want to look at the staffing levels in detail and where they may land, but we're trying to make sure that the cuts do not impact, at the end of the day, the users that are experiencing this, and trying to get as creative as possible to do so.
My final piece is on, you said 2.4 million was going to go for those who are returning citizens.
Mm-hmm.
Is that group working with the community justice resource centers that are across the Commonwealth, because of the fact that that would be the place that I would think that we need to have essentially mass hires and everyone in? Are they a part of that team? Because I work with many folks who are returning citizens, and obviously reconnecting to a job is a big problem. Mm-hmm. Do they have to go to mass hires, or is your team at the community justice resource centers?
So just to clarify, it was recommended at $2.5 million. We need that extra 100,000. And this is administered through Commonwealth Corporation. I don't know if you want to speak in more detail, but
It's a grant-funded program, and in many cases, the community resource centers are part of those collaborations. It's very much community-based. So not necessarily.
So it's not necessarily the exact model in every single one, but we try to anchor it with partnerships with Mass Hire, where we've seen best practices, and it's considered a demonstration grant. So if we can highlight best practices, that's really important so that we can also reach other new cohorts that can come online as well. And we certainly, across all things reentry, certainly LWD has a part to play, but we also recognize and appreciate the investments through public safety as well.
Rep. Moran has been also online. Sorry, I didn't mention him earlier. Sally, Rep. Kearns has a question.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Chair Diggs. Thank you, Chair Brady. Great to be here in Barnstable. Thank you, Secretary Jones, for your recent visit to the North Shore, which was wonderful. Thank you, Josh. I was thrilled to hear you talk about the child care apprenticeships, which I did not know existed, and it's wonderful, and we need it so badly. My interest, and I want to give a major shout out to your whole team on UI, Agnes, Ashley, I have to cheat a little bit, Mary, Clarence, Timolyn, amazing people who helped my office. Is it me? I feel as though we are flooded with unemployment cases. And I think, is it that way in every region? Is it just our region? Has word gotten out that if you call your state rep, you'll really get help very quickly? And I just wondered, from more of a labor and unemployment trend perspective, is it everywhere?
So to best answer your question, I think, one, looking at labor market data, unemployment has increased over the past year in Massachusetts. Certainly, we're dedicated to making sure that those that are unemployed get reemployed as quickly as possible. In the meantime, they may be eligible for UI, and so as they go through the process, I think this has been a common theme of what has been raised by your colleagues. They may have to, they may be in a waiting period, and recognizing that these individuals are in some of their most vulnerable periods, they may be looking at different ways to be able to reach the Department of Unemployment Assistance, even if they've reached us multiple times in 1 week. And that may be where they're extending to their legislators, which is why we really do appreciate your recognition of our staff, but also the partnership. And I think why I proactively shared information about the efforts we're doing under unemployment is because I know that you guys experience firsthand, hearing from your constituents, and even though it's not part of the state budget, I wanted to make sure that you knew of the efforts that we're focused on every single day to improve customer service at DUA.
Thank you.
We want to thank you for being here, and there's some lunch in there if you'd like some.
A lobster roll?
Yes.
Put an order in.
Thank
Executive Office of Economic Development's next. Thank you, guys. Mr. Chair, it's nice to see you.
Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Aaron.
You're gonna do a lot of reading too, so you get one of these. You need Rory. There he is. He's here. You're there.
Only get one lot. No, we're not breaking. We're not breaking. We're gonna keep it going because I think it's gonna be a minute. It's up to you guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Almost afternoon, but
Yeah, almost.
go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Assistant Vice Chair Diggs, Senator Brady, and members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. My name is Eric Paley, and I'm honored to serve as Secretary of Economic Development for the Healy Driscoll administration. I'm joined today by Undersecretary of Business Strategies, Zenobia Machala, Assistant Secretary for Communities and Programs, Juan Vega. Undersecretary of the Office of Consumer Affairs and Business Regulation, Leila D'Amelia. And our Chief of Staff, Rory O'Hanlon. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today here in Barnstable on the Governor's Fiscal Year 2027 House 2 budget recommendation for the Executive Office of Economic Development. I've enjoyed meeting many of you, and we got a picture, and visiting your districts, and I look forward to engaging more with those who I haven't had some time with yet. Before I begin my testimony, I want to acknowledge the leadership of Chair Rodrigues and Chair Michaelwitz, along with their staff, whose work and stewardship have led to years of impactful budgets for the Commonwealth. I stepped into this role 6 months ago, and after spending my career as a business founder turned venture capitalist, I've spent years partnering with entrepreneurs to start and grow companies, create jobs, and compete globally, all things I'm starting to find are helpful in this job. In my first 6 months, I've been on the road traveling to communities across the Commonwealth. I visited gateway cities like Chelsea, Springfield, and Fall River, rural communities like Munson, suburban towns like Andover and Westboro. And now I'm twice here in Barnstable, which has been wonderful. In each place, I've firsthand met with people, heard about their businesses and the community's strengths and challenges, but overall seeing what powers our vibrant economy here in Massachusetts. Along the way, I've also heard from residents, small business owners, and employers about all of the challenges they are facing and the meaningful opportunities we have to support them with focus, urgency, and partnership. I'm excited to continue traveling across the state, seeing more communities, deepening my understanding of the diverse regional strengths that makes Massachusetts exceptional. Massachusetts prepares for fiscal year 27 at a moment that demands our focus and strong execution. Competition for talent and capital is intensifying across the country as other states compete to grab an edge. The federal government is backing out on key programs, including federal research funding, all the while families and businesses continue to feel real affordability pressures, and our immigrant communities are facing fear and uncertainty. In parallel, state government is working through a challenging fiscal environment. Post-pandemic revenue growth has not kept pace with our non-discretionary costs. That, combined with decreased federal funding, present difficult choices. Even so, the governor's budget proposal meets the moment with fiscal discipline and strategic clarity. No new taxes, no new fees, preservation of core programming, and targeted investments to protect and strengthen our competitive edge. House 2 recommends $131.8 million for the Executive Office of Economic Development in FY27. In this constrained fiscal environment, the budget preserves our operational capacity and core economic development tools while continuing to deploy the capital investments and tax incentives authorized through the Mass Leads Act in November 2024. Our economic strategy remains grounded in the direction laid out in the administration's 2023 Economic Development Plan, Team Massachusetts, Leading Future Generations. As such, EOED's budget proposal is organized around economic foundations, talent, and business strategies. Under economic foundations, we're focused on strengthening the core fundamentals that enable communities and businesses to grow here in Massachusetts. A competitive Massachusetts requires strong local capacity, streamlined government processes, and targeted operating support to complement our capital investments. EOED continues to see strong results through the Community One Stop for Growth, which is our signature program, which remains one of the most effective tools for supporting local economic development. The One Stop streamlines multiple economic and community programs through grants in a single application and coordinated review process, making it easier for communities to access state resources and advance transformative local projects. This includes popular programs such as MassWorks and the Underutilized Property Program. In the most recent round, the One Stop awarded more than $179 million across 314 projects and 190 communities statewide. These investments are expected to help create 11,000 new jobs, more than 8.8 million square feet of new commercial development, and over 20,000 housing units, including 5,000 affordable housing units. We also continue to prioritize our rural communities. In the most recent one-stop round, 37% of all projects awarded were to rural communities or to small towns. Through the work of Rural Affairs Director Ann Goby, the administration also provides direct technical assistance to rural and small towns, helping them navigate state programs, advance local economic priorities, and access grant funding, including $10 million through the Rural Economic Development Fund, administered via the One Stop. New in FY27, House 2 includes $1 million for social enterprise operating grants to support organizations that create employment opportunities for low-income individuals facing complex barriers to work. This supports EOED's existing capital program for social enterprises and helps ensure these organizations have the operating support they need to succeed. Additionally, House 2 proposes $1 million for regional economic development organizations, REDOs, to strengthen regional strategies and support business growth across the Commonwealth. In fiscal year 26, EOED recommended 12 REDO awards totaling $1 million, reaching every region of the state from Berkshire County to the Cape. REDOs serve as on-the-ground partners for economic development and turn our statewide economic priorities into real regional results. Next, I'd like to talk about talent, the key resource that drives the economy here in Massachusetts. It's our greatest competitive advantage, and it's always been about people in the end that make Massachusetts great. If we want to compete globally, we must continue to invest in our workforce and align training with the needs of industries driving our growth. House 2 supports this strategy by expanding flexibility within the Workforce Investment Trust Fund via outside section policy changes, so we can sustain and scale high-impact workforce programs even in a challenging fiscal environment. The Workforce Investment Trust Fund receives a dedicated portion of sports wagering revenue and has been strategically used by EOED to support key workforce initiatives. In FY27, we intend to rely on the trust fund in coordination with Secretary Jones and the Executive Office of Labor and Workforce Development to support much of our operating work around talent, freeing up resources in the general fund. First, we are proposing $10 million for the new Community Workforce Partnerships program. This program supports locally led workforce initiatives that connect residents to in-demand jobs while addressing barriers to employment. These partnerships provide sector-specific training, paid work experience, and wraparound supports, particularly for vulnerable populations, including immigrants, young people, and individuals with justice system involvement. This program builds on successful elements of legacy programming, including Urban Agenda and Community Empowerment and Reinvestment Program. Next, we're continuing to support the Pathmaker program, an impactful workforce program administered by the Mass Life Sciences Center. We're budgeting up to $2.5 million through the Workforce Investment Trust Fund to run Pathmaker in the next fiscal year. Pathmaker aligns life science employers with training providers to address critical workforce gaps in the industry. To date, the program has supported more than 1,000 training opportunities, and participants have reported substantially higher earnings after completion of the program. Many participants have gone on to secure industry roles shortly after completing their training, demonstrating the program's effectiveness in connecting workers to in-demand careers. Finally, through MassTech, we continue to support the Advanced Manufacturing Training Program by utilizing $2.5 million of trust fund resources. This program funds regional systems to recruit, train, and place unemployed and underemployed individuals into high-demand manufacturing roles. It prioritizes populations that historically have been underrepresented in manufacturing and provides wraparound support to help participants succeed. At a time when supply chain resilience is increasingly important, this program helps Massachusetts manufacturers have the skilled workforce they need to grow and compete. Together, these investments ensure that Massachusetts not only educating talent, something we've long excelled at, but also aligning that talent with real industry demand, expanding equitable access to opportunity and strengthening our long-term competitiveness. Next, we turn to business strategies, starting with our focus on catalyzing key industries. To remain competitive and lengthen our lead, Massachusetts must be strategic and make investments that will be catalytic in the industries that will define the next decade. House 2 includes $10 million operating transfer to the Mass Life Sciences Center to ensure the continued execution of our Life Sciences 3.0 strategy. These operating funds are essential to fully deploy the capital investments and tax incentives authorized through the Mass Leads Act and maintain Massachusetts' position as the global leader in life sciences. In January, MLSC launched its 17th round of the Life Science Tax Incentive Program, making $40 million in job creation-based incentives available to life sciences companies. MLSE has supported more than 20,700 jobs since the program's inception and helps attract, retain, and grow life sciences companies of every size. We're also proposing $3.5 million for MassTech to support key divisions such as the Innovation Institute and the Center for Advanced Manufacturing. The work of these divisions strengthens our innovation ecosystem and reinforces our leadership in advanced manufacturing and emerging technologies. Most recently, the MA Tech Hubs program. Through that program, MassTech helped designate 14 regions across the Commonwealth as official Massachusetts MassTech hubs. I'll be visiting New Bedford today, which is one of our Ocean Tech new hubs. We've invested more than $16 million to accelerate regional innovation, connect tech companies with resources, and expand opportunity across the state. The New Bedford Marine Tech Hub is positioned at the Port of New Bedford as a center for testing and commercializing maritime technologies. In Springfield, the broader Pioneer Valley, both together, the Quantum Technologies Tech Hub is advancing a coordinated regional strategy to accelerate quantum innovation, workforce development, and commercialization. And in Pittsfield, the Advanced Optics Tech Hub is expanding advanced optics lab capacity, strengthening collaboration across the Boston-Rochester optics corridor, and building a talent pipeline for advanced optics manufacturing. To further accelerate commercialization, House 2 proposes $1 million for the Massachusetts Innovation Voucher Program. Administered by Mass Development, this program helps small businesses and startups access over 100 core research facilities at the University of Massachusetts to build prototypes, conduct testing, and bring products closer to market. Senator Comerford and I visited some of those labs just last week, or the week before, I guess, in Amherst, at UMass Amherst. According to the data from UMass, it is our first, in its first 4 years, the program has supported 310 businesses, awarded 1,260 vouchers, and generated an estimated 1,000 private sector jobs, $36 million in new tax revenue, and $364 million in overall economic impact statewide. Artificial intelligence is a critical area where Massachusetts has a clear opportunity to lead. We're home to world-class research institutions, cutting-edge startups, and advanced manufacturing capacity, a recipe for a powerful ecosystem. Through the Massachusetts AI Hub, we've recently awarded $31 million to the Massachusetts Green High Performance Computing Center in Holyoke to establish a shared AI computing resource that supports advanced research and commercialization. We also recently saw the launch of the Massachusetts AI Coalition, an industry-led effort uniting leading firms and founders across the Commonwealth to accelerate collaboration, real-world AI deployment, and Massachusetts' global leadership in AI. The AI Hub and AI Coalition are collaborating closely together to advance our success as an economy around AI. At the same time, under the leadership of Secretary Snyder at EOTS, Massachusetts became the first state in the nation to deploy enterprise AI assistance through ChatGPT across the entire executive branch. By giving more than 40,000 state employees the option to use AI tools to support their work, we are making the state government faster, more efficient, and more effective for the people we serve. We're doing that all in a private, enterprise, secure implementation of the AI assistant agent. In doing all this, Massachusetts is showing what responsible leadership looks like in the AI era. Beyond appropriations, the budget enables tax incentive programs that remain an important tool for our competitiveness, including $40 million for the Mass Life Sciences Tax Incentive Program, $30 million for a new refundable climate tech tax incentive, and $30 million for the reformed Economic Development Incentive Program, EDIP. Also core to our business strategy are we are deeply committed to supporting our small businesses and Main Street businesses so that they can succeed. Small businesses are the backbone of the Massachusetts economy. They employ nearly half of our workforce and anchor our downtowns, main streets, and regional economies, including here on the Cape. It's what makes it fun to go downtown and spend your time and your dollars supporting the economy. Through House 2, we are proud to continue strengthening the business front door. The business front door is our centralized, easy-to-navigate entry point for businesses seeking to start, scale, or expand in Massachusetts. Through the Business Front Door portal, businesses can access more than $250 million in state resources across more than 50 programs while receiving coordinated guidance throughout the process. It is transforming how businesses engage with state government, making the process more transparent, more efficient, and more responsive. In addition to our system improvements, we're meeting businesses on the ground. Our Director of Small Business Development, Deco Jabril, has been traveling across the Commonwealth to connect directly with business owners, providing hands-on technical assistance and ensuring small businesses have access to resources and support that they're going to need. The budget also proposes $5 million for the Small Business Technical Assistance Grant Program, administered by Mass Development. The program supports a statewide network of nonprofit partners and that provide hands-on advising, technical assistance, and access to capital for small businesses, particularly those in underserved communities. These providers work in coordination with the business front door to ensure business owners can navigate state resources with ease. Finally, House 2 includes $1.4 million for the Small Business Development Center at UMass. The SBDC provides no-cost confidential advising and training to prospective and existing small and mid-sized businesses across the Commonwealth. Services include help with business planning, financing, marketing, procurement, and international trade. The SBDC's impact report for fiscal year 2025 demonstrates that the center advised over 2,700 small business clients and helped businesses and entrepreneurs securing $81 million in financing. Collectively, these investments ensure that small businesses, whether they're starting up, expanding, or navigating challenges, have the tools, guidance, and access to the resources they need to grow and succeed here in Massachusetts. Many of our small businesses rely on a strong tourism economy, which is why tourism remains a key priority for the administration. Spent last Thursday up in Salem, spending the day focused on tourism. In places like Barnstable, the Cape, and Western Massachusetts, tourism is a foundational driver of jobs and local revenue. House 2 seeks to increase the share of gaming resources dedicated to the Massachusetts Tourism Trust Fund, providing an estimated additional $2.5 million in additional support statewide for marketing through our regional tourism councils. House 2 also enables $7 million for the live theater tax credit, helping attract productions, drive year-round visitation, and generate economic activity in our cultural districts and downtowns. These investments help promote Massachusetts as a premier destination for domestic and international visitors and position us to capitalize on major opportunities such as MA 250 and the upcoming World Cup soccer matches at Gillette Boston Stadium. Each year, Massachusetts welcomes more than 50 million visitors. They spend over $24 billion, generate approximately $2.3 billion in state and local tax revenue, and support more than 155,000 jobs across the Commonwealth. Continued investment in the sector strengthens local economies and supports small business in every region of our state. EOED's H2 budget proposal reflects both fiscal discipline and strategic investment at an important moment in our economy. As an administration, we're deeply focused on execution, partnership, and results. I look forward to working closely with all of you to advance this budget and our shared commitment to competitiveness, affordability, and opportunity across the Commonwealth. Together, we can ensure Massachusetts remains the best place to live, work, raise a family, and build a business. I will now turn it over to Undersecretary Leila D'Amelia, who will testify on the budget for the Office of Consumer Affairs and Business Regulation. The commissioners of OCABRA's divisions will join us at the table, or at least will be right nearby, so we don't take time rearranging. But they're going to join for this portion of the testimony. After Undersecretary D'Amelia's remarks, we'll be happy to take any questions from the committee. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Assistant Vice Chair Diggs, Senator Brady, and members of the Joint Committee. I am Leila D'Amelia, and I serve as the Undersecretary of the Office of Consumer Affairs and Business Regulation within the Executive Office of Economic Development. I am grateful for the opportunity to testify before your committee in support of the Governor's budget recommendation. As Undersecretary, I oversee the Office of Consumer Affairs and Business Regulation, also known as OCABRA, and its 5 agencies, which include the Division of Banks, the Division of Occupational Licensure, the Division of Insurance, the Division of Standards, and the Department of Telecommunications and Cable. Each of these agencies play an important role in lending stability to the Commonwealth's economy by both protecting consumers and ensuring a level playing field for the businesses that we regulate. OCABRA is the backbone of the working class. Our offices register and license the people who power the economic engine that runs our Commonwealth. Without the work of the people behind me, buildings don't get built, safety inspections don't happen, banks, insurers, retail stores, telecommunications, everything that is needed to build something or operate something or sell something is regulated through these agencies. For the Office of Consumer Affairs, we are proposing $3 million to support key regulatory programs for consumer protection, including the Home Improvement Contractor and Lemon Law programs. OCA is responsible for registering contractors and regulating their business practices by administering the HIC arbitration program, which exists as a resource for homeowners to settle disputes with contractors instead of going to court. Similarly, our Lemon Law arbitration program helps consumers resolve disputes with dealerships or manufacturers. Through these programs and our consumer outreach efforts, our office works to promote fairness and confidence when consumers make some of their biggest investments. The Division of Banks, which is led by Commissioner Mary Gallagher, is the chartering authority and primary regulator for financial service providers in Massachusetts. The division oversees 135 state-chartered banks and credit unions and nearly 14,000 non-depository licensees, which include mortgage brokers and lenders, student loan servicers, debt collectors, and more. The division conducts examinations of these entities to ensure a sound, competitive, and accessible financial services environment throughout the Commonwealth. We are proposing a $30.5 million in total for the Division of Banks. The Division of Occupational Licensure, which is led by Sarah Wilkinson. Sarah's not here today, but I was the sitting commissioner, so if you have questions, I should be able to answer them. Occupational licensing and public safety, they support 26 boards of registration. They house the Office of Public Safety and Inspections and the Office of Private Occupational School Education. DOL licenses approximately 500,000 professionals, including real estate brokers and salespeople, barbers, CPAs, funeral directors, engineers, plumbers, electricians, and a lot more. In addition to its licensing responsibilities, DOL's Office of Public Safety and Inspections is charged with ensuring every state building, every amusement ride, every ski lift, and the over 56,000 elevators in the Commonwealth are safe to use. House 2's recommendation is $33.5 million to support DOL's crucial work to meet its economic development, public safety, and consumer protection obligations to the Commonwealth and its residents. The Division of Insurance is led by Commissioner Michael Caljo, regulates the Massachusetts insurance industry, which writes over $70 billion in premiums annually across all lines of insurance. The DOI monitors financial solvency, it licenses insurance companies and producers, reviews and approves rates, addresses consumer complaints, and when necessary, coordinates the rehabilitation of financially troubled companies and the takeover and liquidation of insolvent insurance companies. The Division of Insurance has an array of responsibilities. Its latest was to license and regulate pharmacy benefit managers to safeguard our consumers. We are asking $19.2 million proposal to support the regulation of the insurance industry that consistently ranks near the top 10 largest markets in the country and 27th globally. The Department of Telecommunications and Cable, which is led by Commissioner Karen Charles, regulates 205 telecommunications carriers and 8 cable providers in Massachusetts. Last year, the department investigated over 1,900 complaints and secured more than $216,000 in consumer refunds. We are asking for $3.6 million to support DTC's ongoing work to protect consumers and stakeholders. Finally, the Division of Standards is led by Commissioner Dave Rodriguez. It's responsible for testing and inspecting all devices that measure goods for sale in the Commonwealth to ensure consumer protection standards are met relating to weighing and measuring devices and their use in the sale of food, fuels, and other products. Notably, DOS regulates the sale of gasoline and sets standards for the inspection of fuel dispensing equipment. We propose $3.3 million in House 2 for the Division of Standards. Throughout fiscal year 2026, OCA and its agencies have adapted. We made tough decisions and adjustments to do more with less due to the funding reductions we received last summer. The budget recommendations before you today reflect these efforts and can be classified as maintenance costs, with any increases over our FY26 appropriation attributed to increases primarily in payroll annualizations, fixed rent costs, and increases in agency-wide chargebacks, where we work with a consolidated IT and HR services. This level of funding will maintain us at level funding and is crucial for our agencies to carry out our obligations. Thank you again for your time today, and we look forward to the opportunity to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. You want to start us off?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, and thank you for your testimony. And you've mentioned a lot of wonderful communities that you visited, New Bedford, Holyoke, the North Shore. I just want to let you know that you're always welcome to visit the City of Champions in Brockton, Mass, and in Whitman, Massachusetts. We were once the shoe capital of the world, and unfortunately, all the shoes are made overseas now, and we're struggling to get job creation in the southeast region. And we have cranberry bogs as well, so I'm happy to have you visit my district. And one thing we're in need of, as you know, jobs in the healthcare industry, because, you know, the Brockton Hospital, which is now called Signature Healthcare, had a major fire. They were closed for many months, and it was a burden on a lot of hospitals in the southeast region of Massachusetts. My cousin works at the South Shore Hospital in Weymouth, and she's a nurse, and they were overburdened down in Plymouth. And then the old Good Samaritan, which was owned by Stewart Healthcare, thank God they're no longer in Massachusetts. The BMC South took over that hospital, but they're in need of a lot of workforce. I do have a question that I know we have the housing departments coming before that, but employers frequently cite housing shortages as a barrier to growth in Massachusetts. And I get calls from young families every day that can't afford to find an apartment or a house anywhere in my district. So how is the administration's economic development initiatives coordinated with the housing policy to ensure job creation is matched with a sufficient housing supply?
Yeah, it is a huge economic problem, right? Housing is key infrastructure for economic development in the Commonwealth, and affordability is one of our biggest challenges. I potentially put it as challenge number one. We are the second most expensive state in the country, and the governor has made it her number one priority to make the state more affordable by creating more housing. When she came into office, the analysis was done that we need 222,000 more houses. At this point, we have commitments for about 100,000. So we have a lot of work to do. We've gotten some work done, but we have a lot of work to do, and of course, it takes time to build housing. So even though those commitments are underway, it takes time. In terms of coordination, we work very closely. So for example, the Community One Stop covers both economic development policies and programs and also housing programs, which is why we're very proud this year's effort around that. We believe committed to another 20,000 new homes. Ultimately, I will defer to your later conversations with the Secretary on all of their programs, but I will both acknowledge the critical importance of housing in terms of developing our economy and very proudly say we do work very closely together to coordinate these efforts. So when we're making infrastructure investments, for example, through MassWorks, we're looking at what the housing implications are of those investments, and we're trying to coordinate as best we can to be as enabling as we can of growth in housing.
Thank you. And as I mentioned, you're always welcome to come into the southeast region. We have a lot of great pizza places in the district.
I'm hoping to visit and go to a coffee shop in all 351 municipalities because I believe it's the most molecular unit of economic development. I know there are a few municipalities that probably don't have a coffee shop, but I'm pretty sure that Brockton has several. And I'm looking forward to you showing me the best one, Senator Brady.
You're always welcome.
Thank you. We can have pizza too.
Rep. Smolla.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. You may have heard me of Secretary Jones ask the question or make the point relative to outmigration. Obviously, that's a big issue. Those numbers, as we see them leaving the Commonwealth, they have all kinds of implications for economic development. And we've taken some knocks, though, in Massachusetts relative to businesses leaving the state. I'm not going to go through that list. You know them better than anybody. But it seems that we are perceived as a state that is not business friendly. and that it's very expensive to do business here in Massachusetts. I'm wondering from a regulation standpoint if you can give us some feedback about existing regulation in Massachusetts that we might target that makes it more attractive for people to invest in the Commonwealth. And we've all heard some of these things from businesses leaving, whether it's building, expanding, something that's so cost prohibitive in the state because it's not reasonable. I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'd love to just talk about out-migration for a moment, if that's okay. So the news reports are not terribly factual or accurate. So I think it'd be worth just taking a moment. Some of it's hitting on some very important things, and there are some really important warning signs in the data too, and I want to acknowledge that. But let me start by saying our population's been growing; it has not been decreasing, and that's critically important. We need our population to be growing. In the last 3 years, we've grown 125,000 people, and this year alone, we grew over 15,000 in population. The reconciliation that, for whatever reason, every news reporter does not want to include in their headline is we make up for domestic outmigration with immigration. So immigration is actually very important to the economy of Massachusetts. On domestic outmigration itself, we have only not had domestic outmigration in one of the last 25 years. So 24 of 25 years, we've had outmigration in the state. And the 1 year we didn't was actually during the Great Recession, 2010, when I think Massachusetts had jobs and very few others had jobs. The reason why we have outmigration every year for the last all but one of the last 25 years is because there's almost perfect correlation between expensive states and outmigration. And we are a very expensive state. So we have domestic outmigration as a result. Let me flag what concerns me about the outmigration. It's natural, it's expected, and we make up for it on the immigration side. Several things concern me. First, it's getting harder to immigrate to the U.S. And sometimes when I talk about immigration, people make comments. They think I'm talking about, emergency shelters and whatnot. It's actually fascinating. Our immigrant population in Massachusetts comes in with almost the same income distribution as our outmigration population. And our immigrant population in the state living here has a 4% disparity to our non-immigrant population. So we're almost at parity as a state, which I think is an extraordinary thing. And what it tells me is we're bringing immigrants in throughout the entire distribution of education, of economic wherewithal. And by the way, we need people across that entire distribution in order to succeed economically. But it is getting much harder to immigrate. And I'm very concerned. This 2025's immigration number was down over 2024. And I am concerned as that drops more, we really could lose population. The second thing I'll call out as a concern, because I really appreciate the question, is we've had a growing outmigration of 22 to 35-year-olds. Not dramatically growing, but growing. And this is our future. These are the people we really want here, right? They are often educated here, they grew up here, and they're leaving. So we need to be taking more action on that topic. I want to answer your other question, which is regulation. There are a lot of places where we can keep stepping up and making improvements. And if I go into specific industries and examples, it's going to seem really wonky. But I'll give you one on business growth. We have pretty low business starts. We're a top or bottom 5 state right now on business starts. And that's really concerning to me. We charge a higher fee to register an LLC than any state in the country, by quite a bit, actually. It costs $500 in the first year to register an LLC.
Every year after that, too. Every year after that.
And every year after that, too. And I'm most worried about that first year, but I appreciate the point. But I am really worried about that first year because that first year of getting a business started, you have the least resources, the least wherewithal. That's not your only fee. You've got lawyers filing these things for you. You've got a lot of fees of getting started in general. We shouldn't make it so hard to start a business. So I think there are a lot of things I can go into. Undersecretary Muchala would love to talk to you about trucks and rolling stock. But we get really nerdy really quickly in terms of going into the specifics of lots of different industries. But there are a lot of places where and I also want to compliment Undersecretary D'Amelia because we've also cut a tremendous amount of regulation that actually makes it hard to do business over the last few years. That's been a huge priority of OCABRA, and they've made a lot of really good progress. Thanks for the question.
I appreciate that. And relative to tax policy as well in Massachusetts, right? That's another thing that we're hearing from a lot of businesses that walk out the door and say, we just can't afford to do it anymore in Massachusetts. This is one of the key, components as to why folks simply aren't staying in Massachusetts, aren't looking to even invest here. And I don't think that's a one-off from a couple of businesses that have walked out the door of the Commonwealth. I think that's pretty consistent from folks. So I'm wondering about recommendations from the economic development standpoint about where we can improve tax policy. Because it's one thing to invest money in a program that says, hey, businesses, stay here. We're going to give you money for workforce. We're going to give you money for training. That's great. I mean, again, nobody's going to knock those programs. But if they look at the big picture, the place where it hits the bottom line of a business that wants to be here or says, you know what, I'm going right over the border to New Hampshire. New Hampshire's going to treat me a hell of a lot better when it comes to the bottom line. And some of these businesses, they have the flexibility to pick up and leave. That's one of the things that we look at, as a key indicator in the state. Is say, boy, you know what? It's just like the millionaire's tax. I know a lot of people, love the millionaire's tax. It's great, but the folks that can, least afford to leave are the ones that stick around, and the ones that have the resources, right? They say, well, I'm just going to go someplace else. So I'm wondering, from a policy standpoint, if we're looking at that stuff specifically, and how can we as a legislature say, well, you know what? Let's look at the big picture stuff as opposed to investing money in this program and that program. I'm talking about the core of the regulation.
Yep, I appreciate the question. So we launched a competitiveness council at the end of last year, and you wouldn't be surprised to find out that the most active subcommittee on the competitiveness council is our tax committee. I'm digging in very deeply to understanding how the business community views our tax policies, and for sure, there's a lot of anxiety around them. I think there are folks who believe that nobody leaves the state over taxes. I think maybe pre-COVID that was actually more true than it is today. Mobility is more expected, it's more understood, it's more comfortable. People are moving around much more naturally, and work from home and remote work is easier than ever. So there is a real concern, to be fair, that people will leave the state over tax policy. Likewise, businesses will leave the state over tax policy and expenses, energy being a very significant input as well. That's a real concern for businesses. So not just tax policy, there are other expenses that are concerning. What I will say as I move around the state is I've noticed a very clear pattern that won't surprise anyone here, right? Which is the more that talent is a core driver of how you think about your business, the more you need to be in Massachusetts. The more that commoditized inputs are the driver of your business and you're competing on cost more than anything else, the more picking up and going to another state where you might have lower taxes or lower cost inputs is on your list. So it's not surprising to see companies like Hasbro coming to Massachusetts because talent is a key part of their story. Not surprising to see many of our biotech companies expanding in Massachusetts or international biotech companies coming to Massachusetts. Many of them tell me there is literally no other place they could do what they do. Robotics companies. Amazon is a very cost-conscious company, but it has produced more robots at scale than any company in the world, and they've done them all. Every single robot's been manufactured in Massachusetts. But the more commoditized, the less true. I just want to give you one anecdote on this, if that's okay.
Sure.
We visited Seaman Paper recently. It was a fascinating visit to a company in Gardner that's been here for many, many years. They use equipment from a company, a press equipment from a company that hasn't been in business, I believe, for over 30 years. Some of the presses they use are over 100 years old. They go around the world buying these presses. They'll buy them for $50,000 and they'll spend $250,000 transporting them and assembling them in their plant in Gardner. The reason I tell you this is they've then computerized all that equipment. Their key input is not the commodities that go into creating paper. It's to the engineering that allows them to use equipment that is uniquely suited to do this incredibly thin paper. They make the plume on the Hershey's Kiss. They make all the confetti for the Super Bowl celebrations. It's the ability to make that using advanced technologies and advanced manufacturing. I think it's a very good example of where people really benefit from being in Massachusetts. But I certainly would like to keep as many of these businesses as possible, and it is challenging with the cost structure.
Thank you.
Thanks for the great questions.
I'd like to also say that Rep. Beal is here and Rep. Sullivan Almeida is here also. And we have Rep. X wants to ask a question.
Thank you again, Chair Diggs. two different types of questions. You mentioned immigration and people coming to Massachusetts. Do you think the right to shelter law has something to do with that? We're the only state in the country that has that law, and it brings people in. Do you think that has something to do with that number?
I'm going to leave that to folks who have more expertise on this particular topic. I am very interested in my 6 months. I haven't been able to get very deep yet on immigration policy. I am concerned that the policy is becoming more and more constrained on a federal level, which is actually going to hurt a key input to our economy. So I am intending to get much deeper in understanding how we navigate that. But I'd be speaking out of expertise if I went deep on the right to shelter law. It's probably a suggestion to me that I look at how that impacts how we enable success around immigration in our economy. So
yes,
appreciate you pointing that out.
Thank you for your answer. On a different note,
I'd also welcome a conversation downstream.
Yeah, we
about
should.
That
That would be
between us.
great. And we have many great coffee shops right down the street,
sounds
so
good.
maybe we do it there.
I've been to a few of them already.
Oh, good. Rep Diggs and I know where to go.
We did Maritime this morning.
Oh.
Mariner.
Mas-
Mariner. Excuse
Okay.
me. Got it wrong. Mariner. Excuse me.
You mentioned something that caught my ear also, the Business Front Door program. $15 million, I think you mentioned, in grants.
Actually, the Business Front Door gives access to $250 million in programs. And one of the things that's you should ask your question. But
Well,
yeah.
I love it. It sounds great. I went online and looked at it real quick. Small business, right? That's Cape Cod and many parts of the Commonwealth, even Western Mass. But Cape Cod is big on that, especially seasonal, small business, the backbone. How do they know how to apply for this money? And I'd love to help with that,
Yeah.
so let me know.
I love that you asked that question because this is why we created the Business Front Door. And I identified this problem, even just somebody who was trying to be helpful to government as a private sector citizen, on a program I had worked at with Mass Tech years ago, is there are so many programs, it's nearly impossible to know what applies to you. And when you think about how can the government help, it's so overwhelming and confusing. And when you're operating a small business, you barely have time to actually dig into these programs. And ultimately, what we're not really looking for is the money all going out to people who are really sophisticated about how to go get government money, rather the people who most need it and it will be most impactful for. And so what the Business Front Door does is it is a version 1.0 attempt to unify all these programs with one interface. I always think the hardest thing is how do you interface with government? We want to make interfacing with government a product. We want to make it as easy as possible to do. And what you can do by going on the Business Front Door is you register your business, you answer some questions, and effectively a concierge, we call it a navigator, on the back end will see that and start working with you on what you can do. What we'd like to do going forward is AI enable that. So 24/7, you can instantly get feedback about what programs are relevant to you. What's super interesting is even our navigators who are on the Massachusetts Office of Business Development team, they don't instantly know what programs apply to every single company. So on the back end, we've enabled them with AI already. We haven't enabled the front end. And that's been incredibly helpful to them. Oh, I wouldn't have thought of this program, but actually it does apply. And so once we're ready, we're going to enable that on the front end, which we've actually already done with our other major interface, which is the Community One Stop. So the answer to your question, even though I wish government had more beautiful interfaces and whatnot, is it really is the first place you can go to understand what the government can do to support your business. And I think I'm very grateful I inherited that work, but it is a very powerful thing because otherwise you really have to be in the know, right? Maybe have a consultant and that's not really practical in many municipalities for many small businesses.
Thank you for your answer, sir. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks for the
Thank
question.
you. Next up, we have Senator Duna.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you. The LLC fee that's $500 every year, I'm glad that there was a consensus of disdain. I actually have legislation to cut that in half, so I hope you all will sign on to it. Talking about the out-migration and it being an expensive state, do you see that the rising cost of utilities are going to be a big factor when it comes to growth with businesses here in the Commonwealth? I know in Taunton we have our own municipal lighting plant, and we've seen an uptick of businesses wanting to get into Taunton. Unfortunately, we're we don't have the space, but it would be great to have more businesses there. But I just have concerns that, I mean, the utility costs, they're unaffordable for residents, and then when you throw a business on there, if it's something that's going 24 hours, do you see that becoming a major problem with businesses potentially leaving due to the high energy costs? And are you guys brainstorming maybe any solutions that could help mitigate that? Not to put you on the spot, but just trying to think, long-term down the road.
So first, I'll defer to Secretary Tepper on the solutions, but I will say it's a huge problem. It is, if you think about a business, a meaningful manufacturing business coming from outside the state and looking at Massachusetts, when you talk to site selectors, they will tell you that 10 years ago, energy was not a top 10 question that was being asked. Today, it is the #1 question. Not only do we have extremely expensive energy across the whole region, but in the state, but on top of that, knowing for certain whether you can even get the level of energy you want at a site is something that's difficult to do. And it can take several years for the utilities to get that set up. That is an enormous challenge as we think about helping companies cite opportunities for building here in Massachusetts. And so we are coordinating more on that. We are trying to dig into how do we advance that problem. We've had conversations with the utilities on collaborating more closely. I will also say, without tipping our hand to programs that maybe the governor's not ready to talk about yet, we do have a whole bunch of ideas on mitigating some of the energy costs for businesses, particularly small businesses, but at the start. But we're working through that. It is a real set of problems. So I appreciate you raising it. It's one of my, if you give me my list of kind of the things that slow down our economic growth, that is definitely one of them.
Rep. Oliveira. I'm sorry, Senator Oliveira. Used to be.
Don't upgrade me like that, Rep. Diggs. No offense. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary. Thank you for taking the time last Friday to come to Western Massachusetts to be part of the Greater Springfield Regional Chambers Annual Outlook 2026. I actually saw you going into a cafe before it, so you do take it very seriously. I will make the offer that anytime you come later on in the day, feel free to attend one of our wonderful breweries that we have in Western Massachusetts as well. Coffee in the morning and grab a pint at the end of the day. My question is about regional equity when it comes to economic development. Massachusetts is a collection of regional economies. We don't have one single economy for the entire state. In fact, in my region, the Greater Springfield area, the Pioneer Valley, our economic development tends to be more focused north-south than west-east. In fact, just over the border is the state of Connecticut. Within the state of Connecticut, there have been many people that travel back and forth over the border, either living in Connecticut, working in Massachusetts, living in Massachusetts, working in the businesses in northern Connecticut. My father and grandfather were two of those people. My grandfather worked at Hamilton Standard for most of his career in Windsor Locks, just outside of Bradley Airport. My dad worked a little bit farther south in Windsor at Combustion Engineering and ABB before he went into teaching. Many of my constituents make the commute along the 91 corridor quite regularly. In fact, just south of my district, less than 3 miles away from my district, was the soon-to-be former headquarters for North America for the Lego Corporation. Lego Corporation, instead, is moving to the seaport in Boston, taking with it 760 good-paying white-collar jobs. Many of my constituents were impacted by that change. They had to make a decision for themselves whether, like all of us do, battle the traffic to get into Boston, spend 4 to 5 hours of their lives each day sitting in traffic, battling the mental health issues and the toll it takes on you physically and emotionally from sitting in that traffic, or they could decide to leave Western Massachusetts and relocate to the Boston area or find other employment. Western Mass is an excellent place to live, but unfortunately, we've seen population growth in Suffolk County between 2010 and 2020 go up 11.5 or close to 11%. In Hampden County, we saw a population growth of 0.5% during that same time period. Our economic strategy as a Commonwealth needs to be focused not just in the Boston area, but on the collections of regions that make up our Commonwealth, including and our partners in other states. So my question to you, Mr. Secretary, is what can we do to better partner with some of our regional states like Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, Vermont, New York for economic development? The poaching of jobs from northern Connecticut impacts western Massachusetts. Even though that corporation is relocating to Boston, it is impacting a region that tends to have a higher unemployment rate. We just had Secretary Jones here talk about the triggers in unemployment here in this Commonwealth. And what is the region that triggers that most of the time? Hampden County and Bristol County, two border communities with neighboring states. What can we do as a Commonwealth to better partner with our regions, with states like Connecticut, with states like Rhode Island, to ensure that the economic prosperity that's felt in the Boston area is felt by every region of the Commonwealth?
Yeah. I appreciate the question. Thank you. And being out in Springfield on Friday, I got a sense for how critical Hartford is actually as a partner, at least in terms of airport traffic and whatnot, to Springfield. The point was made very clearly to me over and over again, which I knew, but that Springfield is closer to other state capitals than it is to Boston. And the other thing that came through very clearly to me is the number of acquisitions of companies in Springfield that ultimately the company just got smaller and smaller and smaller and then disappeared has affected the economy quite significantly there, both in banks and other manufacturing type businesses in ways that are very frustrating for the economy. I think as we go across economic development, 6 months into this job, what I will say is we do make a tremendous priority around regional equity. Our programs are, many of our programs, we are constantly looking at how are we covering the state? How do we create incentives for businesses to build outside of 128 or 495? Our tax incentive programs are driven more towards greater dollars for going outside of the greater Boston region to other parts of the state. When a company wants to be in Boston, we can talk about other parts of the state. What we don't want to do is lose that company from Massachusetts. So we have to engage whatever the company is interested in doing. However, we are actively talking throughout regions about what are the sites that are available and trying to also help both companies from elsewhere look at the rest of the state, but actually also companies in the core look at the state. And we've actually had some pretty good success with that in recent years, where companies in the core have actually built manufacturing operations in Massachusetts throughout the rest of the state. It's actually one of the problems is when people start to think about lower cost inputs, they think they need to go to Pennsylvania or West Virginia. We should be talking about all of Massachusetts, right? And we've had more and more success trying to help that happen. Our life sciences center tax incentive also gives greater incentives broadly throughout the state. Our community one-stop really looks at regional equity on a deep basis. I'd say the biggest thing for me, though, is I'm just trying to get out throughout the whole state, because one of the things I'm realizing and learning over and over again, and numerous people have heard this from me, is it is the least one-size-fits-all set of solutions you could ever find. You simply can't look at it that way. We can't sit on Beacon Hill thinking we know the answer for all these places. We don't. The Cape's challenges are different than Springfield's challenges, or different than Pittsfield's challenges, even if you think of more of a tourism-oriented economy, or Salem's, right? And so I am spending as much time as I can not in Boston, getting around the state, understanding these problems, and really listening, because I don't have all the answers, right? I'm somebody who's trying to be the best listener I can, and as I think of it, coming out of the startup economy, I'm trying to help steer our products in a way towards better and better capability to support everybody in the state. I have a one Massachusetts view. My view is Boston and the region can't thrive without the rest of the state, and the rest of the state can't thrive without Boston and the greater Boston area doing well. And so we need both to be doing well. And so I'm trying as hard as I can to learn how to support that, but I'm also grateful for the work that was done before me, because our office really is designed around that purpose.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Just a follow-up. It nauseates me every time that I see statewide elected officials take a victory lap when a company was poached from just south of my district to the greater Boston area. It's fine for the mayor of Boston to take a victory lap. I don't think we should be doing it statewide.
Yeah, I also just, I didn't comment on, I've known Dan O'Keefe, who has my job in Connecticut, and Stephen Pryor, who has it in Rhode Island, is someone I've been getting to know recently. We're actually in communication and trying to support each other. Luckily, Stephen arrived right after the Hasbro migration, so he's not mad at me for that as much. But in all seriousness, we are talking together about regional programs and how we support each other. So I appreciate you bringing that up as well.
Thank you. Just one more question. I'm not sure if the Mass Office of Travel and Tourism is presenting today or if you are entertaining questions about the Tourism Trust Fund.
We absolutely can, and Undersecretary Muchala actually has tourism reporting to her, so please go ahead.
Thank you. My question has to do with our 16 regional tourism councils and the distribution of which is a relatively small pot of funds. I think for quite a while it's been only $10 million. We did hear in the testimony that there is some casino mitigation fund going to support it as well. The distribution every year for me doesn't make sense because some years I see certain regional councils getting much larger increases and some taking a nosedive. There is the matching provision that's within the regulations for that trust fund, how it's distributed. There are a lot of regions that don't have the capacity to match as much as some wealthier, more prosperous regions, particularly out in my area, the greater Springfield area. When you look at the Pioneer Valley, when you look at Berkshire County, you look at central Massachusetts, it doesn't seem to make sense to me how that trust is distributed. Does it have to do with the matching funds that are in there? Because my Regional Tourism Council took a bit of a nosedive last year. Yes, they had an increase the year before that was sizable from the previous fiscal year. I think some clarity on how those funds are distributed, and I'm completely cognizant of the fact that we need to do a better job of growing that $10 million to make sure that a rising tide lifts all regions of the Commonwealth and not pitting one region against another.
I'm just going to comment for 1 minute and ask our Chief of Staff, Rory O'Hanlon, to come into this because there's some history here that Snobby and I weren't here for. But for a $24 billion industry to be supported with $10 or $12.5 million when it produces billions of dollars in tax revenue, we're wildly underfunded. And every one of these regional tourism groups, they are absolutely right to complain, just as MOD is right to complain that we're very underfunded. We are increasing it. 25% increase is not nothing. It's kind of nothing compared to the amount of tax revenue that comes from the industry. But we are also thinking about how we grow that over time more effectively because, again, I think we're massively suboptimizing. It's hard to believe that even a small increase couldn't create extraordinary extra revenue. But I'm going to turn it over to Rory to talk a little bit about the history of the formula.
Just a couple quick points. Like so many programs, Senator, there was an injection of funding, thanks in large part to the legislature, but also the federal government during the COVID era that allowed us to increase funding for tourism. And over the last couple of years, obviously that funding has dried up. And so I think we saw some of those growing pains as we came back down to a smaller budget. As you noted, as noted in the Secretary's testimony, we propose increased funding for FY27 to try to grow the pie. Another thing we did to respond to your comments is we did bring the RTCs together a few months ago in our office to get some feedback on because of the reduced funding, we did tinker with the formula, which I think is the point you're making. And I think there was, things we could learn from that process. And so we brought folks into our office to get some feedback to figure out, what is the right way to look at this formula and we can learn going forward. So we had that conversation a few months ago and we're hoping, as we think about the FY27 budget, in addition to the increased funding made available, proposed in the governor's budget, we can also make sure we get the formula right. And we spent some time on Friday, the Secretary was with Mary Kay Wydra in your neck of the woods and got some feedback as well. So we're definitely keeping this in mind as we think about the importance of the industry.
Thank you. We'll be watching.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had another comment. As you mentioned, energy, and that goes hand in hand with economic development. And as we all know, our poor elderly population is struggling. They have to decide with food on the table and medicine, never mind paying for their heating bills. And thank God today's 60 degrees, but this was another difficult winter we suffered. I even on owner-occupied multifamily. I pay for the heat. My bill was $2,400 last month. But at least I got a job and I can afford to pay. But our elderly population is suffering. And I know we tried to get away from fossil fuels, but you know the cliche, you can't put all your eggs in one basket. We have the windmills and we're trying to do other things. But a new endeavor that I was, Senator Comfort was gracious enough to let me visit her district about anaerobic digestion. It's about farms, and we convert food waste into energy. And our landfills are overcapacitated. So we got to put this food waste somewhere. And Coca-Cola, Polar Beverages, and many other companies have invested in this to help the farms out, because like in my district, we had a bunch of dairy farms. They're all gone because you make more of a profit building housing, so there's no farms left. And this anaerobic digestion, they convert food waste into energy, and there's no pollution. You'd have to have 100,000 cows with cow manure to produce the energy that this food waste produces. It's all encapsulated like balloon type of facility. Yeah. And I'd love to talk to you more about it, because I've mentioned this to the governor as well, and it's a way to retain jobs and help the farms out in the district as well.
I mean, the food science innovation coming out of the Pioneer Valley is so inspiring. And if we can solve our energy needs through this type of approach, I'm all ears. I will actually raise it with Secretary Tepper to get a better sense of what the state of the art is and where we are, and maybe we'll do a visit together.
Yeah.
If we're not, if we don't, or if she already hasn't dug deeply into this, but I so enjoyed exploring the very vast range of innovation around food technology, and this is just another one that didn't even come up in our visit, but I'm excited to learn more about. So
and I believe the secretary was at one of the farms we did visit too. So
okay,
it's a great innovative idea, and it's tough because we're trying to get away from fossil fuels, but nobody's buying these electric trucks with the rolling stock that comes across state lines to bring food products into the Commonwealth or whatever. I have some trucking industries that aren't selling any electric trucks at all because it's too costly. So, thank you.
If you ask a question about rolling stock, Undersecretary Muchal would be delighted. So feel free.
Thank you.
I totally agree with what you just said, and I also will say, you've said earlier that there's a lot of talent here. We do have a lot of talent, and we need to, and even being on the Cape, we have the ocean. So to me, there's plenty of industry that can be used by using the ocean. Yes. We have Hui in Falmouth, but we also need to have something in P-Town, in Hyannis, Barnstable Village. All those areas can be used for ocean, our water. The Cape, as you know, is filled with water. So we got to make sure that we have that, but we got to talk about infrastructure and all those things that everyone's been talking about today. It's very key that we communicate, but also there's change that's happening, and we can't be afraid of the change, because that's what's going to make us, that's what's making us move and be so proactive and so much better. Russell Holmes, Rep. Holmes, you have a question.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. It's always hard for me to sit in these meetings and act like Boston isn't the economic engine of this Commonwealth. But we will not get into that debate right now.
Good answer.
We would like all regions of this Commonwealth to be successful. And the stresses that are put on Boston with the demands for housing, we would love to get more folks to live all across this Commonwealth. So everything you can do to help, that helps me when folks are choosing other neighborhoods instead of trying to put everything in Boston. So I know you hear that from folks feeling like almost like Boston is getting everything, but rest assured we're not, and we take on all the challenges. I want to begin with your challenges around life sciences. We've been funding this for many, many years, but for me in my district, my concern is Mass Biologic. Have you had a chance to look into UMass and Mass Biologic and trying to get a facility that we thought was going to be an economic engine in the district? We need to not only be figuring out how do we fund life sciences for all of the private places, but what about a place that we've literally shut down, essentially a life science building in the heart of my district that was hiring, that had many people. I mean, I think it was 100 and over 200 at some point, and now it's down to about 40. And if we're going to do any investments, why don't we try our best to get our systems back up and running before price? Have you had a chance to look into mass biologic at all?
I haven't dug into it. It's come up briefly, but I have not dug into it. I appreciate you flagging it for me.
Okay, please do. That was one. Two, I know there's a whole point here about not raising fees. I brought this up last year. And Commissioner, I'm going to get your name wrong, Caljo. I am one of those, when Mass Mutual moved from, unfortunately, below the border to Boston, I'm one of those Mass Mutual agents. And they charged me in Tennessee as a non-resident to sell insurance in Tennessee a ridiculous number. And my only question is, why not we in Massachusetts do the same to all of our non-resident people?
We do. It's the, you want to come up and.
Do we charge them the same thing? Do they charge us $400, $495?
Thank you, Representative. We also incur retaliatory taxation, so there's an equal fee commensurate with the amount that they.
So whenever they do it to us, we do it to them. All right. Well, last year someone told me we weren't doing that, and that we weren't going to raise the fee. All right, good. I'm glad to know this year I'm being told we are doing that. Third question is about predatory lenders, and this is for, I don't know, DTC. So what are we doing around all of the folks knocking on my doors? I know the Attorney General obviously has done some things to try to stop the predatory lending. We're going to do some things, we hope, in legislation. What is happening today for all of these energy suppliers and consumers around predatory, I said lending, predatory suppliers?
We thought you were going, you were talking about lending. So
I meant suppliers.
Predatory suppliers of
electricity.
What are we doing around predatory suppliers of electricity?
I think that was going to be on this.
Yeah, this is one I'd have to refer to Secretary Tepper at EA. She'd be the right person. She regulates that.
All right, so this is not a consumer perspective from your perspective?
It is a consumer affairs, but the secretary at EA their offices would work, like DPU would be working with the AGO. Like we work with the Attorney General's office on the enforcement of those predatory lenders for.
You said lenders. You made the same mistake I made, sorry.
Lender.
Okay, gotcha.
For the utility lender.
Okay,
yes.
gotcha.
Yes. So the Attorney General is sort of like the enforcement authority that the DPU would then work with. And they also have administrative enforcement authority around those predatory lenders.
So the challenge that we've been hearing, though, is that we are licensing everyone. That's not us? That's not you?
That is not actually. So licensing happens across the executive branch, and that would fall at the DPU, which used to live at Ocabra, but I think back in 2010 when they did a reorganization, DPU was pulled out and given to EEA.
Okay.
So
all right. Thank you.
Appreciate the question.
And I just want to acknowledge every part of the state has its challenges. There are obviously great things around the Boston economy. There's also very high poverty rates in Boston. There are all kinds of educational challenges in Boston. So we take seriously these challenges throughout the entire state, and we take seriously that everyone deserves an opportunity. Everyone deserves economic mobility. Every business needs support and an environment where they can succeed. So it's just very important that as somebody who works on Beacon Hill, I'm getting around the whole state, but it does not in any way diminish my commitment to supporting everyone in the state, anywhere they live in the state.
Well said. I think that's what we're all looking for to do. Massachusetts is a team, and even though we can think and do different things and think different ways, we're trying to still be the best. And I believe that we are in the best state there is. Do we need to work on some things? We do, and we will, and we're going to be victorious because of it. So thank you very much for coming, and we're going to take a 15-minute break, and anybody wants to go to the bathroom, get something to eat, open up a window, go from there. Thanks. They're coming? Okay. I don't blame you. Hey, listen. I gave him the 2-minute warning. I gave him the 2-minute warning.
I think the interim secretary is in the restroom.
Oh, there she is. Okay. Yeah. Madam Secretary, they were talking good things about you. So just
Oh,
wanna
I
let you know.
hope so. I hope so. That's good to hear. All right. Well, thank you, Chair Diggs and Chair Brady. My name is Jennifer Maddox, and I have the honor of serving as interim secretary. I'm here today with Eric Shupin, Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy, Sarah Barese, Chief Financial Officer, Chief Thompson, Undersecretary of Division of Housing Stabilization. I'm glad to be here with you today to provide an overview of the Governor's House 2 budget proposal for the Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. Since taking office, the Healy-Driscoll administration has remained steadfast in our commitment to tackling the state's housing shortage. We are laser focused on making housing more affordable across Massachusetts. Here on the Cape, we recently awarded nearly $2 million to improve local infrastructure and expand, preserve, and unlock more than 200 homes for year-round residents who call seasonal communities home. Thanks to the Governor's Affordable Homes Act, we're making targeted investments across the Commonwealth and leveraging state resources to build new housing, bring down costs, and create a fair housing market. The Momentum Fund, a first-in-the-nation revolving fund created by the Affordable Homes Act, has already invested in the production of more than 500 new mixed-income units. The Governor has also made thousands of acres of surplus state property available for new housing, transforming old parking lots and unused land into new homes. This effort has already unlocked nearly 1,000 new units, with more to come. And just last month, we awarded more than $8 million to support 5 office-to-residential conversions in Boston, Fitchburg, New Bedford, Pittsfield, and Worcester, creating 339 new homes in formerly empty office buildings. And for the first time, HLC will award $1 million to help fill the gap as the Trump administration eliminates fair housing staff and enforcement at the federal level. Since January 2023, HLC has supported the creation of more than 2,742 market-rate homes in gateway cities and more than 10,000 affordable apartments across the state. And today, more than 8,300 new homes are in development thanks to the continued implementation of the MBTA Communities Law. Despite a challenging revenue outlook this fiscal year, the FY27 House 2 budget is balanced, allows HLC to build on our progress, and ensures that every dollar is spent efficiently and effectively without raising taxes or fees. The House 2 budget contends with elevated costs across all sectors, but it preserves critical programs and services and makes key investments to support Massachusetts' future. The budget includes $1.2 billion in Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities investments, which is a $49 million increase, about 4% over the FY26 GAA. Our Division of Housing Stabilization, which manages homelessness prevention, shelter, and rapid rehousing programs, is funded at $707.1 million. That's a $9.7 million increase above the FY26 GAA. One highlight in House 2 is that it creates a new permanent source of funding for supplemental winter shelter and warming center capacity for communities across the Commonwealth. For the past few years, HLC has supported winter beds with off-budget sources. In fiscal year 27, the Healy-Driscoll administration is dedicating $12 million for winter beds in a new line item. This funding will support over 1,200 additional shelter beds for individuals experiencing homelessness from November to April to minimize cold weather exposure. And as we saw during the most recent frigid weather, This funding is more important now than ever. In total, state support for year-round individual homeless shelters is funded at $114 million, a 1% increase over the GAA. RAFT, one of HLC's most valuable tools for upstream homelessness prevention, is funded at $201.2 million. We estimate that this will serve 47,000 households in FY27. There is also a new $7.5 million line item in FY27 for the family shelter diversion. This program was previously funded within the emergency assistance line item. This is a critical tool to provide case management, housing search, and connection to local resources to help homeless families avoid entering shelter and instead move into safe, stable housing. Over the past 2 years, in partnership with the legislature and shelter service providers, significant effort has been made to bring the emergency assistance family shelter system into a sustainable caseload and funding level. House 2 includes $259 million for emergency assistance, representing an $18 million decrease below the FY26 GAA, and a $45 million decrease below FY26 estimated spending, and hundreds of millions of dollars below FY25 spending. These savings reflect a decrease in the shelter caseload and ramp down of all rapid track shelter sites. And now, just for the second time in 18 years, HLC is in the process of reprocuring the family shelter program to right-size the EA shelter portfolio and ensure a stronger, safer, and more efficient system. We will continue to work to stabilize the family shelter system and ensure homelessness is rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. As part of this work to reduce shelter caseload and rapidly rehouse families experiencing homelessness, the home-based program, which is one of our most effective tools for helping families avoid and exit shelter into safe and stable housing, is funded at $82.3 million. This represents a $25 million, 44% increase above the FY26 GAA, based on a projected average of about 6,000 beneficiaries per month, including about 360 new families per month. Right-sizing the shelter system would be impossible without the support and hard work of our shelter providers, who manage the front lines of this critical safety net program every day. The administration will continue to push forward on the progress of improving the shelter delivery, ultimately allowing the Commonwealth to better serve households and move them into stable housing more quickly. HLC's Division of Rental Assistance, which manages the state's rental voucher program, is funded at $314.1 million, representing a $24.9 million or 9% increase above the FY26 GAA. The Massachusetts Rental Voucher Program is funded at $278.3 million, a 10% increase over the FY26 GAA, which we project to be sufficient to support more than 11,500 rental vouchers. The Alternative Housing Voucher Program is funded at $19.3 million, which we project to be sufficient to support more than 890 vouchers in FY27. The Rental Subsidy Program for DMH clients, which HLC operates in partnership with the Department of Mental Health, is funded at $16.5 million. Combined with DMH funding, the estimated level is $46 million and supports 2,600 vouchers. The Division of Public Housing oversees the state's one-of-a-kind public housing system with more than 41,000 units and over 70,000 residents. This is funded at $125.6 million. That's a $2.2 million increase above the FY26 GAA. Over the past 3 years, HLC has prioritized investment in public housing by advancing major capital upgrades, strengthening operations, improving the CHAMP system, and meeting directly with nearly 200 local housing authorities to elevate best practices across the Commonwealth. House 2 reflects this priority by funding local housing authority subsidies at $117.8 million, a 2% increase over the GAA to boost LHA operating subsidies. The Resident Service Coordinators Program, which connects residents to local social services, is level funded at $6.5 million. And public housing reform is funded at $1.3 million, a 2% increase above the FY26 GAA to cover the inflation cost. The Healy-Driscoll administration continues to use every opportunity to prioritize housing, including through the operating and capital budgets, legislation, and administrative actions. Housing is foundational to economic competitiveness, workforce stability, and family well-being. So even in a constrained year, we are leveraging every tool we have to continue our deep investments in new production. As part of the Chapter 90 bond bill the governor filed last month, the administration seeks $200 million in authorizations for transportation infrastructure that directly support new housing development. That means more funding for road upgrades, sidewalks, and intersection improvements. Because too often, the barrier to housing is not land or financing, it's inadequate infrastructure. This capital tool gives communities flexibility to unlock stalled projects and to support transit-oriented growth. This investment would be in addition to the capital authorization made through the historic Affordable Homes Act. We look forward to the legislature action on this critical bill. Finally, in her State of the Commonwealth address, the governor announced an additional $25 million in available capital resources to expand Mass Housing's down payment assistance program to help 1,000 more people buy their first homes, as well as an additional support to lower mortgage rates for all home buyers eligible for Mass Housing's lending products. We are proud to present a budget that maintains and in some cases grows our core programs despite a difficult fiscal reality. The cost of housing is not only top of mind for this administration, but is also one of the greatest economic pressures faced by our constituents. Massachusetts residents consistently cite the high cost of housing as their primary concern, and the majority of voters approve of building more housing to bring down costs. The state housing plan calls for the creation and preservation of 222,000 homes between 2025 and 2035 to help rein in rising costs. And the investments proposed in House 2 will help the state continue our progress towards this goal. No single initiative will solve the state's housing shortage, but taken together, each of these steps we've made over the past 3 years can and will move the needle. The legislature's partnership has been essential to achieving progress and reform, and I'm happy to answer your questions about the governor's housing priorities in this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. During this, I didn't really hear much about, I live on the Cape, so more seasonal communities aspects. So that's really where I'm trying to really know more information that I can go to my constituents and say how it's going to help us and where it's going to be at. So can you tell us a little bit more about that, please?
Absolutely, great question. So seasonal communities was created as a part of the historic Affordable Homes Act, which was signed into law by the governor in 2024. And the seasonal communities designation was designed to recognize Massachusetts communities that experience substantial variation in seasonal employment and to create distinctive tools to address their unique housing needs. As of March 2026, 44 communities have been offered this designation, and I believe the first round has been awarded $1.9 million to 14 communities with grants ranging from $50,000 to $175,000, and this basically allows them to do planning work such as housing need assessments, zoning updates, and local planning, and then also just supporting development projects as well. And folks who are interested in having a seasonal communities designation, they can go to our website, and we are still accepting applications for that.
Thank you. Mike, got a question? Good. Rep. Sabadosa?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here today. I will say I represent the city of Northampton, part of Hampshire County. Housing is one of the things that I'm most worried about, particularly with changes to funding formulas and restrictions coming down from the federal government. And I'm wondering, as we try to navigate the best ways to respond to what feels like a ever-growing crisis, where it is best for us to make our investments. So you talked about the mass rental voucher program, and I see significant funding for that, which is greatly appreciated. It feels to me that that may be the program where the more we make investments in it, the less we have to spend downstream in other programs, for example, the RAFT program, where we're trying to then keep people in housing. And so I just wonder, is my understanding of this correct? Like, is the mass rental voucher program actually one of the most cost-effective programs that we're running, or do you view things differently?
So HLC projects that the proposed funding in House 2 will fund about 11,500 vouchers.
Yes.
And that's just, we expect that those vouchers will be leased by the end of FY27. In that 11,500, we also are including about 340 new project-based vouchers. It's important to note that even though there is an increase to that line item, because MRVP subsidy costs continue to rise, and that subsidy cost follows the rental market, that's why the value of that voucher has increased, and so we have to increase that appropriation. And then every year that we do, MRVP project-based vouchers that are awarded in our portfolio, we have to pay for those when those units come online and those vouchers are attached to it. So I'm grateful that we have a budget that fully funds that portfolio, but given the fiscal climate, we're unable to grow that further at this moment. So we're really focused on the other tools that we have available to expand housing, whether it's the Affordable Homes Act, and all the 50 different policy items that are in that as well. So we're using every tool at our disposal to be able to grow housing, whether it's market rate, extremely low income. We just want to make sure that everyone who wants to live here in Massachusetts can find safe, stable housing.
Thank you.
Rep. Higgins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the EOHLC staff who hear from me nearly every day representing a gateway city. We have a lot of families who desperately need access to the EA shelter system, and we're really grateful that the Twin Cities of Leominster and Fitchburg get to host their own EA sites, something that we didn't have for our local families prior to these new investments. I'm curious, with the decrease in enrollment in the shelter system, do you have any data on the length of time it takes a family to start the intake and actually enter shelter? And one of the persistent challenges that we're worried about is the number of families who start the intake process and don't get to the finish line because it's really burdensome. And I know at times that number has been 50% to 75% of families don't actually make it into shelter because they give up on the application. It is just too difficult. And I'm just hoping that you might be able to share, is that some of the reason why we're seeing the decrease? Because we continue to kind of change the goalposts for families as they get through a part of the application. They have to provide more information and more information. And for a family experiencing homelessness without access to technology, without access to their bank records or work records, or who lose their job, that can derail their path to shelter.
I'm going to let Chris Thompson, our Undersecretary.
Thanks, Secretary, and thank you, Rep. Higgins, for the question. It's an important one and one we think about a lot as we're trying to support more families more effectively through the EA Family Shelter Program, as well as our other continuum of services and supports for families across the Commonwealth. So we have changed the shelter program, as you know, in the past few years, significantly reformed it in some ways, and part of the change has been to the eligibility process. Through that, we have also tried to really bolster our supports for families. We've done things like investing in what we call, for the first time, an intake coordinator team, which is a team of state employees who are supposed to be the first line of defense. We have a call center that has been up and running for the past few years. That call center team, for a while, was supported by a consultant, and now is supported by state employees. We also have brought on 7 new cohorts of homeless coordinators, which are the case management team that are working with families to support their application process. Through that, I would say that it's a big area of focus for us to make sure that we're supporting families and meeting them where they're at. The process to get to eligibility can be complicated for sure, and it can take time. So what we try and do is make sure that through the prioritization process that we've had in place for the past few years, years. The most vulnerable families have access to shelter as quickly as possible. That means that if you are a mother in a third trimester, if you have an infant, you're eligible for what's called a temporary verification waiver, meaning that we can place you sooner in the process and support you once you're in shelter to get through the full eligibility process. And we're looking for ways every day that we can continue to expand access and the support that we provide to families who are applying for shelter. So I'll leave it there and see if you have follow-ups on that.
With those increased investments, have you seen a speed up of families being able to enter into shelter or a decrease in the percentage of families who don't complete the application?
I think we have made progress in terms of seeing families, supporting families to access the process more quickly. The other thing that we've done in the past year is brought online a new technology. This doesn't work for all families, but for those who are able to access technology, they can apply 24/7, 7 days a week to the EA program online, and they can also upload verifications that they need for the EA program. And that's something that a few years ago, the only option if you're applying for the EA Family Shelter Program was to go to a DTA office whenever it was available. So having the option for families to apply online makes the barrier to the application lower, and we certainly don't want the thing keeping families out of shelter to be the burden of verification in the process. We want to support as many families as we can through our services, and we also as we're supporting them, if a family is determined not to be eligible, we try and make referrals to other programs and make sure that they know about things like RAFT and as well as our diversion services. As the Secretary said, in this year's budget, we're asking for a dedicated line item for family shelter diversion services. We think that the best shelter program for many families is one that helps them avoid shelter altogether. So that's why we've made significant improvements in the past few years around family shelter diversion, and we want to continue to keep that momentum.
Thank you. We know we're connecting with some of the active families we're working with right now. We would just really like to be a part of solutions to make sure folks can access shelter when they need it.
Absolutely, and thank you to you and your teams for all you do to support families and working with us. Thank you.
I didn't introduce Rep. Souza. She's also here today. Just wanted to mention her. And next question is Rep. X.
Thank you, Chair Diggs. Madam Secretary, thank you. Two questions. One is for you, Madam Secretary. You mentioned the people that are homeless program in winter times. And the way I understand it, we have people in the winter here on Cape Cod that actually sleep in the bandstand at the Village Green right behind this building. And we do everything we can to help them. But the way I understand it, when it's in freezing temperatures, you know, there's only enough space in the shelter that we have here. And then when that is full, a van comes and takes them to a local motel, and they stay for the night, as long as it's less than 32 degrees, something like that. So could you tell us more about that program and how you're improving it? I think you mentioned that.
Yeah, that's a great question. So in recent years, HLC has identified funding for winter beds with off-budget sources, which aren't always predictable and reliable. And so, you know, we're relying on prior appropriation continue to be able to make sure that we can get the funding out. And so, you know, in the past several years, we've had anywhere from $2 million available from a prior appropriation continue to $10 million. And so what we're looking to do in the Governor's House 2 budget is we're creating a separate brand new line item specifically for winter beds, and so that way we can make sure that we are planning accordingly with communities to make sure that they have the resources available well in advance of the winter months to be able to make sure that they can stand up winter beds and warming centers accordingly. So having that dedicated line item in the state budget instead of having a scramble to see if we have any resources off budget to be able to address those needs will be wonderful to have a dedicated line item for that. So hopefully the legislature will embrace that.
Thank you. And one more question for you, sir. Big topic for me and a lot of us, the right to shelter law, which became very popular over the last few years, even though it's been in effect for 40 years. First, people were going to motel rooms and things like that. I think that's all stopped. And then it becomes a home base, I believe. And I'm wondering if you could talk more about where we're at with that. And do you keep track of where people go?
Sure. So you're absolutely right. We did see the most significant expansion of the shelter system in its 40-year history over the past few years. And with that expansion in more and more families seeking shelter, we expanded across the state. And that led to significant cost, of course, and we're proud that over the course of the past few years, we made significant reforms to the system, also worked very closely with our nonprofit providers to really improve the services that families are getting. And now the caseload is lower than it's been in recent history, and families have been supported to safe and stable housing. And that's what we've really tried to do over the course of the past couple years in what is a time of crisis, to use that as a catalyst to make lasting change and make lasting improvements to the program, so that we don't have a system that's designed to be just a shelter system, but one that is a rapid rehousing system. We know that many families end up in crisis and need some supports, need some stability, and one of the big ways that we do that is by stabilizing them with a shelter for a period of time. We also think that RAFT, which has grown from serving a few thousand people to 47,000 households across the state, is a great prevention and cost-effective one. We want to divert more families, and we want to make sure that our system is continuing to improve, and that what we're focused on with our providers is supporting families to safe and stable housing. That's the goal.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Rep. Hawkins.
We must both be in line here. Secretary Maddox and your staff, we want to thank you. First of all, I believe we've worked over the past several years to create in Attleboro a homeless shelter, which is now open and staffed with Father Bill's managing permanent supported housing units, and Catholic Charities is the provider for the crisis beds. Next two projects in the pipeline that I'm going to be bugging you about over the next year or whatever is we've committed now to a new project for low and middle income seniors, which is the fastest growing segment of unhoused people, certainly in our community, but I believe across the state and the country. We're committed to that. We've already got a piece of property. We're working on plans. But the other thing that you mentioned that's new, we thought we were doing pretty well until there were several feet of snow and single-digit temperatures for week after week. And the problem was the people living in tents, and the tents got crushed. And we managed to pull it off with volunteers and church basements and stuff, but it was not particularly organized and not particularly sustainable. And I've already reached out to the state for this new line item. We've been working on that. Something we didn't think we were going to need to do, but the support is greatly appreciated, and I will be bothering you about it as the year goes on. So thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Payano.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Madam Secretary, and everyone who's been presenting today. I think your team, we've worked really well on helping a lot of constituents have had issues with housing across the area, and with different programs that we think that we might be able to help people that are in housing, the FSS program, that are in housing, to be able to save money for either a house or education. Super grateful about all those efforts. Here is kind of a statement, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. I have a deep concern. I think that the legislature, we did a tremendous job working in partnership with the administration a couple of years ago to pass the Homes Act. Incredible investment when it comes to addressing this issue and potentially creating more housing opportunities across the state. I think that there's definitely been issues with a lot of municipalities accepting the tremendous responsibility that everyone has to take on, which is to develop create more opportunities for housing units in their municipality. And I know that there's been a lot of great work, and I'm very, very grateful for the governor and your team's leadership on it, and working with municipalities to accept the MBTA Act. But, one of the concerns that I have is a lot of municipalities that when I talk to leaders in those communities, what they talk to me about is basically approving something that on paper looks correct. And I remember the first conversations where that came up, I'm like, oh, that doesn't sound right. But it seems like a lot of municipalities are doing that, and that's concerning for me. Because as we look at, even when the investments that we did a couple of years ago, we are looking at that potentially in the next 10 years, we'll be able to build enough housing units to meet the demand of today. Meanwhile, I have residents whose main concern is the fact that their rent, it keeps going up every year. And I have individuals that are coming up to me that are telling me they're not able to afford buying a house. So it's deep concerning of me, because the answer I give to them is, well, if we keep investing in government keeps investing in trying to build more properties, that eventually the market would level off. So, saying that, I wonder what your thoughts are in trying to ensure that we're building enough housing units across the state, and this idea that municipalities might be agreeing to the MBTA Act, but only on paper, that there won't be any, the areas that they're choosing are not areas where a developer would likely build on.
Great question and great concerns. So let me say that, there are 177 MBTA communities, and 166 cities and towns have actually adopted zoning intended to comply with the law. And, the governor created the Housing Works program, which is an infrastructure program that is meant to be able to provide cities and towns with the tools to be able to become compliant and make sure that they have anything that is basically, between the Housing Choice Initiative and just trying to support housing growth in MBTA communities. But I think it's important to note that it's not just one single program or one single tool that's going to get us out of this crisis that we're in. And so the fact that we have the historical, Affordable Homes Act with over 50 pieces of policy changes in there, from ADUs to the seasonal communities. Basically, we are working on bold solutions. We've banned forced renter paid broker fees. We've got ADUs by right, and statewide we have 1,000 ADUs that have been permitted. And we're also, convened an Unlocking Housing Commission as well to recommend solutions for increasing housing. But the reality is it's going to take all of us to get out of this housing crisis that we're in. And this administration is committed to making sure that we have the resources, even in a tough fiscal climate, to make sure that we are keeping the safety net programs that we have, that we're providing expansion to mass housing program with $25 million in capital resources so people can purchase their first home and that they can lower their interest rate as well. So we recognize that it's not a one-size-fits-all, and that's going to take all of us collectively to be able to get out of this crisis. And we're going to continue to work with all communities and figure out what the housing that works for them.
Senator Comfort.
There we go. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Secretary and team. I'm very grateful for your testimony. I want to start by thanking you very much for Housing Choice 2.0. Folks out in Western Massachusetts did a lot of work with your great team to try to make Housing Choice work for the communities like the ones I represent. And I am grateful for that advance and really excited to see what happens as a result of it. And I just want to say that was hard work. And, I look forward to seeing the fruits of it and celebrating with you all So thank you. You were the embodiment of one-size-fits-all policy doesn't fit all. So you had to figure it out, and I'm really grateful to you. I'm wondering, I also want to say that we're in a little bit of a conversation with your team about funding for public housing, and just really, we can take this offline, but really understanding the equitability of that, how funding for public housing is rolling out. I was a little dismayed at some announcements where I just didn't see my public housing authorities equitably ID'd for funding, so I just would really love a little light on that and just understanding how these grants are going out. I would love an update on the dashboard that was stipulated in the fiscal year 26 budget, section 12, section 1 of 23B of chapter of the general laws, and it's shall publish and maintain a publicly accessible online dashboard about the housing development funds rolling out from the Affordable Homes Act. I just wondered where you were in that development, because that's exciting for us.
Great. I'm going to turn this over to Eric Shipman.
Sure. Thank you, Senator. So the public dashboard that passed as part of the budget last year, I believe it was Senator Brownsberger really who led on that, and was something that we worked in partnership with him to develop. And I believe it sets a end of 2026 timeline for creating a public-facing dashboard where people can come and look at all of the wonderful dollars that the Affordable Homes Act has, the state low-income housing tax credit that you all helped us to expand. The question was, where are those dollars going, to what communities, and how much? And so as part of EOHLC's commitment to more transparency and data, we actually have a data and research team who are charged with implementing it, and we're on track to making sure that that's up and running by the end of the year, where all that information will be available.
Terrific. So you're on track. That's
Yes.
fabulous. Okay. Another quick question. I had a question about the housing and consumer education centers. So they were cut in the last budget from 8.95 to 5. We put it back up to 5.85, but then in H2, again, we're down to 5. That has resulted in closing one in Orange, which is one of the communities I represent and one of the poorest places in the Commonwealth. And I really would love to understand the HLC's relationship to the housing education centers, and do you see them as a viable, important part? Because what I understand is happening in my region is there's a queue outside, and then folks go out and say, sorry, this is all we can serve, and then people leave, and then they have to come back the next day. And the housing folks in my region are just super worried that for them, this is a really important piece of their overall service, and yet we don't see it necessarily equally valued by HLC. And so just wondering, where do you see it working? Is it central? Things like that.
Yeah, we do value the work that the Housing Consumer Education Centers do. We are thankful for the important work that they do every day, educating the public about our programs and the services that we provide, and helping folks navigate applications to public services. But in this difficult fiscal climate, we must prioritize direct benefits to households over than services. So while the $5 million is less than what we were able to afford in recent years, when we had tons of federal money to be able to alleviate pressure elsewhere on our state budget, this annual appropriation does exceed pre-pandemic levels for the Housing Consumer Education Centers. So again, we value them. We appreciate the work that they do. They're on the front lines. They're supporting, individuals and families coming in, trying to navigate how to apply for housing. But due to the fiscal climate that we're in, $5 million is what we're able to fund for the program, and it is more than what it was funded at pre-pandemic.
Understood. Last thing from me, and thank you to the chairs. We're talking today about shelter beds, and Undersecretary Thompson will not be surprised that we're going to raise this here. My understanding is, in the reprocurement, the beds are dropping to 3,200. I wonder what the percentage of occupancy for family beds is right now in the Commonwealth.
Yeah, I can speak to that, and you're absolutely right. So A few years ago, we sat in this room and we had over 7,500 families
Sure.
in shelter, well over any historical caseload size. In the reprocurement, so beginning July 1, we're looking to procure up to 3,000 to 3,200 shelter beds statewide, and we're looking to procure a mix of unit types so that we have a stronger, more resilient, and more flexible program than the one that existed before, knowing that caseload goes up and down. One of the challenges that we had in 2023 was that the only option to us on the table was to continue to expand until we made policy changes. And so we really want to build a system that's more flexible should that happen again. So the caseload right now of the family shelter system is around 1,600 families. I'll let you jump in.
No, that's, thank you for that, and you have been very forthcoming in that. So we're essentially at 50% occupancy at the lower rate when it drops to 3,200. And, you know, I think we have a responsibility in that, as we've discussed with some senators, some Senate colleagues, and I think HLC has a piece of this to try to find a better balance, right? So if we're procuring at 3,200 beds and there are people right now being turned away from family shelter, I think it's incumbent on us to try to get at least increase the occupancy. I understand we can't go back to hotels, and I understand there isn't an appetite to go higher than 3,200. But if we're at 1,600 of the 3,200, that means there's 1,600 families who could be in shelter now. And instead, some are being turned away. So as you know, Undersecretary, in my region, the stat that we've spoken about is in Pittsfield, ServiceNet, at one moment, 29 beds, but there were 2 occupied. But yet they turn away people. And I feel like I bear some responsibility here, but I think it's a bigger problem than just the legislative piece of this responsibility. And I really hope we can stay engaged as HLC and the legislature and try to find a stronger solution to one we have now, because the shelter providers out in Western Mass are in agony, really, you know, turning families away because those families are going to go sleep out in the cold. It's still cold in northern Western Massachusetts, even though it's spring here. And that's just a difficult position for us, as you know, for anybody.
Sure. So one commitment we made to our nonprofit providers, and we do work with 50 of them across the state last summer, as the system was changing dramatically and caseload was coming down, was that we weren't going to go too far too fast. And I think that's part of what you're seeing here. We think that the best way to design the best shelter system is through reprocurement. That's why we're doing the second one in 18 years. And we think, again, we'll have a more flexible system. I'm with you. I never want to hear about a family who is in need of shelter and is not able to access it because of our system. So we have tried to make changes over the course of the past year, and also to try some things out, again, aligned with that commitment not to go too far too fast. One thing that we've done is introduced on a permanent basis what we call an inclement weather policy. So when the cold weather is cold and there's snow, we extend the option to families, no matter what their circumstance, to seek shelter so that they can have a roof over their heads, no matter what their prioritization criteria are. So they don't need to be a pregnant mother, for example. It's any families who is trying to access the system. That's one thing that we've done. As the Secretary said, we in January, and this is a sign of, I think, the progress that we've made, we ramped down what we call the rapid track of the program, which is the shorter time period for families. And that was another reflection that should have an impact on the caseload. And so we are with you. We want to continue to make improvements to the system, and certainly appreciate your partnership in that policy making, and want to continue to improve the system and serve more families more effectively.
Thank you so much. I guess going forward, I think we have to be careful and not say that, you know, our numbers are lower because everyone who needs shelter is being served adequately. In some cases, our numbers are lower because we've closed the door. to these families. And I just think it's super important for us just to own that, because that's part of what I believe government has to wrestle with. If we're going to be honest with each other and hear our providers. And I know you are. I know you're listening deeply to them. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator.
And I think I also would like to add that we are listening and that we heard that there was concern about there wasn't the ability for families out in Western Mass to apply for shelter. And that's why we started the 6-week Greenfield pilot, where we'll have a homeless coordinator that's usually based in Springfield. Will now on Wednesdays from 8:30 to 5, will be in the Greenfield DTA area office. So we're partnering with DTA to make sure that we have that coverage. We're going to see what kind of numbers we see and go from there.
And I should have thanked you for that. Undersecretary Thompson was quick, right? We weren't able to access the winter flex because there wasn't a housing coordinator up in Franklin County, God help us. And so you moved it quickly, and I should have thanked you for that. And we are able to access that flex now because of HLC moving. Hopefully, we'll be able to continue to have equitable access to HLC services. So thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Rep. Vaughn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Secretary, thank you. Can you speak, in my community, I've met with general contractors, builders, developers. They have expressed concern. They want to increase housing production as well, but they've voiced their concern about red tape, both on the permitting side, energy mandates that are restricting them from actually building affordable housing, the rising cost of materials and such. Can you speak to if you've been out in the community, met with such developers, contractors, gotten their feedback on what's stopping them from going after many of these builds? At the end of the day, you know, I've listened to some of the feedback, and affordable housing in my community looks like $2,800 for a one-bedroom condo, $3,200. I mean, frankly, that's about equal to my mortgage, and I have a new build in Rentham. So if you can speak a little bit to that, and you know, your outreach to that group of, again, contractors, developers, you know, and what that feedback has been, and how we can limit some of the red tape and maybe incentivize more on that end to get to the housing production that we need.
No, that's a great question, and I'm going to turn it over to Eric, and he can talk a little bit about some of the commission work that we did to unlock the barriers to providing more housing.
Thank you, and I just want to say we are very aware and in contact with the people who are building the housing, the developers, whether they're building multifamily or single-family homes, or the piece that we're really looking excited to about now, accessory dwelling units. The question is, how do we build more faster? Part of what this administration did, and the interim secretary spoke about, the Unlocking Housing Production Commission, that brought together experts from the field who were charged with saying, okay, what are those things that we need to look at to build more housing faster? And the regulatory structures, the building codes. An example of a recommendation that this administration then picked up is the recent change to the MEPA review process for priority housing projects. The governor proposed a reg change that would take a process that would often take over a year, and if you are now a priority housing project under the regulation, you get your approval in 30 days. So those are just examples of ways that we are working to undo some of the red tape around housing. For ADUs, not only have we changed through the Affordable Homes Act the law to allow ADUs to be built in almost every community in Massachusetts, but we're also looking at what are those barriers that homeowners might face in building an ADU, including the financing when it comes to being able to afford to build it, but also then the design. If you're a homeowner, we're right now sponsoring a design challenge where we're bringing together designers to say, what would an ADU look like for you? And that design challenge will make that design available to any homeowner who may want it. They can bring it to a contractor or a builder to start the conversation and say, hey, I want to build this. All of that is to reduce the amount of time going through the process of figuring out whether I can build an ADU, to paying for it, to designing it. So they're just examples of that we're doing, again, to try to make the process faster anywhere that we can.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you so much. A few questions and comments, please. And picking up, Eric, where you left off, I have to say, on behalf of my mom and my family, thank you for the ADU policy. She spent the winter in a home attached to my sister and brother-in-law, and so had her needs met. And on behalf of my sister and brother-in-law, they now have a built-in caregiver to get my niece off the bus every day. So it was a great strategy, and it's something, despite some commentary we hear, that actually improves neighborhoods and improves municipalities. So thank you for that. And a comment I want to make in talking about the Affordable Homes Act, and don't necessarily have to answer it because I think I'll get the answer when that dashboard is up and running. But I know many of us raised concerns during the debate around the Affordable Homes Act that the HDIP program in particular did not have guardrails built in. And many of us had concerns that developers would continue to benefit from that HDIP to be able to build market rate housing in markets that were already hot and thriving, and not necessarily in spaces where we know we need them to be going, and my community included. And so I think that's something that we want to continue to make sure that that's helping to get developers to go to parts of our Commonwealth where they're not going right now. And so I look forward to tracking that when we have a dashboard. With that said, I really want to get into questioning, go back to EA. Want to echo the gratitude and the appreciation for the partnership and the ongoing conversations. And Madam Secretary, I think you've got the worst month to have to fill in this job. So thank you for being here today and for your testimony. And you've got a great team around you working on this. I think it's really important that we are having in this conversation around EA in context, where we were in the FY24 budget and calendar year 23, and where we are now, as we talk about the budget, particularly as we talk about the 7-page single-spaced budget line item for EA, which is packed, jam-packed, with ways to keep families out of shelter, right? And that's both on the legislature and in the administration as well. But what's important to note, right, what we saw in the last 3 years was a humanitarian crisis. It was not a normal influx in the EA shelter system. EA was how this administration, and I want to thank the administration for responding to the crisis. EA is how the administration chose, naturally, it somewhat aligned, right, chose to respond to that humanitarian crisis. We've seen that periodically throughout the history of the EA system, that Hurricane Maria probably being the most recent example, where a humanitarian crisis in one part of the world drove residents under harrowing conditions, and we can't lose sight of that, to come to our state as well as many other states in the country to be able to seek refuge, right? And that's what we saw over the last 3 years coming out of Haiti in particular. And it's important to note that because historically we know that it's always been roughly around 10% of families, not just out of country, but out of the state that are in the EA system. And so what I think was alluded to by my colleague, and I know we've been in conversation around what we have done in the past 2 years, an attempt to respond to the drastic, as you referenced, drastic increase in EA shelter use in response to the humanitarian crisis, has drastically altered the ability of families, and now particularly Massachusetts-based families, to be able to access a system. It's really important that we talk about in terms of not just kind of funding strategies, but policy discussions around how we're going to, as you talk about right-sizing the number of beds, right-size the policies. I do want to first and foremost uplift and thank the administration for the investments in the housing preservation and diversion programs. That's where we should be fighting for, right? Because it's not only better for families, Undersecretary Thompson, to your point, that they don't have to go to the shelter system at all, but it's actually cheaper for the Commonwealth. It's, our dollars go much further when we're actually keeping people housed, including with rental assistance and helping them get stabilized through rental assistance. That said, we know, predominantly based on immigration policies coming out of the federal government, that influx is gone completely. We are not seeing families come into the Commonwealth, which, quite frankly, is unfortunate because one of the benefits we saw, and we know these numbers, and I know you have some data on workforce. I don't know if you have it with us today, but what we did see is that most of the families that were coming into the Commonwealth were the shortest staying families in the system, and that they were actually filling workforces that we so desperately needed to be filled following the pandemic. I think many of us can probably cite specific examples. I know the Worcester RTA was able to bring on new drivers because they were able to do training programs in-house and partner with some of the shelter providers to get some of the wraparound supports, not to mention the healthcare and a whole host of industries and workforces. Unfortunately, we're seeing those numbers decline again, and so we're going to all feel the impact of not having workforces in these particular areas again. So, but I do think, again, as we're now resetting the conversation and rebuilding and building a system, which, again, I'm going to strongly always advocate, it focuses on diversion and prevention and housing stabilization or rapid rehousing. But I do share my colleagues' concern that, unfortunately, the notion that our caseload has decreased does not reflect the reality that demand has not. And maybe some numbers fluctuate, but the reality is that we can say we want to serve the most vulnerable, but any family seeking shelter is vulnerable. And I do have to reference, because this comes up a lot in the debate, the vast majority of families here in the Commonwealth that seek help can validate there is no right to shelter in Massachusetts. There is a moral principle that we have agreed to, but due to that 7-page budget line item and matching regulations, it is very difficult for families to be able to access the help they need. And so, but I really want to go back to where we are today. So I'm hoping you can talk a little bit about kind of the demographics of the system, kind of particularly point to those numbers of length of stay within the system of the newly arrived families that we saw over the last couple of years, and then kind of what the system is looking like as we talk about this fiscal year and going forward.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your partnership over the past few years. So to start with some numbers, over 90% of the families who are seeking shelter today, and this has been true for at least the last 6 months, maybe the past year, are longtime Massachusetts families. So one of the things that we did in the spring following the SUP last year was made changes to eligibility. Any family who's coming to EA as they're getting the full eligibility needs to prove their Massachusetts residency. And so you can have moved here recently, but you need to put down roots. And that is one of the things that we check through the eligibility process. So more than 90% of families who are seeking EA are longtime Massachusetts families. And I think that you mentioned workforce and investments in workforce. That's something that we really did at an unprecedented level in the recent years, and something that we hope, one of the many things we hope will stay with the EA program following the crisis of the last few years. So we've stood up relationships with mass hires across the state. We have ESOL programming, the kinds of supports that never existed before. And looking ahead to the future, to our reprocurement of the system, we've built in a number of coordinators, program positions that we think are incredibly important to supporting families in achieving their stability, but also being successful after they exit from the shelter system. So one of those new coordinator positions we're asking our providers to have is an employment coordinator, because we want to make sure that families are using their time in shelter to overcome their barriers to rehousing, and income is an incredibly important barrier to overcome, for sure, as we were talking about the cost of apartments across the state. So we've tried to really make investments that last in reforms that make this a more strategic, high quality, and successful program for families than we've ever had. And another number I want to share is, when we started this crisis a few years ago, our response to it, there were families who had been in shelter for as long as 8 years. And we know that that is not a shelter program that's also being successful also. We want to be sure that we're using that time to support families to rapidly rehouse. In the average length of stay of families in shelter today, I think the median is under 100 days for the first time. So we are working very hard with our providers to make sure that families are supported who are seeking shelter and that they're overcoming those barriers to rehousing, and they have supports that stay with them after they exit from shelter. We have stabilization workers that follow families for 1 to 2 years after they exit from shelters. And we know that, as the Secretary mentioned, we want homelessness to be rare, brief, and non-recurring. We're kind of at the point now where we're really starting to see the last one. I think we got really good at rare and brief, and we want to make sure that the system that we've stood up ensures that family homelessness is non-recurring as well. So I think that's something that we work very closely with our providers on, as well as those regional administering agencies that are supporting families through the home-based program. And 1 in 10 families who are exiting from shelter are exiting into a situation where they do have subsidized housing. So one of the first things our housing search workers, when they're working with providers, are doing for families is making sure that they're signed up for CHAMP, and that they, if they're eligible for a voucher or for public housing, that they're on those lists, and that support continues after they exit from shelter with their stabilization work.
Rep. Sullivan Almeida.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to you all. I have 3 questions, and I promise to be very brief. So I hold office hours in my COAs every month, and some of the concerns with the seniors are senior housing and priority on the list of waiting list for senior housing. A lot of them are concerned with the fact that now that they're not individually run by the cities and towns and that the state has taken it over, that they won't take priority in the town that they currently reside in or locally to the town that they currently reside in. And so their concern is that they won't have access to their family and friends that they have had for years and years and years. So is there a way that we can address that? Or is that something that is on your radar to address to make sure that these seniors are given priority in a community they already have roots in? I guess that would be my first question. And then I can follow up with the other 2 if it's easier that way, or I could ask all 3 at the same time.
Okay, so I think why don't we start with the first one?
Perfect.
Okay, so state-aided public housing is, situated in 229 local housing authorities, and it's a resource available to everyone across Massachusetts. And so any Massachusetts resident may apply. Local preference ensures that most of the housing offers go to residents. And since CHAMP launched in the fall of 2018, 56% of the housing offers went to local applicants. And since we launched the centralized screening back in September of 2023, that proportion is now 67%.
Okay.
And then I think it's also important to note that we have made some changes where we did a public housing reg where you can only apply to 25 housing authorities, as before I think it was over 100.
Right.
So we're trying to limit that so that way we can make sure that we're not creating administrative burden on the local housing authority. And then also we can try to make sure that the person who is applying for public housing is close to their home community. So we're trying to make sure that CHAMP is working the way that is intended, and it is. And we're also making sure that we have this precious state-owned public housing resource. We want to protect it, and we want to make sure that folks that apply through CHAMP, that it is a smooth process administratively for the local housing authorities as well as the applicant.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then I guess similar to my first question, and you guys brought up kind of the priority for women that are pregnant or women with infant children, and it brought to mind a young woman in my district that had 2 infants, a set of twins, and they were immunocompromised. And of course, they needed emergency shelter in a situation, and the emergency shelter that they received wasn't really adequate for her situation. Are we addressing those kind of issues as they come about, or is there a way that we can address it so that we're not having the intervening of the legislator to say, hey, we have this constituent who's now in a housing with, say, sobriety people or, mixed use or what have you, and she has 2 infant children that are immunocompromised, and can we get her to a different location, essentially closer to her family to have access to those other resources? is that something that's being addressed, or is there a way that we can, as a legislator, address it?
Yeah, so I appreciate your team in raising that one, and I'll follow up with my team to make sure we did everything right in that situation.
Yeah, I think when we did intervene at that point, you guys were very helpful, and I appreciate that. My concern is that how many other people are in that situation that don't know to reach out to their legislators, for that assistance. So I guess that's just a red flag that I want to flag for you guys, just because, in situations like that, it may be difficult for people to reach out or not know who to reach out to. So that barrier there, if there's something that we can do on our part as the legislator to address it in either a policy change through you guys or a legislative change. And then my third question has to do with one of my communities. They're MBTA non-compliant, and they are working very tirelessly to have multi-use, mixed-use, multifamily housing, right, to meet that state-level mandatory minimum. And their concern now is that their grants are being denied. Thousands of dollars of grants are being denied. So is your office doing anything to help these communities so that we're not putting them further and further behind, and then the financial strain that's causing them to get deeper and deeper into a hole? There's already a community that's looking at overrides and everything else, and they're being level funded. If not, they're looking at layoffs. So my concern is, especially for my community that I represent, what are we doing to make sure that we're not harming those individuals even more? Because, there was a comment that was made that, one size doesn't fit all. In my community of East Bridgewater, it doesn't fit. There's very much infrastructure, whether it be water, sewer, roads, public safety, or the ability through the schools to withstand that increase. So my concern is that with them being non-MBTA compliant, now we're doing more of a disservice by refusing them grants or denying them grants. So that's something that I also wanted to flag, and is if your office is doing anything to address that.
So, as we all know, housing is one of the most important priorities of the Healy-Driscoll administration. The MBTA Communities Law, which was voted by the legislature and signed into law by the previous administration, this is a critical piece in expanding our housing supply. There are 11 non-compliant municipalities that are seeking legislative review for multifamily districts. We are using every tool in our toolbox to achieve the housing goals laid out by the MBTA Communities Law. And all municipalities that have applied for funding to create a multifamily zone to comply with MBTA communities has received funding regardless of the compliance status. So we want to work with every community. We want to get you there. We're there to partner. We're working very closely with Mass Housing Partnership to provide technical assistance, grants. The governor also, included funding for the Housing Works Infrastructure Program. Those are grants that are available to allow communities to be able to build more housing. So we're here to work and support communities.
And I speak directly to the community that I know, right? The one that I represent, East Bridgewater itself, they have septic systems throughout the town. Very much an issue with sewer, water infrastructure. I know that a project that has already been developed or in the process of being developed, luckily we partnered with our cities of champions over there in Brockton to be able to get water and sewer to those, to that development. However, that is one of the biggest concerns, especially for my district, Abington, Whitman, East Bridgewater, is the water source. So I understand that it is a priority to build more housing, but if we don't have the resources to also be able to address those, whether it be water or sewer, and then everything else that it has an effect on, it's just concerning to me and to my community. So I'd be happy to kind of connect with you guys on an offline basis and directly with my community partners as well.
Yeah, we definitely hear you on the infrastructure needs, which is why the governor created the Housing Works Infrastructure Program and also the MBTA Catalyst Fund as well for compliant MBTA communities.
Thank you.
More than happy to meet.
Thank you.
Rep. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this question, Secretary and Undersecretary, it's regarding Section 8. So as you know, HUD has proposed a rule that will require every member in a household to be fully documented in order to receive Section 8 assistance, and I know it's under review in the next 60 days. My office has received calls from private landlords and from a CDC. There's actually a CDC in my community that is afraid that they will have to evict 60 families if this rule does take effect. So my question to you is, if this federal rule takes effect and mixed status families lose Section 8 assistance, have you calculated what that impact will be in Massachusetts? And how are you reflecting that in your budget projections?
Great question. We are aware of this particular federal rule, and right now our team is doing the analysis to see how many of those households will be impacted that are in a state program. But it's important to note that there are other federally owned public housing as well. So we need to understand what's in our portfolio at HLC, but also understand the impact statewide. So we're conducting those meetings now to understand the numbers and understand the impact and what the options and choices are. And so we're more than happy to meet with you offline to talk about how we're getting ready to deal with that particular policy change.
Do you have somewhat of a forecast? Is it up in the thousands?
You know, there's a lot of uncertainty coming from the federal government, and so we want to make sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's, and I want to make sure that I have accurate numbers before I report out on that. Yep.
Rep. Kilcoyne.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Madam Secretary, I just wanted to, hi, I'm over here. I'll keep my question brief. My colleague, Representative Sullivan Almeida already kind of touched on this a little bit. First, I wanted to thank you and the entire team over at HLC. You've shown, I think, considerable care for our public housing authorities throughout the state. I know the former secretary visited my district twice in Lancaster and Clinton and met with members of the Housing Authority, which was always a interesting meeting. But I think that one thing the Affordable Homes Act included was historic investments into our public housing authority. A big issue that I think aligns with what you were saying as well, Representative, is many of these public housing authorities are stretching their operating budgets to the penny, and they don't have the necessary funds for capital investments. And so I know I've seen locally in my district, but I think this is true for many communities across the state, that there's some housing units that are vacant because they are not able to conduct the necessary repairs, let alone expansions and increasing the number of housing. So I know that we've been fortunate in some of our local housing authorities to see some capital investments made. And so thank you so much for the assistance with your office on those. But I just was wondering if you had an update on if there has been significant movement across the state in trying to invest in some of these housing authorities, making sure that they are able to make necessary improvements, both to expand access, but also to ensure our residents are living in quality housing.
Yeah, great question. And we're super excited to talk about the Affordable Homes Act because it provided significant capital funding for projects to modernize and make sure that our public housing units are safe and decent units. And so the operating budget provides the operating subsidies to pay for staff, salaries, insurance, so on and so forth. But Governor Healy has been the first governor in over a decade to propose operating subsidy increases. So there is a deep commitment to making sure that we preserve this precious public housing resource that we have here. And so what I will say is the capital funding increased from $109 million in FY23, the capital plan, to $184 million in this current fiscal year for FY26, the capital plan. And that represents a 69% increase in 3 years. So that's showing the administration's prioritization of public housing. And we expect that the FY27 CIP will increase to $194 million. So, we're putting our dollars where our mouth is. The previous secretary was adamant about getting out there and meeting with as many housing authorities as possible because you need to understand what's happening on the ground so that we can advocate for what's needed. And so we're really excited about that. In terms of the vacancies, we've made tremendous progress on that front. with a lot of different initiatives, working very closely. We were calling every single local housing authority that had a greater than 5% vacancy. We also did a lot of budget exemptions, and we recently actually created a vacant unit task force pilot, where we procured 2 task force with Worcester Housing Authority and Taunton Housing Authority. And so they're providing the technical support to the other housing authorities that are struggling with vacancies. So our goal is to make sure that we have as few vacant units as possible. It's important to note that there are going to be times when units are offline due to redevelopment, but we're working very closely and providing those resources that are needed.
Well, that's incredibly encouraging. So thrilled to hear on the progress that's being made, and always welcome news and updates on how that investment is going. It certainly was something I was very supportive of in the Affordable Homes Act. As you said, Secretary Augustus traveled to my district twice and all over the state, and any member of you or your team is always welcome to come to Central Mass if you'd like to check it out. But thank you for your continued effort and work on that, and looking forward to continuing to partner with you to make sure we continue those important investments. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Rep. Pease.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Madam Secretary. So we've covered a lot, and you've answered a lot of questions. I just want to say that the rental voucher program is obviously a huge program that the investment is well worth it, and the $12 million winner. My regional housing folks are good. They just don't necessarily like that it falls off April 1st, but it's at least it's a separate line item, and that's something that they like to see. I will say that it's been a few years since I've seen the numbers, but I know that when we talk regional equity again, that when Western Mass, compared to the beds from the rest of the state, the funding they get, the percentage doesn't necessarily match up. So I'd appreciate it if maybe you could take a look at that to make sure that we're at least getting the equity that we're looking for. And then I was going to also talk about the public housing, and I was so glad to hear the capital improvements too for public housing in ours. But I also would like to see maybe their regular budget just at least keeping up with inflation, not just being a 2% increase, but at least the capital improvements going forward in a nice way. So now a question for you: okay. The $3 million are for the reentry transition program. So. I don't know how much you oversee that, because I'm just trying to dive into it, because we're getting one put into our city, which everybody says it's much needed. It's a great program, except for this particular one is going right next door to an elementary school and an intermediate school with 5th and 6th graders, and the community says it's a great program, but it's the wrong place. And I don't see where we have any say in that, so I'm not sure what kind of controls you have over these reentry programs, but I think that there just needs to be some. Right now, under the Logan Act, it's looked at as it's an educational type of facility, so it's no limits on where it can go in a city or town. I think we need to probably relook at that, because I just think there should be a buffer from being close to school and children that are going to be walking by the facility, even though their track record seems pretty impressive, and the one going here. But again, I don't know if you can answer that now, but I'd like to know what kind of input, because I've been trying to contact some folks in probation about it, and I haven't really got any good answers yet. So if you have anything, I can talk offline or whatever. But
yeah, more than happy to talk offline. But what I will say, in the governor's budget, there is a line item for reentry. And so HLC works very closely with the Executive Office of Public Safety in creating a program that both serves the needs of folks that are reentering the community. The line item provides for $2.1 million in grants for sponsored-based service-intensive transitional housing, and also $600,000 for 30 vouchers for older reentry adults as well. So that's the program. I'm more than happy to, provide more information offline, but we do work very closely with our partners at the Executive Office of Public Safety and with those, sponsor-based providers.
all right, great. And I'm looking to see who can maybe tie these grants or something to some kind of regulation, just to make a little more common sense for communities. Not that we want to do away with these programs; they're much needed, but just have a little buffer zone. So thank you.
Representative Kearney.
Madam Secretary, and your team, thank you so much for being here. Nice to see you. I want to circle back on a conversation we had a little bit earlier on the Affordable Homes Act and accessory dwelling units specifically. I represent Marshfield, Situate, and Norwell in the South Shore of Massachusetts. We're really happy about all of the promotion of accessory dwelling units, but we're starting to run into a couple of issues locally where even though by right residents have access to building a 900 square foot ADU, the cost to hook that ADU up to town sewer is $16,000. It's $14,000 to hook up to town water. The building permits are approximately $3,500, and the town charges $750 for a site plan review that does not get charged to residents that are building single-family homes. So to give a drastic comparison, there was a house in Situate that is probably cost over $10 million to build. It's over 12,000 square feet. There's 5, 6, 7, 8 bedrooms. I haven't been inside. They were charged $16,000 to hook up to sewer and $14,000 for water. Folks that are trying to build a 740 square foot, 1 bedroom, 1 bath are being charged the exact same amount to hook up to town infrastructure. Are you doing anything, and this, I know that this isn't just the case in one of the towns that I represent. This is happening around the Commonwealth. Are you doing anything to look into regulations where there's some sort of equity for people that are trying to build these units? Because when the cost of these units starts at $34,000 before a footing or a hole gets dug in the ground, it's completely unaffordable for people to build, no matter what financing the state is offering. So I would just ask that you look into that. If you are doing something on it, I'd love to hear what your regulations or research has shown.
Thank you, Representative. And again, on to ADUs, we're really proud of what that has accomplished already just in the little over a year since the law went into effect. There are over 1,000 units polled, or 1,000 permits polled for ADUs. And as we've implemented the regulation that we put into place, we're continuing to look at what are additional barriers, and have certainly heard from homeowners, from building inspectors, from other members of the community that there are septic utility hookup issues, and it's something that we are working to identify where additional guidance or if additional regulatory changes are needed that can address it, that we can make those so that we can continue our progress towards creating as many ADUs as possible. One of the resources that we are making available through the capital budget and with Mass Housing Partnership, MHP, it's going to be basically technical assistance for homeowners so that they can go to MHP to help understand whether exactly what's going to go into building an ADU, whether it's feasible for them, what are all of the costs, so that they have a clear picture. So in both providing resources for homeowners, working through additional regulatory barriers that we want to revisit, also working in partnership with other agencies like Mass DEP. DEP's put out guidance on Title V and sewer septic requirements for ADUs. And so we're looking at where additional guidance might be helpful, where we might be able to do additional regulations, and then working directly with communities, both the planners, the contractors who build ADUs, and then the homeowners themselves to help make it a reality for anybody who wants to build an ADU.
I appreciate that. If we could look into some regulatory structure where there's some sort of equity that is required of towns, because right now those costs are the same for a 740 square foot ADU or a 12,000 square foot home. And it undercuts exactly what we were trying to do with the legislation to promote the construction of those ADUs. And I think through the regulatory process, we can address those things. Again, towns are charging $750 for a site plan review for an ADU, but not for a single-family home. We really got to look into this stuff. So anything you could do would be appreciated.
Thank you. Senator Dooner.
Thank you. I have a lot of questions that I'm going to try and condense. First up, with the ADUs, much to Rep. Kearney's point, I traveled across my district meeting with developers. I was trying to find somebody who actually, there's a lot of permits that were pulled, but an ADU that actually made it to fruition, because I'm trying to get a better understanding of the actual cost to build these ADUs. It's great to have that policy in place, but if it's unaffordable for those families to do it. That's another story. And of the developers that I spoke with, they pulled the permits and they actually stopped the build because of the cost. It wasn't worth it. So I appreciate Rep. Kearney raising that point. Regarding the MBTA Communities Act, and I know this has already passed, and it's like, I sound like a broken record at this point, but I live in a district where there are towns that don't even have a single fire hydrant. They pull from the creek to put a fire out. It's very challenging. They've tried to put forth plans several times that keep getting shut down at town meeting. They're putting forth another plan, I believe, for the spring town meeting, and they just got denied a grant. And so I hope that you guys can try to keep an open mind for those communities that are really doing everything they can to get into compliance. However, as I'm sure you know, if you live in a town, the voters come in and they make that decision, and the select board, the entire town is trying to find a way to get into compliance, but they are being denied grants despite the fact that they keep putting forth, new plans, zoning over a new overlay. And I would just ask to try to find some compassion for those towns that are literally doing everything that they can to get into compliance. But again, one of my communities was denied a green energy grant just last Friday, I believe. So I know when this was voted on, nobody understood that grants were going to be pulled. I don't think anybody in this legislature would have supported that initially, knowing that communities would lose funding. But that is the case now, and for those communities that it is a real infrastructure challenge, and they're really trying, but if they're not going to receive those grants for infrastructure upgrades, it just makes it that more challenging. So I just want to bring that to your attention. And I do want to give a shout out to Seth in your office, who is really fantastic. I will say, regarding Senator Comerford talking about the empty beds, that's very common in my area as well. I've traveled to a number of shelters, some which are totally vacant, and I know that there is a homeless population in that community. However, they're not, quote, eligible to be in there, which is very frustrating when the Commonwealth is paying for those beds and they're not being used to help families who need it, especially in inclement weather. And Seth was really great in helping a mother and a child who was actually getting kicked out of one of those facilities because she was going to be there 2 days longer than her stay, but her unit wasn't ready yet. So he stepped in and helped. But those are like real challenges that these people are facing. And in having the support from your office, it was very crucial in allowing her to stay 2 days, because they literally sent her an email, you need to get out at 3 p.m. And Seth will tell you that. And to go back to my question regarding home base, so what is like the process? So obviously that's only for 2 years. So what does it look like from your office or any other departments as far as helping these people navigate over those 2 years? I can just see 2 years from now, a lot of potential evictions coming up. So what are the steps being taken to really help those people either get into more stable housing, whether that's, applying for a job, school? What does that look like for you guys?
Sure, I'm happy to talk to that, Senator, and thank you for the question. The home-based program comes along with a service that we call stabilization, and that could be provided by the same nonprofit that supported a family while they were in EA shelter, or it could be provided by the regional administering agency who for all families, cuts the check for the home-based program, just like they do for vouchers and for the RAFT program. So as part of that stabilization work, each family is assigned a case manager. The case manager meets with the families at least once a month and is there to support them with things around their tenancy, so making sure that the rent is getting paid. If they have a change in income, families contribute 30% of their income toward their rent when they're on the home-based program. So if their income changes, the home-based stipend would change. They also work with families to make sure kids are enrolled in school, that the healthcare is being provided, and those types of wraparound supports are there to support families. So that's a crucial part of making sure that the home-based program is effective. And the other thing that's going on while a family's in shelter and also while they're on home base is again, if they are eligible for a voucher or a longer-term subsidy, that's something that stabilization worker is going to continue to work with a family to make sure that if there's a spot opens up in public housing in their community and they're eligible, that they're able to access that. So the stabilization workers are working with families to make sure that they have a plan in place. Each family has, when they're in shelter, has what we call a rehousing plan as part of their case management. And then when they're in stabilization, they have a stabilization plan. So those stabilization case managers are meeting with families, working on overcoming their barriers to rehousing, and once they are in safe and stable housing, making sure that everything's in place for them to keep it.
And what's the caseload look like ratio for caseworker to family?
It's something that I won't quote it off the top of my head, but it's something that through the reprocurement, we have set lower caseload ratios for case management in shelter, and also set standardized rates for the first time in the EA program. This is something that's been in place on human service programs across health and human services for the past 10 years, but we never had an EA. That contributed to a lot of instability and uncertainty for those nonprofits, and lack of consistency, to the rep's point earlier around different families having different needs. So our goal through the reprocurement is to set standardized rates and to pay for the services that we need. And one of those places where we're increasing the rate that we're paying our providers in a consistent way across the board is in that stabilization case management. So we want to make sure that they have case managers in place and that their caseload ratios are coming down. And as we've seen more families move from shelter into rehousing, that stabilization caseload has grown. So we've tried to make changes big and small that support providers who are working with those families in their next step on rehousing.
Okay, so, and I'm just asking because of the few I've spoken to, they hear from a caseworker maybe once every 2 months, and these are people who have fallen really on hard times, are in a very vulnerable situation. I mean, I think even having a caseworker once a month is not enough. They really need some help and some guidance. And their challenge was they don't hear from their caseworker, and I'm not putting a fault on the caseworker. I'm sure that their caseload is overwhelming, to say the least. But at the same time, I just want to make sure that we're setting these people up for success, not necessarily setting them up for more subsidies, but kind of giving them the tools that they need and helping them get on their own 2 feet again. And the way the system is working right now, unfortunately, I don't see that happening frequently. And I just hope there's a path forward to be able to help these individuals. And this is just firsthand experience. It doesn't speak for all of them, but the number that I've heard from, they don't hear from their caseworker, or they're emailing and calling their caseworker and they're not getting calls returned. And I'm not sure where that falls or whose responsibility that is, but I don't like seeing people who are trying to do the right thing and trying to get on their own 2 feet, not really having an avenue or a path forward.
Yeah, I'm with you. So I appreciate you raising it, and I do think through the reprocurement that we'll be able to improve the level of service across the board. That's certainly the intent, and we want to make sure that our providers are getting a paid a rate that they can bring those caseload ratios down. And our requirement is at least once a month. So anytime that's not happening, we want to know about it and make sure we're supporting the provider to do what's needed for those families.
And lastly, just to echo Senator Comerford, if there's something the legislature can be doing to help make sure that those beds are full, if there's a policy that perhaps we're not in tune with that we need to be, I cannot stand driving by the EA shelters and seeing them empty. And I'll pop in there on my way by, and to hear that the whole place is empty is just so disheartening. When 1, we're paying for those beds, and 2, people need those beds, but they're ineligible. So if there's something on our end that we need to do as a legislature, that would be very helpful to know, because I don't want to see families living on the street when we have beds available for them.
Understood. Happy to follow up offline more, and our team can connect.
Thank you.
Rep. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Secretary and your team, thank you for coming. A lot of good points brought up by my colleagues today. And also shout out to Seth. We spend a lot of quality time together. Secretary Augustus has been to 3 of my housing authorities, which sort of like is the genesis of like what I wanted to talk about. So some people have touched on it, but our seniors are very, very, very vulnerable. I represent the town of Southbridge, which is a mini gateway. It is a gateway that doesn't have the official title. And that we have a former HUD unit development that is no longer a HUD unit. And we've had a series of private owners take over, and the rents have skyrocketed. I have 102-year-old people in there, and they tell me it's not senior housing. Well, guess who still lives there? So I called the owner, brought them to the table to help, as best they could. They have a plan. They have bills to pay too. And working with Worcester Housing Authority, Southbridge Housing Authority, I'm at a loss on what to do next because a lot of them aren't going to make it like in the plan. They have nowhere to go. Right? This is, this is part of my point. The other point is in Southbridge, in particular, it's a community ripe for investment by outside money that doesn't give a care about the town, and they're not maintaining their properties. I'm working with the town at the local level to inspect it, get some stuff on the record so I can point to that. Mm-hmm. But what can we do to help these seniors that they call me? It's heartbreaking. I carry it with me all the time, and I don't have a good answer, Secretary, that their kids won't take them, or there's no other places to go. They can't go to EA. It's private money. We can't stop that from happening. But they come at me with all the usual, rent control, this, that, and the other thing stuff. But it's anything we do is a long-term fix. And I would love to work with you and your team to really come with some solutions to help that town out. Because I got seniors that are in a very, very bad way right now. You got people coming in the front door and they're getting kicked out the back. I mean it. It's immoral.
No, it's heartbreaking. And so what I will tell you is that HLC is committed to working with you and your team to understand what's happening in your community and see what we can do to support you and our seniors. So thank you for bringing this to our attention, and we'll follow up with you.
Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Secretary.
Rep. Smola. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, thank you so much for your work and for your team. Seth, ditto. Job well done. Thank you. So as mentioned by a number of my colleagues today about some of the challenges relative to housing, new housing in the Commonwealth. And I believe our goal, you can correct me if I'm wrong about this, but I believe the governor's goal is 220,000 new homes by 2035.
That's correct.
Which is an admirable goal, and I think we all look forward to seeing that. But I do agree with some of the sentiment that's been expressed by my colleagues relative to existing building codes, energy codes, things that they feel are restrictive in terms of new development. Rep. Vaughn had mentioned this, and so did a few others. What do we do as a Commonwealth? Do we actively go out and talk to our developers, our builders, our contractors? Because I think all of us, we hear some very different things relative to the motivation that our developers have in the Commonwealth to even look at the opportunity to say, you know what, just not worth it relative to the code and the expenditure of time, resources, and money by comparison to other places. And I want to follow up with something up. But do we talk to these folks out in the field to ask them relative to the work that they do on development and new construction?
Yes, absolutely. We do talk to our developers, and we're working very closely with them to understand what are some of the challenges. And it takes a lot for a lot of these deals to pencil out. And so we're trying to figure out what resources that the state can bring to bear, what resources the community can bring to bear. But we have certain challenges like interest rates, supply chain issues, so on and so forth. And so we definitely are in ongoing discussions with them in terms of what can we do to alleviate those barriers and providing resources. I don't know, Eric, if you want to talk about some of the work that came from the commission.
Shorn spoke a little earlier about the Unlocking Housing Production Commission, which was that task of bringing experts in the fields, those who build the housing, to come together and ask the question, what do you need to build more and build more faster? Spoke about the MEPA regulation. That was a change that came directly from that. And then there are a whole host of other recommendations included in that report that the administration is looking closely at and seeing what can we move forward when it comes to the building code. An example of another action that we took from a recommendation that was included in the Unlocking Housing Production Commission, looking at updated building codes of, can we do things a little differently? Can we change the building code to allow single stair buildings for mid-rise? Right now, 2 stairwells are required. And so the governor earlier this year issued an executive order to bring together building officials as well as public safety, because that second stairs for emergency response purposes. But asking the question, has building technologies changed enough that we can both change the code in a safe way that can make it easier to build, make things less expensive? And those kinds of small targeted changes can unlock what are estimated tens to hundreds of thousands of units. And so those are all the things that we need to look at in every opportunity. The Governor's Mass Ready Act is another example. I know EEA, when they testify, may speak to this, but the Mass Ready Act includes provisions that can streamline the permitting process at the local level as well. So again, this administration is looking across every opportunity to try to see how can we do things differently, how can we use new technologies, how can we adjust regulations to make sure that we're not holding up housing and we can hit that 220,000 unit goal, which we know is ambitious, but we also know that we can get there with these kinds of changes, and we're well on our way.
Do we have an idea where we stand in terms of housing stock by comparison to other states around us or in the New England area? So if our goal is 220,000 new homes by 2035, where does Connecticut, Rhode Island, New Hampshire, where are they by comparison to Massachusetts if we have to rank the New England states? And the reason I ask that question is because I'm wondering if we take a look at their regulatory structure, their building codes elsewhere, to see what Massachusetts is doing by comparison to other states, and if there's a way that there can be parity. If there isn't, and if there is, great, or if we're way ahead, that's great. But where are we with everybody else?
I don't have an answer to that, and that's something that we can look into and get back to. I just don't know where other states might be and if they have goals and what their production rates are. We're never too shy to borrow ideas if we see that they work in other places. The ADU law is an example of that. Other states in the New England region did that, and we said we could do that here. And so we're always looking to what other states are to see if we can learn about what are the effective things that they've done. But then, of course, seeing what works here in Massachusetts.
I might suggest that there's some real value to doing that and doing it sooner than later, because throughout the course of today, we talked about some of these bigger issues, the out-migration issue, why people may be leaving the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. But the places that they are most likely to go, and there's some obvious ones, but if they're going over the border, right, not too far away from Massachusetts, why are they staying close to home and not staying here in Massachusetts by comparison? So let's take a look at their regs. Let's take a look at their building codes. Let's see what they're doing in their construction industry. And there's no pride of authorship in terms of Massachusetts being exclusive in its regulations. But if there's something that they're doing that we're not considering, perhaps that's a pool that we should be wading into. Just a suggestion. Thank you very much.
Rep. Holmes.
I want to go back to the EA shelter to begin with again. So next year we're going to spend, in this budget, we're going to spend $258 million. That's about where we were before the 7,500 number and the crisis, correct? So we're right back to about what we had been historically before we went to the 1.2 billion or whatever it was, correct? And so is that our current spend rate, about $250 million?
There's $276 million appropriated.
So about 276. Yeah. And so if we are, to the senators and so many Commonwealth's point, and interestingly enough, she and I agree on this one 100%. I was in a neighborhood meeting this weekend, and I had a senior stand up and say, I read that we are spending and paying for rooms and no one's in them, and why can't we put seniors in those rooms? So my question is, if we are spending $275, does that mean at 1,600, we are spending some in the neighborhood of 125, almost 30 million that no one is in the room? Is that right?
I wouldn't put it like that. I would say that there's an core infrastructure that's in place that includes things like case management, that their caseload ratios. So there's some places where we're paying for the room itself. There are other services and supports that are available across the caseload that a program supports. And what we're trying to do is get the best value for our dollar with the reprocurement and certainly a ton of change in the past few years. We're trying to have a higher quality system in the coming fiscal year. So the appropriation is going down from this current fiscal year to next fiscal year. We think we'll have a higher quality, stronger, more resilient shelter system on the other side of it.
All right, so you wouldn't put it that way, but are we spending $100 million and no one is in a room? What is the number for the rooms that we're spending that is not being occupied?
I don't have a number for you today. Happy to follow up with.
All right, so that would be great to follow up with, because I'm going to need to go back to Ms. Zimmerman and ask, and at least try to answer that question about, are we spending $100 million and no one is in the room? That is $100 million we could definitely be spending somewhere else. And so are we, with this new number, we're going to still, with the same projection, we're going to still project 3,200 in this 258. So we're in the same, if it doesn't move from 1,600 and it actually goes less, we're going to be in worse of a situation, because now we're going to have more rooms unoccupied. Is that right?
What I'd say is, over the course of the past year, we've made policy changes, at HLC. The legislature, in partnership with the governor, has also made policy changes over the course of the past year. So we are watching caseload closely. It's something that's hard to predict what will happen here, but we have seen the caseload following years of
All right, I gotta
steady
wait.
decline stabilize and start to go back up. So we're seeing the caseload go back.
Okay.
We are seeing the caseload start to go back up.
I got away with Ms. Zimmerman by answering her that we had a contract that we had to we're obligated to paying. She won't go for that very often. She's about 80 years old, and she's not going to go for that but one time. I want to just make sure I'm correct, though, to Rep. X's point.
Sure.
The point was that, are we a magnet for folks who are not coming who don't live in the Commonwealth? We're saying we've substantially reduced that magnet, because we're now at greater than 95% of the people in our EA shelter have proven that they are Massachusetts and been here for quite some time. Is that what you're saying?
The number of families who are seeking shelter today is over 90% longtime Massachusetts families. There may be families who are within that 10%, 5 to 10%, who are citizens who, coming from New Hampshire, Rhode Island, or other states. There may be families who have moved here in the last few years and are seeking EA shelter. But for all of those families, there's a requirement with the eligibility changes that they prove their Massachusetts residency.
So the answer is to X.
Yeah.
We've eliminated that problem, but we've eliminated most of that problem, right?
I think that has contributed to it, as
Okay.
well as the changes
Got it.
at the federal level.
They think I asked too many questions, so I'm just trying to be. I just want to make sure we're real clear before you leave.
Yeah.
All right. To the folks who asked about SEFT, I asked the governor a question about, and SEFT gave me an answer. Just want to make sure I have the answer the way I'm supposed to have it. So 43,000 local housing authority units in the Commonwealth that are ours.
Right.
And I asked the governor, I keep asking, how many of those are empty? SEFT sent me back a report that there are 1,073. Of those, 397 are being redeveloped, 664 mods, 12 are insurance claims. Are those 1,073 the only units that are empty today out of the 43,000?
As of February 2nd, 2026, there are 2,197 total vacant units.
2,000.
And excluding units.
I'm sorry, what was the number, 2,000?
2,197 total
Okay.
vacant. And excluding units offline for an ongoing redevelopment or capital project, there are 984 vacant units. So that's 2.46%.
All right, and so for all the talk, that to me is where we should try to get 1,000 more people housed, right? That's what we're saying. So in your line item, it has a target of anything under 10,000. That was the last piece of the line item, right? So does that mean that in today's goal, with today's money, if I'm in a unit and it's less than $10,000 to repair, we're trying to get that done with this amount of money. So this is line item 7004-9005 that has that local housing authorities are requiring 10,000 or less in repairs. Those are the ones that, in what you're sending me now, that's what we're going to try to get done.
Yeah, our goal, our long-term goal, is to continue to reduce operational vacancies until they hold steady at around 400.
About 400 is the goal. Okay, thank you.
Rebecca, you want to?
Thank you to my brother from Boston for clarifying that. That was important. Quick question. When we're talking about these 2,000 rooms, what are we talking about? Just to be clear, not only for us, but for the public. Rooms in motels or rooms, no? At rooms in housing authorities, I believe.
We are no longer in hotels and motels.
Okay.
In the Commonwealth.
So I'd like to clarify that. And that, so where are these units?
Well, we contract with 50 shelter providers, and those units are across the state. I don't know if you want to.
Do you mean the shelter units or the public housing units?
Well, like, I'm trying to clarify what these apartments or units that are no one in them.
Oh, you're talking about the vacancies in housing authorities?
Yes,
yes,
please,
Yes,
yes.
yes. So we've been working very closely. We've kicked off like a vacancy unit task force with Worcester Housing Authority and Taunton Housing Authority that's working with housing authorities that have a lot of vacant units. We've been providing additional resources to housing authorities that might need, especially in the senior housing, where they need to do some capital work in order to, revitalize that unit, do grab bars in the bathroom, do tub cutouts. So we're really working very closely, providing the resources. We're doing a lot of budget exemptions. We are having our facility management specialists and construction advisors visit these housing authorities to make sure that they have the tools and the resources. We've streamlined the process. We're making it easier for housing authorities to address those units that are offline, because we can't afford to have a single one offline.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to welcome you again, Madam Secretary. I know we had Secretary Augustus visit all our districts to visit our housing authority buildings, and we have a new one going in Brockton to replace an existing building that's in very deplorable condition. So it's just, replacing one for one. It's not going to be additional units, but I get calls every day, people looking to get into housing, apartments, et cetera. We've got a wide range of issues. Also, water is a very serious need in the district. And, several years ago, Brockton gets predominantly the amount of water from Silver Lake down in Pembroke and that area. It was so low you couldn't even water your grass, never mind trying to build a new home in Brockton. Since then, we went with the desal plant in Dayton. That's helped, but we got to increase the commodity, because that water resource supplies a lot of towns in the South Shore that I represent. So I want to do a follow-up with you and talk about that, because there's some plans in place to help ease the burden on these communities. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. We will definitely follow up with you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Want to take a 5-minute pause? I'm sure people have to go to the bathroom. And up next is, give me a second.
Okay, great. Yes.
No.
Perfect.
One more to go.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I should have been ready for this.
Yeah, he's here.
Righteous service. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the Joint Committee on Ways and Means. I'm Jason Snyder, Commonwealth CIO and Secretary of the Executive Office of Technology Services and Security. I want to thank Senator Brady and Assistant Vice Chair Diggs for chairing today's hearing, and our legislative partners here for participating in today's H2 budget hearing. We are grateful for the partnership we've had in this region, particularly with the many Cape municipalities that have taken advantage of our no-cost municipal cybersecurity training program, along with a regional cybersecurity tabletop exercise we held for Barnstable County municipalities in 2024 to test cyber incident response plans. We are deeply appreciative of the Cape's commitment to cybersecurity and ongoing partnership with our Secretariat. TSS was established with the vision that state IT services should be managed centrally, instead of having separate help desk, data centers, and other core IT systems spread across different agencies. Today, TSS has just under 500 full-time staff whose roles range from desk-side support, network, operations, cybersecurity, privacy, data analytics, digital services, and more. For the last 3 years, I have had the distinct honor of leading this team of incredibly dynamic, dedicated public servants. The approach we have at TSS is one of an enterprise that enhances the delivery of government services while continually improving the quality of these services, security, privacy, and the resident digital experience. I am proud to testify before you to detail the investments that Governor Healy has proposed in her FY27 budget recommendations to advance this continuous improvement. On behalf of TSS, we are deeply appreciative of the members of this committee and to the full legislature for your leadership and your understanding of the critical information technology needs of the state. Having dedicated legislative partners has been critical to making state government IT systems work more smoothly and securely for all residents. I know from my time working in state government that we do our best work when we work together, and this teamwork continues to deliver results to our shared constituencies. The budget that Governor Healy filed in January directly funds TSS at $60.3 million for FY27. These funds are mission critical to state government operations and directly address the cost of delivering government services in a world where the front door to state government is digital. We have found that when a person first interacts with a state agency to seek information or services, it is almost always online. You can see this action in your own experiences. When you go to make an appointment or if you go to the RMV, you always go online first, and that's how the services work. What is unseen in these transactions is the operations layer you're interacting with. Apps, servers, databases, cybersecurity controls, network infrastructure, etc. So when you fully fund TSS, you are investing in all state government's capability to deliver state services consistently, securely, and efficiently with modern, secure state IT infrastructure and applications. The largest cost drivers for TSS are twofold: the renewal of existing software and hardware maintenance and licensing contracts that support the operations and services provided across the executive branch and beyond, as well as the need to drive business value through new IT investment across state government. Like others in IT, TSS has experienced significant increases in fixed cost as annual maintenance contracts and license renewal costs increase at a rate higher than that of inflation. The $60.3 million amount appropriated for TSS and H2 funds the central IT infrastructure that enables all state government operations. The governor's FY27 budget ensures that our state's standard operating environment remains secure, that our enterprise IT infrastructure and network operate reliably, and that shared services are delivered effectively to our partner agencies, who are ultimately customers of TSS. H2 directly supports our state's IT resilience by allowing us to complete the data backups to ensure continuity of service. It also appropriates funds for the Massachusetts Bureau of Geographic Information, known as MassGIS. GIS technology allows the state to take raw data points you'd find in a spreadsheet and turn them into points on a map to provide geographic visualization along dozens of different dimensions across the state. In plain terms, MassGIS creates and maintains authoritative digital maps, such as property boundaries, aerial imagery, environmental data, and address information that agencies, municipalities, and the public use for planning, 911 dispatch, transportation, environmental protection, and emergency response. MassGIS also offers data downloads, interactive web maps, technical support, and standards to ensure location-based data across Massachusetts is accurate and consistent. H2 appropriations also support the operation of the executive branch's centralized IT service desk, as well as TSS leadership and management of large IT enterprise projects and IT master service agreements. These efforts ensure a consistent user experience across the state workforce while leveraging the state's purchasing power as a single entity. We also offer e-discovery services to the rest of the executive branch, a function that is directly funded in H2. The TSS legal e-discovery services help Massachusetts state agencies find, collect, and organize electronic information in response to lawsuits, investigations, public record requests, and audits. In short, H2 maintains critical funding for services and allows us to make progress across key priorities, such as data sharing and improved analytics to make data-driven policy and programmatic decisions, innovating to deliver government services more efficiently and effectively, enhancing the user digital experience, including digital accessibility, and maturing our cybersecurity posture to ensure that data and systems are secure. This progress has been made despite external financial pressures that have been experienced across the broader technology sector. I'd like to briefly highlight each of these enterprise priorities, starting first with cybersecurity and risk management. The governor's FY27 budget supports information technology modernization and hardware maintenance to enable the continuous renewal and improvement in the delivery of services and solutions. This includes protecting the state's IT systems and data through a refresh of end-user devices. It is recommended that end-user laptops be replaced every 4 years to ensure that the devices are continuously patched with software updates to avoid any security vulnerabilities. After 5 years, these devices reach the manufacturer's end of life for supporting hardware, making device refresh critical every 4 years in order to avoid reaching the vendor's end of support. H2 also enables the continued maturity of the Vulnerability Management Program. Through the Commonwealth Security Operations Center, or SOC, and the TSS Enterprise Risk Management's Office partnership on this program, cybersecurity vulnerabilities have been significantly reduced. In calendar year 2025, this last year, the SOC handled over 41,000 security events across the executive branch. Over 400,000 vulnerabilities were mitigated, a figure that constitutes a 26% increase over calendar year 2024. In concert with these remediation efforts, the SOC took action to quarantine over 88,000 email messages before they could be opened. From a July 2025 baseline, we have averaged over 5,000 more mitigated vulnerabilities per month than have been discovered. And our velocity, the ability of the team to mitigate a vulnerability within 30 days from discovery to closeout, has also risen year over year at a rate higher than the discovery of new vulnerabilities, indicating we are now resolving more issues than we are finding. As a result of all of this work from our dedicated teams, our state systems and data remain secure. This dedicated, time-intensive work would not continue to be possible without your continued support for TSS. The Vulnerability Management Program has now been expanded to include the identification and mitigation of operational technology and interconnected device vulnerabilities. Operational technologies represent IP-enabled utilities like the lights, the heating, HVAC, and water that are now connected to networks that provide administrative benefit for our building managers, but also introduce cybersecurity risk. As an example, in 2017, hackers breached a North American casino. They accessed data through an internet-connected fish tank thermometer. They got in through a thermometer. These things are all IP-enabled, and they open up security risk. We've now actively used our monitoring capabilities to manage and monitor what is happening across the state in these operational technology devices. We also recognize that cybersecurity risk is impacting our municipalities particularly hard. This FY27 budget supports the municipal partnerships I discussed in my opening statements by allowing us to provide services to municipalities and using the state's aggregated purchasing power to provide real cost avoidance for cities and towns in cybersecurity efforts. The municipal cybersecurity training program I mentioned is provided to municipal organizations, including local government, libraries, schools, water districts, and local public safety at no cost. We essentially provide training licenses that provide a year-long cybersecurity training that includes phishing, simulations, and other ways that attacks happen for municipalities. Another popular no-cost municipal cybersecurity offering is the Cyber Health Check program that accesses a municipality's or school district systems to identify cybersecurity risk and provide clear, practical steps to improve their overall security posture. Additionally, we have started a municipal CISO council that meets on a quarterly basis to learn about the cybersecurity impacts to municipalities. We invite all municipalities to come together and share their cybersecurity experiences. We also had our second Cyber 351 conference that brought together all the municipalities from across the Commonwealth to learn about cyber best practices together. We also continue to provide consistent outreach and support through our Office of Municipal School Technology that actively works with the communities where we all live. Another strategic objective for TSS involves enhancing the resident digital government experience. This administration recognizes the critical role that technology plays in the delivery of government services, with a vision to provide accessible, simple, and secure digital experiences. TSS continues to expand the digital experience for residents, anchored by the MyMassGov single sign-on, which now over 3.3 million residents now use to seamlessly access state services with a single secure sign-on, averaging 7.2 million sign-ons each month. A 65% increase in the number of residents using MyMassGov over last year. MyMassGov also allows residents to easily and securely access multiple Massachusetts state programs and applications with a single login and self-manage their data, including their name, password, email, and multi-factor authentication. That's where it validates you, say, over your phone, and it allows us to manage those settings. The MyMassGov team has continued to expand single sign-on integrations with other constituent-facing applications, which are now accessible through our portal. In 2025, April 2025, in partnership with the Mass DOT and the Registry of Motor Vehicles, we launched the Commonwealth's first constituent-facing, powered by generative AI, called the Virtual Assistant. In just 83 days, our teams transformed an idea into a fully operational virtual assistant that has already helped 400,000 RMV customers get timely, accurate answers to questions about licenses, registrations, and Real ID. This approach not only helped RMV surpass its Real ID compliance goal, but also created a platform that we have scaled to support other services and experiences, including DOR for personal income tax filing and child support services, applying for unemployment insurance, and accessing systems like Easy Drive MA and MyMassGov. Future services and partnerships to onboard into the virtual assistant include DTA's SNAP, DFML's PAID, Family and Medical Leave, and Economic Development's Business Experience. Across the platform today, we offer 24/7 multilingual access to up-to-date information and support more than 4,000 conversations a day. Though much of our digital accessibility program is funded on capital, I would like to highlight our digital accessibility work as a key element in our focus in bringing everybody to meet them where they are. With capital funding in FY25, TSS was able to launch an enterprise digital accessibility program led by the Commonwealth's first ever Chief IT Accessibility Officer and the establishment of the Accessibility Center for Consulting, Education, and Support Services, or ACCESS. This team is doing critical work that they're actually reviewing services, resources, and training opportunities to ensure that all of these things are accessible for all. I wish to convey that this team is undertaking work to actively prepare to meet the federal April 2026 deadline for state websites and mobile applications to comply with the ADA Title II, which establishes digital accessibility standards for state digital assets. The board released its annual strategic plan last month, and I look forward to leading its implementation. TSS is equally committed to emerging technology, including artificial intelligence, to improve government service delivery. Within the lens of state government adoption, agencies are actively encouraged to develop innovative use cases with AI. TSS has provided an AI sandbox, a walled-off, secure environment in which to innovate with generative AI while ensuring the data entered will not train any public AI tools. It remains within the Commonwealth. We get the benefit of the modern model, but a protected data space for us to innovate. Individuals and teams from every executive office have the ability to develop potential AI solutions that solve a business need and or have a positive resident outcome. While the sandbox is a secure environment, TSS requires that all users abide by the sandbox terms and conditions. The overall AI guidelines released by TSS this year, and the enterprise security policies set by TSS. Last month, we announced that Massachusetts is proud to be the first state to deploy ChatGPT at the enterprise level, and we're in the process of making it available to the executive branch workforce. AI technology is here to stay, and the best way to protect and equip our workforce is through active training and responsible use of these tools. We completed a competitive procurement process, and we wanted to select a vendor that would intentionally partner with us on workforce training and development of our staff. This training program provides a required foundational training for all users, followed by more advanced training modules, including this idea of training managers who now have staff who know AI. While many states are still testing limited AI pilots to a small number of staff, Massachusetts has taken a broader approach. Recognizing AI's long-term impact, the Commonwealth is offering ChatGPT licenses to any executive branch employees who choose to use the tool, demonstrating a commitment to preparing our workforce for the future. The pilot is grounded in our core values of equity, transparency, and innovation. Under our contract with OpenAI, strict data security and privacy standards ensure that Commonwealth data remains protected and under Massachusetts control. Participation is entirely voluntary. The initiative is designed to foster responsible innovation, strengthen agency operations, and equip employees with secure, enterprise-grade tools. It also includes both foundational and advanced role-specific training to ensure staff can use the technology effectively and maximize its value. For the past 2 years, we have also been partnering with higher ed institutions on AI projects within state government. We are now on our 4th cohort of students, which kicked off in late January in a partnership with UMass Amherst that we call AI for the Commonwealth, the number 4, AI for the Commonwealth. In the, sorry, they appreciated it. In the program, students are directly embedded in state agencies to develop AI solutions that address state agency business problems, such as to assist call center staff at Mass Health and the MBTA RIDE, assist highway engineers to more readily navigate the large quantity of standard operating procedures governing highway projects, and help municipalities find federal grants for which they may be eligible, just to name a few use cases. We expect great results from the 2026 AI cohort. Once again, I applaud the UMass Amherst students and their academic advisors for the professionalism they bring to this critical partnership. The last cohort presented their work to Governor Healy this past fall, and I had the opportunity to share how impressed I was with the technical knowledge and professionalism the students bring to this work. We have also partnered with WPI on data analytics initiatives that further support both AI adoption and our enterprise data analytics program. Speaking of data analytics, I would like to stress the importance of high-quality data to driving better insights and enabling sound policy. Funding in House 2 will further enable TSS to mature its Data Innovation and Analytics Office, ODIA. This office leads the Commonwealth's enterprise data analytics strategy, connecting people, technology, and insight together to make government more effective, transparent, and equitable. It facilitates interagency data sharing and supports an enterprise approach to data through shared data pipelines and replicable processes. Treating data as a critical resource rather than a byproduct requires enterprise architecture, enablement, and sustained operating investment. Fragmented data environments create inefficiencies, duplicative spending, and inconsistent reporting. Through an enterprise data approach, we are reducing silos between systems by building standardized, reusable data pipelines that lower integration cost and accelerate responsible data sharing across agencies. Over the last year, TSS has also begun implementation of an enterprise analytics program across Massachusetts. This includes deployment of common infrastructure across agencies, a lightweight but rigorous set of data standards to support integration and usability, and the development of a cross-agency data products to inform policymakers. The impact of this modernization is measurable. 2 years ago, interagency dashboard development took months. This past fall and winter, ODIA partnered with agency stakeholders and the governor's office to stand up federal funding and fair share dashboards in a matter of days. ODIA is actively scaling these tools across all secretariats and collaborating with offices such as the Office of Veterans Advocate to extend enterprise analytics statewide. Fiscal discipline remains central to this data work. By reducing duplicative data platforms and creating shared services that scale across agencies, we avoid rebuilding analytics capabilities repeatedly and ensure that taxpayer dollars are invested in reusable enterprise solutions rather than one-off systems. This past fall, ODIA created the first iteration of the AI Hub's Data Commons and helped launch it at a WPI hackathon with over 100 student participants. Through initiatives like the Data Commons, ODIA's infrastructure is positioning the Commonwealth at the forefront of responsible data sharing with industry, academia, and the public, advancing innovation while maintaining strong security and public trust. While our direct appropriations fund these priorities directly, part of our work as a secretariat is funded through the chargeback mechanism. As I mentioned, TSS is a service provider. The executive branch and other offices, the chargeback is the way that we recover costs to provide services. These are critical services that agency budgets support, and we provision from the center of their enterprise. Customer agencies consume TSS provision services and are charged after the fact based on the level of service consumption or other relevant service metric. The rates TSS charges customers encompasses costs that TSS incurs to maintain and support our products and services on an ongoing basis, such as software licenses, hardware maintenance, and IT staffing. We also recognize the importance of getting customer feedback of our services and their chargeback rates. We have hosted now chargeback town halls for agency customers and met individually with any agency or entity that would like agency-specific support. Last year, we implemented 2 chargeback advisory groups representing technical and financial leadership to collaborate on how rates are calculated and how the associated rates change from year to year. These advisory groups bring together financial and executive leadership from across the enterprise to collaborate on best practices and answer customer questions on chargeback. This intentional, sustained partnership has been essential to the success of our new chargeback model. As I've outlined, the governor's FY27 appropriations are critical to maintaining smooth, continuous operations and are foundational to how state government functions. Approving this budget will ensure that all state operations are secure, well-managed, and supported in times of crisis. We remain grateful to this committee and to the entire legislature for understanding and supporting our vision for a better delivery of government services enabled by technology. We ask for your strong consideration of fully funding Governor Healy's FY27 budget request for TSS. Thinking of the dedicated team at TSS and the initiatives they are driving forward, it is a sound investment. I deeply appreciate this committee's time and tremendous work ahead on the FY27 budget. And at this time, I'm happy to answer any questions the members may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To me, that was a lot. And when I say that was a lot, I'm thinking of our most vulnerable, our children, and our elderly, and thinking about how so many scams happen to our elderly, that I'd love to be able to see more technology on that to make sure that our elderly are being taken care of. Because, like I said, they're the ones that have got us here, but then they also not computer savvy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Our youth. I'm here in WPI. Those are great schools that are really and for the young. So we need to make sure that we go on the offensive and be able to teach and be able to show, hey, these are the things that we can do, so that we can make it better for everyone that doesn't know how to do those things.
Yes.
So I think the education and being able to give it to us is so important for us to be able to, oh, did you know that we have this, that, and the other, that it can be just off the top of our tongues.
I agree. So my mother-in-law is actively struggling to maintain her financial accounts online, because so many things are now, you have to do them online, and the bills aren't coming in the mail anymore. And she's really struggling with that. And what we have found is we're actively working with municipalities on cybersecurity, and as part of that effort, we're working to identify what we can do across all the Commonwealth in terms of helping people. Whatever we can do to make things more simple is better. And you see that with our Commonwealth systems. MassGov has been amazingly simplified. And through the introduction of multi-factor, we've made it more secure and more easy for somebody to be assisted. We also have created a dedicated IT service desk for people to call and ask questions. And a lot of the questions we get into is, I'd like to log in. How do I log in? I don't know how to even start. And so the service desk actively works with you to step you through the process for being able to log into state systems.
Thank you. Rep. Garcia.
Thank you so much for the overview. Is your SOC internal or outsourced? And yeah, go ahead. And then my second question is, when was the last time you had a pen test conducted?
Sure. So our SOC is internal. We have developed an internal security operations center. We do have a partnership with a company called New Harbor out of Vermont, but we actually manage the SOC internally directly, and they provide essentially off-hours support. We regularly do pen testing of all new applications. When you think about like a new application will go live, part of our process for testing is the pen test to ensure that those applications don't have any obvious vulnerabilities or can get attacked. So as part of our process for any new applications going live, they're pen tested. We also do at request pen testing on certain applications when asked, like, hey, what about this application? Then we'll perform those as well.
Do you pen test your networks?
We do actively provide our networks we provide regular pen testing for our network as part of the overall vulnerability testing.
And do you outsource that, or do you keep that in-house?
That's a combination of us and New Harbor.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Rep. X. Oh, I thought you had a question. Okay. Rep. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Can you, in the beginning of your testimony, you explained centralizing all of the data centers in your network. Can you understand why that's important, or where the vulnerabilities may lie as far as, I guess, having like redundant centers around the Commonwealth, just in case something may happen to one of the data centers and all of that data and, you know, the equipment that we have on the system?
That's a great question. So we're talking about consolidating management of systems. We do have a diverse approach to all of our data and our applications and our infrastructure. We actually, at this point, right now, we have 4 different remote data centers and a series of applications in the cloud.
Okay.
So we actually do have a diverse approach to ensure that, to your point, if there's something that goes wrong in one area, we can fall over to another area.
Do we manage all of our data centers here at the Commonwealth, or do we outsource any to colo centers or other third-party providers?
So most of it we manage. We do have a team that manages most of the data centers. We do, however, have a colo center at Markley in both
Boston.
Yeah, Boston and in Lowell. We have data centers in both Boston and Lowell where they're co-located. We also have our own data center in Springfield, and then we have one in Chelsea as well. The one in Chelsea is being retired, but we do have one today.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome. You mentioned you do cybersecurity training at no cost to municipalities.
Yes.
Has any municipalities refused to take your training or anything like that?
So none have refused. Sometimes they don't apply for it. We actually, hey, tell us about it and we'll get it to you. So there are some municipalities that just didn't apply.
If they didn't apply, do you get word out to every municipality?
We get out. So that's exactly where I was going to go with this, right? We get out. We want to make sure they know about this, because that was my first question when I came in, is like, why wouldn't a municipality apply for free training? And we thought it was one of awareness. So we've done active work to make sure that every Massachusetts municipality is aware of the work we can do with cybersecurity. That Cyber 351, which, 351 municipalities, that's another effort where we're trying to bring all the municipalities together for them to be able to be aware of what we should be doing from a cybersecurity risk perspective. They need to share. We are also actively encouraging regionalization, like we've seen on the North Shore, where multiple municipalities work together, because it allows a greater degree of monitoring and sort of shared capabilities. So we've also been recommending different municipalities work through that kind of model as well.
The reason I ask is some of the police departments that I represent in the districts, their stations have been hacked, their departments.
Yeah.
And I was curious. Bridgewater State has a whole cybersecurity. Are you involved with?
Yes, we're very well aware of that. I've toured that center. It's tremendous. One of the things I love about that are the students. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk to any of the students at Bridgewater State that are, help managing the SOC. They are so enthusiastic and excited, and it's just a great program for building our cybersecurity knowledge.
Yeah, a few years ago, I was able to get funding for Bridgewater. So I have a lot of constituents who are involved, not only students, but people who work there that I'm very close to. And I was able to tour their facility. It was just amazing. So thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Holmes?
Question, how many attacks do we get daily now? You normally tell me that number, but you didn't tell me this year.
So on a daily basis, I don't know if we know the number, how many attacks we get. But we did mention in the thing how many attacks we're getting. Let me see, I'll tell you the number, just looking here. Sorry.
Have they increased or decreased? I guess you were saying they've still been increasing.
41, so in 2025, so 41,000 security events in 2025. So, you know, that's about over 100 a day, right? I think the math's right in my head.
No, but the stat you had given before was how many are people just poking at us.
Yeah.
And I thought that was in the millions a day or something.
So, yeah, this is actual security events.
Right,
These are the
okay.
ones where our teams are responding and working.
Right.
to do
That's
stuff.
not the quibbles that they come at every few seconds or milliseconds.
I know before we've talked about the phishing exercises.
Right.
That's the emails you receive. Those are happening every minute. You know, we all see those emails, right, that come in and say, click here. Don't click here, please.
And then my tell Pease, he's always clicking the wrong stuff. And so when you say we have gotten so many more, what percentage of the executive branch is now on your system, on the IT system?
So at this point, we've consolidated the network across every secretariat with the exception of MassDOT.
So MassDOT is the only one outstanding?
It's the only network that has been consolidated into TSS at this point. Lottery would not be, the independents would not be included in that. There are some independents that use our network services, but not all of them.
Yes. And so do you plan on consolidating MassDOT anytime soon?
We do.
Because when you say MassDOT, you said RMV. So are you not considering RMV part of MassDOT?
We provide state services for RMV, but our network, that I was being, I guess, a little precise with it, we do not manage the MassDOT network. That's independently managed by MassDOT. So, but we do manage and work with MassDOT and many other services, but the network itself that MassDOT manages is their own. We are actively...
What about the RMV?
And the RMV would be part of their network.
Okay, so still part of that network, but they're coming to our network to do the registration at mass.gov or mymass.gov?
So, yeah, MassGov is within our defined network. And then they all, I just want to make sure I say it right. They would, so MassGov is on the internet. And so they have access to MassGov and they can work through MassGov just like everybody else can do. But the actual network that they're, all of their applications, all of their servers, all of their infrastructure is within the MassDOT realm.
All right, I'm only asking about RMV because wait till RMV gets here. They're going to have a lot of questions by me.
Yeah.
But, so that's not you yet?
Not us yet.
Okay, all right. Not you. All right, and then finally, the chargeback. When I see it here is $40 million, I hear a complaint almost in every person you charge about how large your fee is.
Yep.
Do you explain to them, you said to us that you have an algorithm or whatever like when you send them this large bill, do you say, here is why you had this bill so that the next time I hear the complaint, I can say, you've said, you told them why they have this bill?
So Deputy Secretary Bradshaw manages all of our chargebacks. I'm going to turn this question over to her.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It is something that we've gotten feedback on, and we did take some active steps this year to improve that. So one of the things that we have done is created 2 IT chargeback advisory groups. So before we make any determination about how we calculate rates, we're bringing in the chief financial officers, we're bringing in IT directors. We're not only going over the costs, but the methodology or the metric we're proposing on how to cost recover. We came up with a set of principles we reviewed with everyone so that we make sure this is equitable across the executive branch. We'll make sure we're transparent. We're making sure it's just cost recovery. So it's a way for us to share the true cost of providing the end-to-end service, not just the technology. So it's a lot of conversation, a lot of education, a lot of partnership here, but we're very hopeful that we'll continue this and that we can answer any questions directly about how things are
The
being charged.
judicial branch as well?
the judicial.
They're not
review as
happy.
well With their network charge.
Okay,
Yes,
so
we'll continue working
please
with
talk to them. They're not happy about their chargeback. So please make sure you include the Chief Justice and the Clerk Administrator on making sure they understand their chargeback. That would be great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ravon, do you have another question?
Yes, real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back to the licensing and continual software support agreements. So how often do we contract out new licensing for cybersecurity? And as far as licensing, I guess, are we doing that in, 3-year segments, 5-year segments? How are we bringing in new vendors to make sure that we're getting the appropriate system for our systems? Just a financial explanation.
Well, you got that, Tim?
Thank you, Representative. In general, our contracting happens for most contracts on an annual basis. There are larger contracts, and this is particularly the case, I think, in the cybersecurity realm, where we have larger vendor partners, where we will engage with longer-term contracts. So there are a number of our security contracts where we have 3, 4, 5-year agreements where we are building larger programs. They may have a larger scope of service that they're offering us. We've mentioned some of them, particularly in the realm of the SOC or in some of the other cybersecurity areas, where you may see annual price changes, but the engagement in the scope is large enough that it warrants a longer-term agreement. And so it does mean, though, that you don't get the opportunity to make major updates every year, but we do get the opportunity to look at procurement changes every probably 3 to 5 years at this point.
Great. And do you have members that are fully trained on those systems that coordinate continuously with the vendors or the software providers?
So we have examples of things like that, like our cloud work. We have an entire team that's working to assist others in moving to the clouds for our cloud parts. There are things that we don't have services for. So an example that comes to mind is Salesforce. So Salesforce, we've worked with them on a contractual basis, so we have a centralized contract. But independently, different agencies are identifying, they're learning themselves. We don't have a centralized service for Salesforce, as an example. So there's 2 different models. There's one where we're actively engaged in providing the service itself, and then there's ones where we manage the contract, we provide standards, but for the most part, we're allowing the independent agencies to work out how they implement it.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much for coming.
Yep.
That's it.
Great, thank you. Take care.
Cannabis Control Commission?
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Brady, Vice Chair Diggs, and members of the committee. I thank you for hanging in there, and I will remind former Vice Chair Holmes that the last time I testified in front of you, it was 4:20. So, as many of you know, that was a little prophetic, so no pun intended. So anyway, appreciate you taking us early. So thank you very much. And we have no samples, yes. So we have to give those caveats in the beginning. So thank you. I have literally been crossing out as we've been sitting here. So thank you very much for the opportunity to testify regarding the Cannabis Control Committee's budget request for fiscal year 2027. I'm Shannon O'Brien. I'm chair of the commission. Joining me is Commissioner Kim Roy, Executive Director Travis Ahern, and Chief Financial and Accounting Officer Lisa Schlegel. Thank you very much for the opportunity to outline for you the significant economic impact of the cannabis industry in Massachusetts and explain how a properly funded commission is central to maximizing the economic benefits of the industry while protecting the public's health and safety. The cannabis industry has now surpassed $10 billion in combined cumulative sales since it was approved by Massachusetts voters. Over 14,000 people are employed within the adult use market alone. This past year, the Commission has begun implementing several major initiatives designed to strengthen the legal market, improve oversight, and expand economic opportunities. This includes uncovering testing fraud, improving accountability and transparency. We finalized regulations allowing social consumption establishments. We've extended exclusivity for social equity businesses, strengthened our secret shopper program, and launched a red tape removal effort to eliminate unnecessary regulatory burdens to help struggling businesses while maintaining strong public health and safety for consumers. With over 600 active adult use establishments and 91 medical marijuana treatment centers operating across the Commonwealth, cannabis is now the largest agricultural commodity in Massachusetts, and the adult use cannabis market alone generated approximately $1.65 billion in sales in last calendar year. This industry provides significant fiscal benefits for the Commonwealth, and in fiscal year 2025, for every dollar invested in the Commission, the Commonwealth received approximately $15 back in tax revenues, regulatory fees, and fines. This is roughly $308 million returned to the Commonwealth in a single year, plus another $51 million in revenue from the local option tax that supports municipalities. The Commission retains none of that revenue. All revenue generated by the cannabis industry flows directly into the general fund and the Marijuana Regulation Fund to support a wide range of programs and priorities, including $133 million for substance abuse and mental health services. Fiscal year 2026 revenue projections indicate the industry will return approximately $325 million to the Commonwealth, or about $16 for everyone invested in the Commission. For context, it might help to compare the cannabis market to another state-regulated industry. In fiscal year 2025, 3 casinos generated $98 million in revenue for the Commonwealth, while sports wagering generated about $94 million. By comparison, the over 700 licensees in the cannabis industry returned roughly $308 million to the Commonwealth in the same year. The Gaming Commission is primarily self-funded through license assessments. It does not rely upon state appropriations. We oversee hundreds of licensees across the state managing a complex regulatory landscape. We've seen our responsibilities expand, but unlike the Gaming Commission, we don't have the luxury to retain a percentage of increasing revenues, as our mandate to protect consumers has grown more complex and burdensome. Recent news stories about increased hospital visits by youth underscore the need for the Commission to improve its efforts in the areas of research and public education, so we always are maximizing the positive impact of cannabis while minimizing negative health issues. Research and data remain critical tools for the Commission as the market continues to evolve. The Commission is exploring the development of a cannabis research and policy center that would support research partnerships with Massachusetts universities and public health institutions. The goal would be to study emerging trends in cannabis use, new product development, and market dynamics while supporting evidence-based policymaking. Budget support for an expanded research center would allow the Commission to leverage external grants. By the way, we're already bringing in close to $500,000 in external grants, and we could expand that even further. And this would fund new critical studies at a time when the federal government is considering lowering barriers to research. Research could spark investment in future therapies and create additional economic impact and jobs. While Massachusetts market and tax revenue have grown significantly, the Commission's operating resources have not kept pace. Since fiscal year 2023, the number of operational licenses in our state has increased by 35%, but over those same 3 fiscal years, the operating budget has only been increased by 2.5%. During that same period, revenue flowing from the Marijuana Regulation Fund alone has increased by roughly 17%. That widening gap between the size of the market and the resources available to regulate it is becoming increasingly difficult for us to absorb. We must ensure that the Commonwealth continues to have a stable and well-regulated resource which will keep pace with the industry that is a major source of state revenue. Underinvestment does not simply create operational challenges, it creates risk for the Commonwealth as well. So with that in mind, I'm going to turn this over to Commissioner Kimberly Roy, our treasurer, to discuss the fiscal structure of the commission and the broader implications.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, chairs and members of the committee. It's been a long day, I'm sure, for all of you, so I'm going to try to be brief and fast. My name is Kimberly Roy, Commissioner Kimberly Roy. I serve in the Commission's Public Health seat and serve as its treasurer. The regulated cannabis industry now generates close to $20 million annually in non-tax revenue and hundreds of millions in tax revenue for the Commonwealth each year. Yet, as the chair noted, the Commission does not retain a portion of this revenue, including the fees. We're here today to request the funding necessary to continue fulfilling our mandate. Though the Commission has statutorily required to educate the public on health and safety issues, our public education line item has not been funded since 2020. Still, we have worked diligently on campaigns such as the More About Marijuana, segments on safe vaping after the Evalite crisis, and Faces of Equity, the nation's first driver's education program on cannabis-impaired driving, and senior education series. As research continues to evolve, it is essential that Massachusetts has the resources to keep our residents informed. Recent studies raise new concerns about high-potency cannabis products and youth exposure. Institutions such as Mass General Hospital have stressed the need for oversight, education, and research to mitigate potential mental health risks. At the same time, the landscape is becoming more complex. Hemp-derived intoxicating products, which I have called gas station weed in the past, exploiting loopholes in the 2018 Farm Bill, are increasingly sold in gas stations and convenience stores. Outside of any regulatory framework, consumers are understandably confused and in some cases at risk. The Commission needs additional resources to monitor and respond to these emerging issues before they can escalate, including investigating any suspected inversion or diversion criminal activity. One key component of our budget request is the development of a state-run cannabis lab, a standards laboratory. This facility would enable confirmatory product testing. We really need this. Support investigations into public health concerns and strengthen the Commission's secret shopper and post-market surveillance program. With this capacity, we could independently verify laboratory results and reduce long-term reliance on licensees for testing. We are also focused on improving the stability of the legal market itself. Currently, just shy of 30 licensed cannabis businesses are in receivership, and 35 operating licenses closed within the past year. Each closure means lost jobs, forfeited licenses, and declining tax revenue. Ensuring a sustainable market where entrepreneurs can thrive safeguards both the economy and the integrity of the regulated system. Meanwhile, maintaining strong access to medical cannabis remains critical. Some regions of the Commonwealth are seeing what we refer to as medical deserts, where patients must travel long distances and forego access altogether for essential treatment. Sustaining a vibrant and accessible medical program is vital. We have just under 90,000 medical patients across the Commonwealth who rely on regulated lab-tested products to manage their health conditions. With $32.9 million in funding, the Commission can continue to ensure public safety through robust compliance enforcement, expand programming to foster a fair and inclusive marketplace, invest in public education and research, and sustain industry growth while maintaining consumer confidence. Excluding public education, our core operating request stands at $31.4 million, a modest investment compared to the hundreds of millions in revenue that the cannabis industry generates. The Commission remains deeply committed to its mission of promoting public health and safety, ensuring regulatory compliance, and advancing full participation in the marketplace. We appreciate all of you in the legislature for thoughtful consideration of our requests and look forward to working with you and our partners across the state government to continue strengthening the Commonwealth's cannabis industry. I'll now turn it over to our Chief Financial and Accounting Officer, Lisa Schlegel. Thank you.
I'm sorry, you asked for $10 million more than the government. Is that what you're asking for? Yes? Yes. Okay, all right, I want to make sure I got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roy, and good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Lisa Schlegel, and I serve as the Commission's Chief Financial and Accounting Officer. The cannabis industry has grown into a major economic force in the Commonwealth, generating substantial tax revenue at both the state and local levels, and those numbers continue to increase each year. The Commission's total fiscal year 2027 budget request is $32.9 million. That amounts to approximately 10% of the projected $325 million the industry is projected to raise for the Commonwealth in the upcoming year. Of our $32.9 million request, approximately $23.3 million represents a maintenance funding necessary to sustain current operations. The remaining $9.6 million represents expansion funding needed to implement new mandates and regulatory responsibilities to support a growing industry. The Commission's maintenance funding request reflects the realities of overseeing a rapidly expanding legal market while being underfunded for the past 3 years. The Commission operates in a competitive labor environment where regulatory, legal, investigative, and technical staff possess specialized skills that are essential to the oversight of this industry. The Commission, under the direction of the Executive Director, instituted a hiring freeze in FY 2025. Currently, that sits at a reduction of 13 positions. Hiring of additional staff to support the implementation of regulatory changes is necessary to alleviate the increased workload on current staff. Critical updates to our IT infrastructure have been delayed due to funding slowdowns in the implementation of the Commission priorities. Another year of underfunding may jeopardize public health and safety, as well as the stability of the industry and the tax revenue it generates. The Commission's expansionary funding request includes increased investment in public safety initiatives, including product testing, the implementation of a secret shopper program, and the creation of a standards lab. The Secret Shopper program is an important regulatory tool that strengthens oversight and upholds public safety by identifying compliance issues not detected through routine inspections or reporting. The cost to begin development of a state-run cannabis standards lab is estimated at $700,000. The Commission has discussed with several members of the legislature the possibility of integrating this capability into an existing lab facility within the Commonwealth. This approach would leverage existing infrastructure and void the costs associated with construction and operating an entirely new facility. Regardless of the final structure, establishing the capability is an important step towards strengthening independent verification of testing and enhance the Commonwealth's overall oversight of the cannabis market. Investment of $2.3 million in the rollout of social consumption includes adding an additional 25 staff members across multiple departments, including licensing, inspection, testing, legal, and IT support. This amount includes upgrades to Metric, which is the seed-to-sale software utilized by the industry. Public education funding in the amount of $1.5 million for social consumption and to assist with research mandates. Continued investment in IT infrastructure is estimated at $2.8 million. The Commission oversees licensing for 800 licensees and registration of 90,000 medical patient and caregivers. The Commission is working with EOTS, but requesting in our operational budget as well, as it is a top priority and funding from EOTS is not guaranteed. The Commission recently approved reforms to its badging system that will allow certain agents to carry a single badge when working across multiple licensees. Implementation is budget dependent, requiring IT upgrades, with the end goal of moving towards digital badging, which will provide a cost savings of $800,000. Ultimately, sustained underfunding of the Commission presents both operational and financial risk for the Commonwealth. The Commission is responsible for regulating a $1.65 billion market while currently operating on a budget of $20 million. The Commission's fiscal year 2027 request represents an approximately 10% investment relative to annual cannabis revenue generated in Massachusetts. I will now turn to the Executive Director to discuss the Commission's operational stability and the risks associated with continued underfunding.
Thank you, Lisa. Apologize, we're trying to make this work at the table, so we will obviously go back and forth with questions at the end. So good afternoon, members of the committee. Last year I was before you with 1 week on the job, here sitting now with a year under my belt. In that time, our focus has been on improving internal coordination, strengthening communication with stakeholders, and ensuring the Commission operates as an effective and accountable regulator. During this time, we've worked closely with commissioners, staff, municipalities, industry participants, and members of the legislature to identify operational challenges and pathways forward. That work has given us a clear understanding of both the strengths of this agency and the areas for improvement, many of which require additional investment discussed today. Over the past year, the Commission has made significant progress in improving internal operations and closing out lingering projects. I've also seen the Commission absorb new responsibilities under Chapter 180, undertake new initiatives, and regulate a rapidly evolving industry while operating within a largely flat budget in the face of inflation. Today, approximately 200 of the Commonwealth's 351 municipalities host licensees that have commenced operations. The regulated market continues to expand across Massachusetts. However, the current model of absorbing expansion within a flat budget has reached its operational limits. In May of 2025, the Commission was required by budget circumstances to implement a hiring freeze, which has been in place for the entirety of FY26. This hiring freeze was further compounded by internal leave policies that we are currently reviewing and working to address. In addition to delaying hiring, the Commission was forced to scale back certain operational investments. These include reductions in staff training, reductions in compliance oversight capacity, and continued absence of dedicated funding for public education programs. By operating within these constraints, as the CFAO mentioned, the Commission is currently projecting a solvent FY26 budget. This outcome reflects significant internal cost controls and operational discipline across the agency over the past 3 fiscal years, as the Commission has absorbed mission expansion within a largely flat operating budget over an extended period of time. One area where investment is now critical is information technology modernization. Without modernization of our infrastructure, the Commonwealth faces several operational risks. Application processing times will slow as capacity is strained. Real-time compliance monitoring will become more difficult. Cybersecurity risks will increase as legacy systems age. Data transparency will be reduced, limiting the ability to provide accurate information to policymakers and the public. Outdated systems also create potential audit vulnerabilities that could affect regulatory credibility. The Office of the State Auditor has also recommended that the Commission complete a System and Organization Controls Audit, also known as a SOC audit, which we obviously just heard about from EOTS. A SOC audit is necessary to ensure that the Commission's systems properly protect sensitive business information, patient data, and financial records. Due to FY26 budget constraints, this audit process has already experienced delays. The Commission has completed a SOC prep exercise with Clifton Larson Allen, CLA, but we are reliant on the FY27 budget to complete the full SOC audit. Public trust in the regulatory system depends on the integrity and security of these systems. As the regulated market continues to grow, the amount of transaction data generated by the industry continues to grow as well. Modernized IT infrastructure will allow the Commission to conduct real-time monitoring of industry activity. It will improve fraud detection capabilities and allow for better public reporting for enforcement and policy decisions. The size of the market in comparison to the Commission's budget creates an imbalance which puts an operational strain on the agency. It reduces inspection frequency capacity, it creates investigative delays, it increases licensing bottlenecks, and it increases overall compliance risk across the regulated market. Ultimately, those risks also translate into revenue risks for the Commonwealth. At the end of the day, the Commission's role is not simply to regulate the cannabis industry safely, equitably, and effectively. It is to protect a significant and growing source of revenue for the Commonwealth. As the Chair mentioned earlier, every dollar invested in the Commission returns substantial value to the state, now up to $16 return on every dollar invested. When regulatory systems are properly staffed and supported by modern infrastructure, the Commonwealth benefits from a compliant and stable market. When those systems fall behind market growth, risks increase for both public health and safety as well as state revenue. The Commission's expansion request is designed to address these risks and support the responsible implementation of new regulatory initiatives. A timely example is the rollout of social consumption establishments, which will require additional enforcement capacity to safely implement this new license category. Social consumption calls for a thoughtful and digestible public education campaign to ensure that the public understands responsible consumption practices and the risks associated with high-potency products. The Commission previously absorbed new responsibilities under Chapter 180, including the review of host community agreements and certain municipal contracts, without any additional budget support. It is not possible for us to do that again. As we wrap up our prepared statements for today, I'd like to emphasize that strengthening testing and enforcement remains a top priority. Without the funding requested today, the Commission will face difficult operational trade-offs within a broad statutory mission. This budget request reflects the point at which responsible stewardship requires additional investment to maintain effective oversight. The Commission regulates a $9 billion market that continues to grow across the Commonwealth. We appreciate the Committee's consideration of this request and your continued partnership as we move forward. Thank you, and we welcome any additional comments from the Committee. And I'll note with the Chair that our Government Affairs folks will send a high-level summary, and if you'd like to respond with any questions in writing, we're happy to take those as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know this is a fairly new industry, a new legal industry, I guess you could say, because it wasn't legal years ago, but and the voters did vote for it. And I know that some of our elderly population use cannabis that has no THC in it for back pain, weather, and it can help people in the healthcare. But the other side of the coin is, you know, obviously we're concerned about young children underage getting access to this cannabis. And then, as you mentioned, those hemp so-called gas stations, whatever, that they're selling all these products that we don't know what's in there. And I believe it's up to the local Board of Health to monitor these stations, but they can't keep up with it.
And if I can, I'll turn that over to Commissioner Roy, but you've hit the nail on the head. And one of the things I did want to point out to Representative Holmes is back of the envelope estimate, we have actually determined there was if you watched on channel, I think it was 5, they were talking about the number of emergency room visits. We've actually done a back of the envelope analysis. Approximately $2 million is being paid for by the state for these emergency room visits, directly associated with this kind of consumption of, we don't know if it's regulated cannabis or unregulated THC products. So I want to turn that over to Commissioner Roy, because there are certain additional benefits that come from finally and fully funding our education budget after 5 years that we think will, on the other end of the toothpaste tube, help you as you are in a difficult budget year. So Commissioner Roy, if you could talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, and I had mentioned probably a year and a half ago in public meeting, I called it a public health menace, gas station weed. We don't know what's in it. I had a lab reach out to me. They tested over 1,000 products off the shelf. They couldn't identify. They called it Frankenstein-like compounds, Frankenoids. They don't know what's in them. We have young people. There's no age verification. They're not properly tested. You have synthetic cannabinoids, which are a real danger, out there in the marketplace and not in our highly tested, regulated space. And so advocating for a lab could probably accomplish 2 things. Cheaters are going to cheat, whether it's potency inflation or lab shopping, and we're working on that. But it's very hard right now because we can't test it ourselves. We have to send it to licensees who we license to test for us. And so we're hearing about ethanol that they use to extract coming in supercharged with cannabinoids, which is illegal. And that should be a criminal referral, but we can't confirmatory test it. Now, last week we voted unanimously to upgrade our secret shopper, so we're going to go straight to these cultivators and product manufacturers and try to nip this in the bud. But to your point with the gas station weed, if we had a lab, no pun intended, on the bud, but if we had a lab, and it's $700,000, there's labs that have gone under that we could kind of work with DCAM and move in. We could work with you guys on the bad gas station stuff, and we could make sure that their cheaters aren't going to cheat in the regulated space. So it's really critical to health. I mean, older Americans taking this, do you want stuff in there called Frankenoids or for medical patients, immunocompromised or older people? We don't want that. We want to make sure that there's no pathogens, there's no pesticides, and we want to make sure that these are healthy products that have been tested. And so I myself, we ordered off the internet Willy Wonka bars. We got interviewed by Channel 5, the executive director and myself, and Sour Patch Kids that have 100 times the THC than in Massachusetts, and young people are ordering them on the internet. So to get in our regulated space, a young person isn't walking in. They're age-gated twice. There's cameras everywhere. Someone's going to risk their license. Now, when it leaves our facility, well, when it goes in someone's home, we lose control of that. But the gas station weed is a real problem, and within our regulated industry, we just find Assured Labs $310,000 not long ago because for data manipulation, and they had 25% of the market because people are chasing the dollars with higher THC. So if anything today, a lab is so critical to everything of this, what we're trying to do.
Well, that's also the other thing I was going to lead up to. You know, if I'm driving by a facility in my community that I represent, you know, one facility hardly has any cars out there.
Yeah.
And then the other one's loaded with cars. You wonder how much THC are they putting in there going above what they're supposed to have.
Yeah.
Well, but in the regulated market, that's what we're doing. And this is
Right.
one of the things that we've been looking at, which is testing fraud. And it's a real thing. And it's
Right.
one of the things that Commissioner Roy and I have been really paying attention to. It's why we pushed really hard to make sure that we got this secret shopper language in there. But again, you know, in going back to the $2 million in the emergency room visits, this is also part of our mandate. It's like an unfunded mandate. Anybody who's been a select person, a mayor, you understand what an unfunded mandate is. You mandate us to do public education, but we haven't been funded to do it. And so this actually could deal with both the regulated market, right? If kids are getting, you know, THC-based products from their parents or from their friends, but it's also this unregulated market that Commissioner Roy spoke about. And so making sure that there's enough education out there. We've seen this MGH study, and kids are saying, yeah, I got legal cannabis. They don't know if they've gotten legal cannabis. If you can go online and order a Willy Wonka bar that has 10 times the amount of THC that you can get in a regulated product, you may think if I bought it legally off the internet, it's legal, but it's not. And that's what this public education's all about. It's so that families, parents, and frankly, the kids themselves know what they're ingesting, know what the risks are. We need the money to make sure what's regulated and legal is done without pesticides, without contaminants, and that when we're telling you how much THC is in a product, it's properly labeled like any consumer issue. But we're being tasked with public education that goes beyond the regulated market.
And then one other thing, I've been told that there was articles in the past that some of the fees were not collected. Can you tell the commission, the committee here, what is the commission doing to improve collections on these fees?
I'll let the CFA answer that question.
Thank you for that question. Yes, so the commission collects fees for any applications or license renewals. Fees are paid upfront. That's how all our fees work. 2 years ago, it was identified that there was one particular fee, a license extension fee, that was approved in 2022. That one fee was not being collected. It was identified by our Chief of Investigations and Enforcement. She brought to a public meeting along with Commissioner Roy asking questions. It was determined that one fee was not being collected. We immediately worked to change that, got an automatic application on the website. Within 3 months, that was corrected. So by August 2024, that issue was done. We collect that fee up front now.
Good.
We have been working with the, we had a private audit. We worked with the SAO. We did all the billing on those identified from that 2 year, and we've collected 70% of that fee right now. We're still working there with a third party to try to get the ones that we haven't collected, that final 30%. Most of those are no longer in business. So it was that extension request that, and then they went out of business soon after.
And if I can, I mean, frankly, Commissioner Roy was the person who really stood up and said, this is a problem. If we're going to be giving licensees, if we're going to be giving our staff additional opportunity to extend licenses without us voting on it, we're going to make sure that we're collecting these fees. So Commissioner Roy is actually the person who identified it, who called it out, but it also is part of our request. Because one of the things that we need to do is we need to have automation of the tracking of the fees that are coming in. Unfortunately, there will be fees that were supposed to come in that will not come in because those businesses have gone out of business. That's one of the reasons why Commissioner Roy and I have been working very hard to make sure that we're holding, you know, the entire industry accountable, making sure that the fees should be coming in. And frankly, it's also when we see delays in some of the oversight of our licensees. If you have a licensee that's been kicking the can down the road and they haven't paid that fine, that's been one of the things that Commissioner Roy and I have been saying to the staff. You've got justice delayed is justice denied, but it's also revenues that should be coming in to the public that aren't coming in. So one of the reasons that we do need this technology update, and Apparently last year, someone here suggested that we apply to EOTS. We did win one of those grants, $750,000, so that is allowing us to do some of our technology upgrades, but we need to continue. You would not believe how much of this stuff is manual, and frankly, I believe the manual nature of collecting those fees contributed to the problem. So the money that we get to modernize our systems will return more revenues to the Commonwealth, hold the bad guys accountable, but also make sure that we can do a better job of tracking what does come in and paying for those important programs. And again, I do want to point out, this year, another unfunded mandate is social consumption. It was voted on by the voters in Massachusetts. It was approved by the legislature. We've now got to, this is going to be a huge issue. We have to work with the cities and towns to set up a regulatory guidance structure. This is, and I want you to keep nodding, Representative Holmes, this is an exclusive license to social. Yes. And so we want to get this done right. We want to make sure that the communities that are willing to welcome it have all the help that we can give them. But that's also part of why we need to modernize the two unfunded mandates, public education and on-site consumption. We need your help to get that done right.
Yeah, and if I may add, it was fascinating to hear all the other agencies testify, but we're the only one in front of you today that is going to generate $325 million in tax revenue. And we just need to be able to enforce. We made 26 criminal referrals over the years. We probably needed to make more. We're worried about inversion. We're worried about diversion, the unregulated market. And so, like, if I had a magic wand and we could get 15% of what we generate and live within our means, that would be incredible. But I don't have a magic wand. And so here we are. And I'm really concerned about jeopardizing public health, public safety, and those unfunded mandates. We have a hiring freeze. We voted unanimously for a tip line. We can't man it. So we voted unanimously a tip line we can't man. And so we're unable to do our job to our best abilities. Even though we're really proud, $9 billion industry in the state, we're going to generate $325 million. Most of it goes to the Bureau of Substance Addiction Services, 79%, and that's really a worthy cause. But not enough of it comes back to us to be able to do what we need to do. And so we're really grateful for your partnership, and we're really trying our best, but it's tough. And whatever you can find in your heart for us, we would be very gracious.
Thank you.
Rep. Kearns?
Oh, Kearney, I think.
Kearney, sorry.
Kearney, yeah.
Madam Treasurer, nice to see you as always, and thank you for all of that information. I have two questions for you. I guess I'll ask one at a time. There's been a lot of discussions lately about making the Cannabis Control Commission smaller, and as all of us know, the Massachusetts Cannabis Control Commission has been under a tremendous amount of public scrutiny lately. Can you explain what any of the thought process might be about reducing the number of commissioners? To me, it just seems like reducing the number would decrease transparency, accountability, oversight, et cetera.
Yes. If I could just say, obviously, having been the person who generated quite a bit of scrutiny for the commission, I'm not speaking on behalf of the commission. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. We just saw MCAD go from 3 commissioners to 5 commissioners because there are significant issues with getting work done. But more importantly, raise your hand if you've ever been a municipal official and have had to deal with the open meeting law. It is really, really difficult. So a lot of the sort of offline work and collaboration, again, this is me personally. We don't take a position on the legislation, the wisdom of you and any of the members of the committee, but I will just point out that MCAD has gone from 3 to 5 in the other direction to make sure that they don't violate open meeting law to get their job done.
One more question. I've heard recently from specifically the New England Narcotics Officers Association, and they have purchased some product, and there have been significant discrepancies in the THC levels that are advertised by the dispensaries and the THC levels that are present in the products that they're purchasing. What actions has the Commission taken to investigate those discrepancies and ensure that consumers are not being misled about the potency of those cannabis products?
That's a great question, and thank you so much, Representative. We recently, as I alluded to earlier, fined Assured Labs $310,000 for data manipulation, for passing a product with arsenic in it that got onto our shelves, moldy products. and we take it quite seriously. We voted for QR codes so patients can scan, and what's called a certificate of analysis, so they can see who tested it, where it was tested, when it was tested, what it was tested for. But those
Open
are all
data.
great, and open data. We voted unanimously. We want to have the data for the world to see, because sunshine is the best disinfectant. But ultimately, we have people going out confirmatory. So this group is going out and doing confirmatory testing. Imagine the board that regulates the entire industry. We can't do it. We can't do it. And so we find ourselves in a really difficult position to be able to do more enforcement actions. We did stand up a testing task force. They helped identify this assured labs problem. And I know we have pending enforcement actions coming down the pike. But commissioners don't know till it's right because of 30A. We're adjudicators as well. So we find ourselves in a really difficult position because you have this group confirmatory testing, yet we can't do it.
So the bottom line is we've taken a very aggressive posture. There has been some sort of internal pressure from some folks that don't want us to talk about testing fraud. It's real. I have a sister who has serious COPD. She told me, if I smoke moldy weed, it could kill me. We understand that this is a potential public health and safety threat, but also it's a consumer issue. So we want to make sure that we go after testing fraud. We're making sure that we're putting in place new testing protocols, and those regulations will be coming out shortly.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Rep. Smoller.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony here today. So as a civil regulatory agency, you've got a handful of enforcement tools, right? You've got fines, you've got license suspension or license revocation. And Commissioner Roy, you had just made reference to criminal referrals. And did you say 26? So you have 26 since the inception, since the creation? That number seems low to me. Why so few?
Well, I think we need more investigators. I think if we had a lab, we could catch people. The cheaters get creative in how they cheat. And so we're going to be updating our testing protocols as well. But I agree. I mean, we're concerned about inversion, diversion. We might add a tool to that toolbox. It's called debarment in New York. So we have revocation, suspension, but people can come back from the dead from that. They could create another company so in New York, they had a terrible case, a syndicate of inversion. I think it was on Long Island, and they used what's called debarment, meaning you're dead. You're not coming back. You can't even become a principal or do business in the state if we have this tool. So we're probably going to vote on that in the near future, and we want deterrence. We need deterrence. A lab would be a deterrent, and so short of that, I think you're right. I think the number is staggeringly low. I think it should be higher.
But
question?
This is also why we're working so hard on making sure that we have this not only confirmatory testing, but also secret shopper. And Commissioner Roy took the lead on that, made sure that we push this through, because we will be able to find and test for those cheaters, if you will. So anyway, I just also want to say, it is amazing when you meet an industry. Most of the people that we've heard said, we can't compete with the cheaters. Regulate the heck out of us. We can compete if you do your job as regulators. But if you allow the cheaters to continue to cheat, it is a race to the bottom. And that's why we have all of these licensees that have already, they can't file for bankruptcy. They go into receivership. But we have more that are in the line right now that could be going out of business. So that's why we need to be very proactive. Again, sorry, I wanted to make that point. Yeah, Representative. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say the bad people in New York, are any of those licensed here?
I can't speak specifically to that. I mean, we do rigorous, and I'll let the executive director, we do rigorous due diligence, background checks in multiple jurisdictions. So I'll let the executive director talk about suitability.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, to the answer of individuals who may be operating in other states that have found issues with those states, those regulatory bodies, and our counterparts in those jurisdictions, we would generally find that information through due diligence. When somebody is part of a business coming into Massachusetts, if we do find any red flags, they'll go through something called suitability. And if we're able to identify that they had an issue with another state, whether it be financial or whether it be criminal or with the administrative purpose. That's correct, yeah. So we did have an issue with a licensee. It was brought up in the newspaper. The chair brought it to my attention with a licensee who tried to launder funds into a business, and because of the suitability issue, they were flagged and they did not end up becoming part of that business. They had an issue in the state of Rhode Island, essentially, but there were a number of other red flags as well, and our group did a phenomenal job on that. And so it does come up. Our suitability process is very important, and I think the chair identified something that we see, and I work with a lot of our counterparts in other jurisdictions on, which is what we really don't want is somebody who's part of a business, the business goes under, and then that individual who may have been the major part of the problem just popping up and rolling up a new business. So the suitability is a major concern for that. And just to the point on referrals, happy to follow up additionally with some information. I think the most prevalent issue that we have found as it relates to referring out is we've had some abandoned businesses where they have to wind down properly. If you leave your business and you leave product there, that is illegal. And so we generally are working with the PD. The chair has mentioned and the board has discussed the idea of anytime we're referring to local PD that we would include the DA. And so we are updating processes that we'll bring back to the board. Diversion as well. I know Commissioner Roy mentioned. Same thing as if somebody goes into a regulated alcohol space, buys vodka, sells it to underage. It's diversion. That is illegal. So that would be something that if we were to find out about, we would be referring out.
So thank you, Director. I appreciate that. And you actually just articulated the point that I was going to roll into, and that is in terms of criminal referrals, if you have these individuals that, you want to make sure if they're the bad actors, you find them through the regulatory authority that you have as the CCC, and then all of a sudden they just roll into another business, under the same name or whatever. But if these are the real bad actors, the real bad guys, because this industry, as you know it better than anybody, right? We want to make sure that this is done right. In these criminal referrals that you've had so far, again, super low number. I mean, I expected to hear a bigger number, but we'll put that aside for a second. Do you know the disposition of those referrals? Do you keep track of that information?
We often will go back to the other agency that we referred to, whether it be local, state, or federal, and we are not always provided that information. Generally, we will push, especially when it comes towards renewal or we know an individual is coming up in another license application, but we are not always afforded an update on where those sit.
So you make the criminal referral, but they don't share the information with you, everybody? They're not required to share the information with you?
Not as a rule.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, whoa, that sounds strange to me. I mean, especially
but this would become part of a public due process. I mean, if someone were, that would also be it's part of our process to keep track of any of our licensees. We keep track on a regular basis, on annual renewals. We are checking who's involved in the business, so we would see that. But one of the other points that I did want to make, and criminal referrals are important, but what I want to make sure that we're doing is making sure that businesses comply with the law. I met with the current head of the ABCC, and they actually do regular education programs. After they started doing that, their licensees, their violations were cut by 50%. That's what I want us to be doing a better job of. Proactively helping the people that aren't the cheaters, helping the licensees that want to abide by the law, holding the cheaters accountable, and that's one of the things that why we need the confirmatory testing, why we need secret shopper, why we need a tip line. All of these things, we have been underfunded, and that prevents us from doing it. But the bottom line is, on an annual basis, when licenses are renewed, we do a fresh look at the team, who's there, and we maintain that on an annual basis.
I'd be curious to know what that data looks like, especially if it's only 26 referrals. Because at the end of the day, I imagine it's got to rise to a certain level for you to make a recommendation as far as a criminal referral, right? You're talking about tools that are outside of the toolbox that you've been given statutorily. So it's going into a different direction. And I'd be curious as heck to know what that looks like, especially in an industry that you work so hard to make sure is done the correct way. On the law side, we should guarantee that these folks that are coming into an industry and not operating, they're the bad actors, that on the law side, we're doing everything we possibly can to make sure that those are not just ending in the circular file. I mean, and the nature of the referral, it goes to the proper authority, whoever that is, right? I would assume it's local, right? So would you say, you send it to the local DA, or is that what normally happens?
I actually, thank you, Rep. Smola. I actually did bring that up, and I personally think every criminal for the district attorney should be notified as well. So you call the local police chief, and you should notify. I don't think we were doing that. I think we will be doing it. I don't think that was.
Yeah, we
being
got
done.
to sharpen that up,
Yes.
definitely. And I thank you for the word. That's not a criticism. That's just, making sure that we are on the right track.
I agree
and,
with you.
And weeding out the folks. Oh, no pun intended there either. But making sure that we.
Oh, we could go all
Yeah, I
night.
know. I'm sure you can. You can. But just making sure, again, for an industry that is under a lot of scrutiny for a million different reasons, and for the amount of revenue that comes into the Commonwealth from what you do, right? We want to make sure that we're keeping it solid and that it has the reputation that it deserves based upon the statute and the regulation. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rep. Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commission. So has there been any appetite for coordinating efforts with our federal government? I know, things are a little bit going awry at this point between our partners in the federal government, but just quick search, there's, I believe, 6 universities that have cannabis testing labs. One of them, the largest, University of Mississippi, and I would say that our state universities, have the minds to help folks like the commission out as far as testing cannabinoids. So, has there been any discussion on that end? $700,000. I've been, I've worked in the lab industry, in the clean room industry. $700,000 is not a lot to stand up a lab, and especially for the work that you're trying to do. I think if there's any grants available with the hundreds of millions of dollars that are, dealt out by the NIH every year for this specific, testing amongst 6 universities that I found, it may be something to look into.
So the University of Mississippi is granted by the federal government to do marijuana research, and they have a special license to do so. And the problem is, we've met with UMass. We just had a great meeting a few weeks ago, but marijuana remains a Schedule I on par with heroin, and no one will sacrifice their federal dollars or jeopardize their federal dollars for any plant touching. We have a research license type, which we do need to work on. We have one in the provisional phase where we met with them, and they also do business in Pennsylvania, and they have a partnership with the local, I think it's UPenn, this research licensee, and they have this great partnership where they're looking at research in medical patients, where it's PTSD, or for our veterans, or older Americans, or people with chronic illnesses. And there's no reason we should be a global leader with our hospitals, our life sciences, and our universities. But that's a challenge right now, and we're doing everything. Now, the good news is, on the federal level, they're talking about rescheduling it to a 3. And if that happens, then the money should flow for research. But we're not ready. We have to do more. We need a research center, in a lab, a lot of things. I don't want to see us fall behind, but we're behind California, Michigan, Florida, and Pennsylvania. We're behind right now.
And if I can, and in echoing what you stated, we had a meeting, with a group that actually does fund research they have a research center in Pennsylvania, they have one in California. Dr. Julie Johnson is the leading cannabis social policy researcher in the country. So we have her working for us at the Cannabis Commission. Julie gets hundreds of thousands of dollars in grants, and actually CFAO Schlegel, she's actually going to be figuring out, putting together basically a trust that will allow us to keep the money. We actually think that we can be getting more money from some of these grants that will supplement what we're doing, but we're trying to basically win-win-win. Get money from the public, from private industry, use the grant money that Dr. Johnson is already winning and get more, and then see if we can get some additional funds and partner with UMass. I mean, there's a lot of ways that we could work and collaborate. And again, I point back to that $2 million figure about emergency room visits. We think that we can help improve policy, improve new therapies that could create jobs here in Massachusetts, fund research at UMass, and then also help businesses that want to do research into their products. So there's a lot that Commissioner Roy just talked about in terms of what's happening on the federal level, but we think that a modest investment in a testing lab and in a research center can have significant reverberating effects economically and fiscally for the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Good question. Okay.
If I may, just, you know, our licensees, we said all the receiverships and people that have gone out of business, and there is a price compression, as you know. And what we're doing now is we're going to look at a licensing freeze on canopy. When the commission first started, there was 400,000 square feet of canopy in the first year. We're over 4 million square feet of canopy grow in Massachusetts. That's unsustainable. And so we're going to look at pausing the license, the cultivation license. We have a public hearing coming up in 2 weeks, also on worker safety, right? We had a woman die in Holyoke. I don't know if anybody's here from out Western Mass. A woman died from cannabis dust exposure in Holyoke. And so we have a worker safety hearing coming up too. And so we're also trying to remove red tape that doesn't jeopardize public health and safety for our licensees. We're looking at that because there are a lot of economic pressures and there is price compression. So I just wanted to make the committee aware of some of the other things that we're looking at as well.
And I believe that there are, how many communities have a cannabis license? It's something
200.
like 200 communities have some form of cannabis business within. And we know that when this first happened, there was a lot of zoning and regulation. And obviously, my hometown of Whitman initially was a no community, and they actually have now accepted it in order to get some of the additional funds. But we need to be working with all of you to promote economic development in your districts, to promote additional revenues that will pay for substance abuse, that pay for public safety. But the most important thing is protecting consumers, protecting public health. If you help us with a modest investment, and I do say it would be a big jump for us, but when you look at the Gaming Commission, and I don't like to make odious comparisons, but I'm gonna. The fact is, we regulate 700 licenses, and there's only a handful of casinos in this state, yet we have seen a 35% increase in the number of licensees that we are regulating, yet our budget has only gone up by 2.5% over that same amount of time. So while what we're asking for would be a one-year significant jump, it's an investment in public health and safety. It's an investment in the 15,000 jobs that are currently employed in this industry. But more importantly, it's the peace of mind that you're going to be saying to your constituents. You're going to have healthy products, there are going to be more jobs, and we're going to make sure that we're keeping kids and families safe if we get a fully funded budget.
Rep X? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. I find the testimony fascinating and frustrating. I hear you. You must feel the same way. My background is police, so 40 years of being a cop. My son is a cop, his wife is a cop. Trooper Clardy, right, 10 years ago next week, killed by someone stoned on marijuana. He's dead. He left behind a wife and 6 kids. So, quick questions. The $310,000 fine, did they pay it?
Okay. They had to pay it in installments. They paid the first one on time. The second one they called and said, uh-oh, we have a little issue. And so the executive director made a decision to stay within the time frame but adjust the payment. And so we had a public meeting and they attended, and so we assessed a $10,000 surcharge because of their inability to pay and the prescribed dates from the stipulated agreement. As far as Trooper Clardy goes, when I became a commissioner, it was brought to my attention that there was no driver's ed in our driving schools around cannabis impairment. Not only in Massachusetts, in the country, and Governor Baker appointed me, and I said, Gov, I'm going to work on that, and I did with AAA Northeast, and with the RMV, Register Ogilvy, and we created the first in the nation cannabis impairment behind the wheel, and we dedicated it to Trooper Clardy. I want you to know that. And 60,000 young people
with no education, with no public education budget.
AAA donated the curriculum. We refilmed it based on Massachusetts laws, and it's not stigmatization. It's to young people. If you feel different, you drive different. We just want you to be safe. And so that's what we did, and we dedicated it to Trooper Clardy. And but we need to educate young people more, because gas station weed, believe it or not, wasn't really a big thing 4 years ago as it is now. Oh. And so we need to educate young people more.
I can see the passion, and I appreciate that. When they do pay the fine, if they do, does the money go to you?
No, it goes to you.
Yep.
This is the whole point.
Right?
None of this comes to us.
Yes.
The Gaming Commission, when they need a budget increase, they increase the fees.
Yep.
They don't come to you and ask for a line item.
Yeah.
We do.
Yeah.
So I forget, what percentage do they get of their generated revenues?
They
15?
keep all of their revenue.
But my point is, they take a significant percentage of the gross revenues. We have to come, and again, back to Trooper, this is what Commissioner Roy and Commissioner Stebbins did to do this driver's ed program with no education budget. She did it, she got this donated, and that's why we need to have our mandate funded so that we can do more. Because I don't know how many of you, I mean, I have a 26-year-old daughter. I am amazed at how knowledgeable these young people are about not drinking and driving. But for some reason, the same message about smoking cannabis products and driving is not ingrained in them as much, and I think that that is why it's even more imperative that we have that education budget, because we do care about those negative impacts. It's for adults, it's for kids, but more importantly, it's to just make sure that people understand smoking high, it's not better than smoking, than drinking and driving, but some people actually think that it's less harmful. So that is one of the reasons why we need this funding.
Thank you. One more question, Chair. Enforcement, so there is no device that I know of, like a breathalyzer that we use for alcohol. Here we are 10 years later, and we still haven't done that. So this is frustrating. So, you know, we talk about money, but my heart is really in public safety. And the public is not safe when people are driving around stoned, when the police don't have a tool that will help them prove it, and when the courts don't allow drug enforcement officers, right? DREs, they're trained. California, every other state, it's normal. They can, you know, the police test you, field sobriety tests, you fail, and you're probably going to be found guilty. Massachusetts courts don't allow that mostly. What can you say about that? A lack of a device, the lack of using drug enforcement officers in courts so we can find people guilty and make us safer.
That's beyond our pay grade. That's a legislative issue. That's on you. But I will say, okay, it is one of the things that we think we could be researching. We could be doing research in conjunction with the University of Massachusetts, in conjunction with some of the folks at MGH to maybe even create some sort of an impairment. That would be one of the things that could potentially be a subject for research. You know, so, and the other thing is, it's making sure, this is one of the things that you guys have. After the voters voted for it, we're going to have social consumption. Okay, this was voted by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. It was approved by the legislature. We now are going to be working with communities, and this is exactly one of the things that we raised, because we don't have that standardized testing about who is and is not impaired. We're now going to have to be working on guidance with local public safety to help them figure it out, because if a community is going to allow on-site consumption, one, they're going to have to make sure that they have a transportation plan. This is all baked into the regulations, but that is one of the things that we will be working with your former brethren, you know, in law enforcement and sister, to make sure that we work with them to make sure that what was passed by the voters, what was passed by the legislature, we try to make the public as safe as we possibly can. But some of these other issues in terms of DREs, that's not our.
Thank you for your answers. I'd love to help if you need it. And thank you, Chair Diggs.
Yep. Rep. Marcy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for mentioning Trooper Clardy. We're going to be doing a 10-year anniversary in my district in a couple of weeks, so that's timely you brought that up. My question, first the statement, is, you know, I got to visit with Commissioner Stebbins in Southbridge, one of our vendors, and my eyes were opened. This isn't my thing, but it's one of those, like, but he wants it, fine. Local business, you know, let's support him as best we can. The question of the town still has an open license, and somebody's moving in. So the existing stores are concerned about, like, new people getting in, and they're not gonna do well because it's all very diluted. Like, what do I tell my businesses that, like, you know, this is harder than it thinks? We all thought, oh my God, it's going to be, you know, the best thing ever, and I guess it's saturation question.
So there's a few dynamics at play.
Yeah.
It's federally illegal, right?
Yes.
So you've got a product, you can't cross state lines, you can't ship it in the air, you can't ship it over the water.
Right.
You have no bankruptcy protections, you have no access to traditional banking. Let's just start there. And you're taxed at an 80 to 90% tax rate because there's an IRS code called 280E, and you can't deduct ordinary business expenses. So imagine all of that, just that's off the top. And then you have a market saturation. So we've gone from 400,000 square feet of canopy to 4 million square feet of canopy. Too much flower.
Right.
So it's basic economics, supply and demand. So if the amount of flower, and we have tier relegation now, we're enforcing that. So if you're in a tier, and if you don't sell or transfer 70% of your product, we're going to relegate you down a tier. That would reduce capacity. So if the amount of flower and the amount of capacity is lower, that means that they're operating on pennies on the dollar. And so the price will go up a little bit, honestly, but it's unsustainable right now, and there's severe economic pressures because you have that federal illegality.
Okay.
And then you have too much flower in a state where we came online. We were the only adult use east of the Mississippi. Now you have Maine, Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, who am I missing? Vermont. I mean, everybody around us, except for New Hampshire, they have medical, has adult use. And so that's another market pressure. So the green rush is not really the green rush.
And if I can, and then in continuing, the cheaters. There are people that are cheating.
Yeah, we know
We in inversion, we actually did a meeting with one licensee and Commissioner Roy talked about this. Inversion. One of the ways that cheaters cheat is when you use ethanol and that's how you extract the THC. There are some cheaters that are bringing in 55-gallon barrels of ethanol that already have THC in there. And so that's one of the reasons why Commissioner Roy has been pushing so hard to make sure that we have open data on our platform, because we could actually see with metric data, we can actually see and look, saying it is not scientifically capable of you generating 50% THC from this process. Also going from what they call wet flower to dry flower, we can use our data platform to pinpoint cheaters. So one, we're going after the cheaters. That is something that we're doing. We're using data. We need an investment in our data systems, but also the red tape. We charge $1,500 to do an architectural review, but we don't have any architects on our staff. So we're looking at that. Why is it, we have a thing called a responsible vendor training. I was briefly a CEO of a cultivator. I had to spend 4 hours learning about how to be a retailer, which had no impact on me being a really responsible licensee. So we're looking at responsible vendor training, because that costs businesses money. So how can we cut those expenses? How can we get rid of that red tape? We can't get rid of 280E, that's a federal issue, but we can try to cut the unnecessary overregulation of businesses so that more money is going into the pockets of the people who thought they were going to make money in the first place, while maintaining public health and safety.
Right, and I heard a lot of those things at this visit, right? And they're branding themselves and building a loyal following versus like having, because everybody has similar products, right? Everything like that. So the more people you add to the mix, the less of the pot, the legitimate pot that is there. So, right, see what So, but thank you for that. It just like I said, they asked me, I'm like, it's a really good question. I hate to see local businesses fail. So, as long as they know what they're getting them into, and the training I think is super key, like the business plan that they put together, because not everybody's funded the same, not everybody's set up the same. I think if you got in at a certain time, you fare better, but.
One of the other things we're trying to do, and I know you guys want to go home, and I don't think anybody else has sort of lasted, this afternoon. So
this is a great discussion.
No, but I think but I also want to point out, to Senator Brady, one of the licenses in your district, and this is one of the things that we have been looking at, is we're not only going to be getting rid of red tape that is unnecessary. For instance, and I'm not going to say the name of the licensee, in the city of Champions, and they employ 4 individuals with intellectual disabilities, and going to the responsible vendor training, they cannot pass this, you know what I mean? They can't take this test. So these are some of the things that we're working with the executive director on to say, you have 4 people with intellectual disabilities. They can't take the RVT, they can't take the training because they can't pass it, right? But they're there, they're sweeping the floors, they're part of the business. So these are the kinds of things that we're looking at practically with your constituents, the entrepreneurs in your district. How do we make it easier to do business? How do we pay attention to Representative X and make sure that we are protecting, public safety while we're limited? But these are the things we're trying to do, handcuffed without adequate funding. We need research, we need public education, we need data, and we need an investment in our technology. You give us that, I can't make you guarantees about revenues, but I can guarantee you're going to have a better run industry, a more profitable industry, and jobs that will be, people in your district will be having those jobs. So anyway, I don't want to, we could talk about this and have more bad weed jokes for the next 3 hours, but want to just make sure that we've covered everything for you.
I don't have any weed jokes. I'm just trying to get you done. All right, so can I just ask just some real basic questions? Sure. You're done, right, Marcia? All right, so the governor have you at 20.1. Yes. You're saying a maintenance 23.3. Is that right? So just on maintenance, you're asking for $3 million. I want to make sure I have it. Then you're asking for 9.6 for expansion, right? So you're asking for above the governor's budget. If I have it right, 13 million. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you talk to the governor about this?
We provided our information, but obviously this is a difficult budget year, having been there. I was in the legislature when we had a $12 billion budget and we had to cut $3 billion out of a $12 billion budget, so I've been there. I felt your pain, I felt the governor's pain, but ultimately I think that it's really up to us to work with you, because in my history, while the governor's budget is a very, very important document, the real
I understand. I would agree. I'm asking, but did you let the governor know you were asking for $33 million?
Yes.
A&F. Okay, so yes. So to answer that question,
but we
yes.
didn't get into this, I think, depth of exploration.
I got it. You let the governor know, and this is A&F no. Second, are you still looking to expand the disproportionate impact to communities?
Yeah. Okay, so we had the report from the UMass Donahue Institute years ago, before I was even a commissioner, that recommended adding communities.
Yes.
And so it's 2 sides to that argument. So some folks want us to accept the map and expand it. And other folks are like, it's already hard enough. If you expand the map, then we're going to fight over what the Social Equity Trust Fund, what's in there. So we can do it. I think we're going to accept Vernon Hill in Worcester in the coming weeks.
Well, Vernon Hill would make sense.
Right?
But you can't, there are communities next to Lawrence that still don't add up to all of a sudden they're in this.
Well,
I mean, just because you are close to a community that is truly disproportionate, right, and just because somebody may have led over to that neighborhood, all of a sudden they're getting into this group, that doesn't add up. Vernon Hill adds up. Some of these communities don't add up to me.
And Representative Holmes, this is also...
You and I talked about this before you went through the stuff.
You and I talked about this, and I made the argument 3 years ago that we should not have spent an additional $1 million, which we did, on an advertising budget and running an additional cohort. What you and I talked about is that back then we had approximately 400 provisional licenses that were owned by either social equity or economic empowerment applicants, and we just heard this last week. We need to focus on the people that are in the queue right now. We need to focus on, and I think that I will not paraphrase, but you said, I want to make sure that we're not competing in the neighborhoods that are already saturated that you're concerned about, and how do we create opportunities for those people outside? So the bottom line is, yes, you and I are in agreement. I think that we probably have made a promise of a path to nowhere, and that we need to double down to help those people that are in the pipeline right now, and to help those businesses, because there's not enough for the tens of millions that this commission has been generating for the cannabis fund. There's a lot of money, and it's still not enough, and we know that.
We're in agreement on that.
We are very much in agreement on that.
I'm just going to say this on closing. I guess I'm a little confused on hearing that people are able to get THC other places. If that's illegal, so I mean, if I was to call up Cuba and say I want a kilo of cocaine, they're gonna figure out that it's illegal for me to get it here. Same way, why isn't it, if it's illegal, it's illegal?
It's not illegal.
Well, why don't we make it
The
illegal?
2018, it's the Congress, 2018 Farm Bill, there was a loophole in the hemp bill, unintended. And so they just shored it up, but a year to enactment. So right now, the hemp lobby is lobbying the United States Congress as we speak, because they don't want that. So the Congress voted last, I believe, November, to close up that loophole, and they have a year till enactment, and the hemp lobby is working hard. So it's legal. So it's up to us to provide public education to young people, to get a lab, so we know what bad products are on our shelves, in our communities, in our corners, in our streets. And so they're exploiting a loophole right now.
And if I can, there are differences, and again, not advocating for or against any of the bills, but we actually sat down with Senators Brady, Senators Driscoll, and a couple other to talk about. Commissioner Roy knows a lot about this whole issue of unregulated hemp products, which again are still legal because of the federal exemption. But you folks will be looking at that when you review the cannabis bill that is in conference right now. Anybody else?
That's it. Thank you. 3 more.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate the hardy souls who lasted this long, and I hope that Senator Brady and Vice Chair Diggs are going to be buying you dinner before the sun goes down.
You see that lobster rolls in there, right? And Rep. Diggs brought it. Let's go. That's exactly right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
We got the status of women, please. Sorry. You're next. Sorry.
They were supposed to be last. Yeah, and we don't, so we need more. We need way more.
We got you, we hear you. But they have money, Mary. You gotta understand the money, folks.
I know, I do. I truly do. You know I understand that concept. Money talks all the time. Yes. I can't wait till the commission can get to that level. Well, good afternoon, everyone. As you know, I'm chair of the Massachusetts Commission on the Status of Women. I'm Meredith Tewitt. And sitting next to me is our executive director, Shaitia Spruell, who is also our poster figure for how the pipeline works. So Shaitia started out coming to a hearing. After the hearing, she got appointed to regional as a regional commissioner. After the regional commission, she got appointed to the commission as a statewide commissioner. And now she's our executive director, so it works, right? So again, thank you to the committee, the Joint Committee, Chairman Diggs, and everyone else that is still here. We are before you today to present on behalf of the Massachusetts Commission on the Status of Women, the commissioners regarding our budget request for FY 2027. As an integral special state agency consisting of 19 volunteer, let me emphasize, non-paid commissioners who are devoted to advancing the status of women and girls in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the MCSW plays a crucial role in shaping policies and initiatives that promote gender equality and women's empowerment and overall health and wellness as citizens of the Commonwealth. But first, we proudly acknowledge Women's History Month and say Happy International Women's Day. As you can see, we wore our color. I brought the ladies with me. So on my skirt, the theme for this year is Give to Gain. Listen to that, Give to Gain. So I'm hoping that that'll be your theme also, right? We humbly request each of you to continue your crucial investment in advancing the rights of women and girls here in the Commonwealth. Reflecting on this year's theme reminds us of our many MCSW initiatives to invest in the women and the girls, of the young women, the future leaders of this great state. The Massachusetts Commission derives from, as you know, the UN back in 1908, but the rights of women and girls here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, we are asking, we are imploring. We know that you are passionate about your constituency. We know you're passionate about the women and girls in your district, and we are asking for you to continue investing in the women, continue investing in the change and the fabric of your communities across the Commonwealth. We serve on the National Association of Commissions for Women, and as we sit as the former president of that association, and Shaiti is now communications director for that association, we watch many of our sister commissioners be defunded across this nation. And we are asking Massachusetts legislators to continue being strong supporters of women and girls, continue investing in the women and girls, and remain committed to supporting our vital work. We have a bill that's before you in Ways and Means right now, H 3034, and it's a technical amendment. And it's been sitting in Ways and Means for about 3 months right now. And all we're asking is for you to pass that bill to allow us to have interest bearing on our trust account. Allow us to be able to turn in our report in July 31st instead of June 2nd, because you miss a whole month of what we do in our fiscal year with that June 2nd deadline. So we're asking for July 31st, and we're asking you to let us increase our dollars, because we've created a new program, our scholarship fund, where we give $5,000 scholarships every other year to women in the Commonwealth, and we do that through our trust account. And if we continue doing that, our trust account will deplete unless we have this ability to have interest on our account, right? And we also have focused on other legislative policies that we work on. However, we are aware that in this current climate, sustaining our efforts require that substantial investment. Therefore, on behalf of the Massachusetts Commission on the Status of Women, we respectfully request that the Joint Committee on Ways and Means consider our increase. We're only asking for 4% this year. We're asking that you bring us up to $1,010,791. Isn't that specific? Isn't that beautiful? Yes. Next year, I'm going to double that. I'm going to ask for a few more. Y'all better hope that my term expires, because every year I'm going to ask for an increase, right? Yeah. So I'm going to turn over the microphone to Shaiti, and she's going to give you a little bit more about our programs and what we do.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, I'm Shaitia Spruill. I'm the Executive Director. You heard a little bit about me. I just want to say it's such a beautiful ride coming down to Hyannis. A beautiful 2 hours from Lancaster. Shout out to Rep. Kilcoyne, who was here earlier. The work that we do is super critical to not only the women of the Commonwealth, but our girls. I really pride myself in the work that we do. We empowered hundreds of girls over the last few years. More specifically, we were in Woods Hole last April, where we had over 200 girls participate in our girls program. We have, I think, thoroughly represented the Commonwealth. We go from east to west and north to south when we host our hearings. Our next one will be in Brockton. We'll have a hybrid public hearing because we're committed to making sure we're accessible. So we make sure we're in person, we make sure that we have an online presence, and we also continue to recognize our women and all of the leadership that they bring to the Commonwealth through our Commonwealth Heroines program. Another plug, you have until March 30th if you haven't already submit. And last year we had the honor of honoring over 125 women, bringing our total to 2,600 Commonwealth heroines to date. And the program is about 24 years old. So over the last 24 years, we've been able to do that. And then we've also been able to increase our outreach and our educational offerings and resources through our Speakers Bureau, our commissioners, both state and regional, because not only do we have 19 volunteers, we also have a total of 103 across all 14 counties in the Commonwealth, because our 11 regionals cover all of those counties. And those are also volunteers as well. We also have built up our visibility through our regional commissions. We've brought them up to, 21st century branding. We all look uniform, they all feel great, and they use that materials on our website, on all their promo material. You'll see them across the state at different programs. We commit annually over $25,000 to our regionals alone. And then we also, I like to say, we put our money where our mouth is. We are fully invested in making sure that we invest in women-owned businesses, small businesses in Massachusetts, minority-owned, veteran-owned. And in the last 3 years, because we have now been able to have a fully functioning staff, look back at our operating expenditures, and 73% of our operating dollars have gone to Massachusetts-based companies, and 44% of those operating dollars have been with small businesses and women-owned businesses, including minority and veteran-owned businesses. Ultimately, you heard our specific ask. We're hoping that you will continue investing in the commission and the women of the Commonwealth, and we are happy to answer any questions. It's actually age 34, 33. And I have a couple of handouts.
We're gonna hand out.
Beautiful one-pager, if you'd like to. That also lists a couple of our other priorities too, and some of the numbers.
Perfect.
And we forgot to mention that not only do we serve on coalitions here in the Commonwealth and our membership with the National Association, we also serve on a variety of different coalitions on the federal level, the Equal Rights Amendment Coalition. We also do a lot with the UN Commission for Women and so on. So we are now at a different level where we are trying to partner with our congressional members around what's impacting women and girls at the federal level. I love it when there's no questions.
No, Rep. Holmes.
That means you only have one question.
Oh,
if I'm
sorry,
last,
no,
right?
we got Rep. X one.
Oh, X always got something. You know he got something over there. Where does the money go? So you need you spent 73%, so you spent $730,000. I mean, what is this going to? If everybody's a volunteer, is what I'm saying.
Right.
That's just our operating dollars. So the money that we use to put the programs on, we hold the hearings, we have Jelly, we have Commonwealth
Girls
Heroin.
Empowerment and Leadership.
Everything else goes to the salaries. We have 7 staff now.
That's what I was asking.
And we
So
also spend
there are
about
7 staff.
$80,000 annually on our internship program.
Thank you. Appreciate
And
it.
we use some of the dollars when we do our research, our reports that you have received before. Right now, we're working on 2. We use the dollars for consultants because we are not at the capacity to be able to bring on a research person yet. We are hoping to do that within the next physical.
I'm just saying, you were saying got hundreds of volunteers. Where the money going if everybody's volunteering? 7 staff people. Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Diggs. In the House, we have a very special woman here. I want to make sure everybody knows, 14-year United States Navy veteran, the Deborah Sampson Award recipient. That's pretty special, and I'll never forget that when you receive that award. You earned it. But also the way you go around, both of you and your commission, the Commonwealth. We first met in Provincetown. And one of the issues we brought up was when the SANE nurses, if you remember, sexual assault nurse examiners, they were trying to stop that program. And you stood up and you put your reputation on the line. And in politics, sometimes that's tough to do. And you did it, and we're very grateful. So no questions, just really thank you.
Statement. Nice.
He should go after me. If he's going to do that,
Thank you, yeah. Thank you. Thank you much. Thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure always sitting and spending the day with you.
Yeah. I saw that face over there. Like,
Oh, you know you guys are getting an email from me.
hey, make sure that email's after you get the money, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, right.
Who we got? Kip, let's
That's
go.
it.
Come on, I got you, man. Relax.
Thank
relax.
you.
Mass Cultural, yes, let's go.
Oh, they went after us?
Well, yes. So you got to understand, I mean, this person here, I mean, she's from the Cape, so I know,
Her drive ain't long.
her drive is not that long, so I didn't feel that bad.
The other two.
Hey, listen, you're in greatness, so you can understand that. So, yeah.
Mr. Chair, the furthest drive here is probably Representative Sabadosa.
Hey,
I got about 10 or 15 minutes out.
I gotcha.
She's still here, though.
And I'm riding. We're riding tomorrow, so it is. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, everybody, for this opportunity. Excuse me. Good afternoon,
Good
to the 2
afternoon.
chairs and through you to the members. Thank you so much for giving Mass Cultural Council the opportunity to testify today here at Barnstable Town Hall, which we note with very much pride is actually located in the heart of the Hyannis High Arts Cultural District.
Let's go.
Let's go. For the record, my name is Beth Ann Steiner, and I am the Senior Director of Public Affairs at Mass Cultural Council. We are your Commonwealth State Arts Agency. I'm joined today by my colleague, Jen Wallace, who is our Senior Director of Program Operations, and our Barnstable County Governing Council member, Julie Wake, who, as Chair Diggs says, is a notable arts leader here on Cape Cod in her own right. We bring greetings from our Acting Director, Dave Slattery. There was a scheduling conflict. We had a large grant celebration north of Boston today, so he was in Marblehead. But he sends his sincere regrets and thanks you for your time. Jen, Julie, and I are honored to be here today to outline the cultural sector's fiscal 27 funding requests. But first, we want to express our sincere gratitude for this committee's longstanding partnership and support. Time and again, you have demonstrated an understanding that arts and culture are not a luxury, but a core economic and community asset in the Commonwealth. We look forward to continuing our collaboration with you all to advance strategic investments that strengthen communities, support jobs, and enhance Massachusetts' economic competitiveness. Today, we are pleased to offer you an update on the scale, impact, and growing needs of the Massachusetts cultural sector and how these targeted state investments continues to deliver measurable returns. So first, the good news. We're here to say thank you. Mass Cultural Council is respectfully requesting that the committee retains the governor's H2 recommendation, which is approximately $27.35 million, and again include a funded $25,000 earmark that supports the official poet laureate of the Commonwealth. This represents a modest 5% increase over our current operating budget, but it will allow meaningful expansion for grants that support creative individuals, youth arts, and the operating support for cultural organizations statewide. It would strengthen our local cultural councils, our tribal cultural councils, and the Cultural Districts Initiative, which are programs we are so proud to say ensure that there are arts and culture dollars going into every single city and town across the Commonwealth every single year. And it also enables continued progress towards our equity and advancement goals, expanding our engagement with historically underserved communities, and building cross-sector partnerships that we hope create new economic opportunities for our creative workers and organizations. If enacted at $27.35 million, this would be our largest operating budget in the agency history, and we believed it would directly advance priorities that are outlined both in the Commonwealth's Economic Development Plan and our own strategic plan. We couldn't have been prouder in January when the governor noted in her State of the Commonwealth address that arts and culture are a vital and coveted asset here, contributing to the state economy, and her budget recommendation reflects that. So a little bit about that sector and economic impact. We are a major contributor to the Massachusetts economy. According to the federal government, arts, culture, and creative industries generate nearly $30 billion with a B, annually, which is 4% of the state GDP. We support more than 130,000 jobs statewide, and that contributes to tourism, hospitality, education, innovation, and small business growth. And then our own 2024 cultural asset inventory shows that here in Massachusetts, we have more than 15,000 cultural organizations statewide and more than 112,000 creative professionals who full-time, that's their creative practice, which is about 3% of the state's workforce. These are real jobs with real economic impact. This cultural activity strengthens local supply chains, drives visitor spending, revitalizes downtowns, and helps create vibrant communities where people want to live, work, and invest, which is why we believe it is no coincidence that Massachusetts was recently ranked the 4th most arts vibrant state in the nation by SMU Data of Arts. That puts Massachusetts in the top 4 of all 50 states for the 3rd consecutive year. We believe our leadership in the cultural sector is a result of sustained public investment and that this continued investment that we're talking about today is essential to maintaining that position.
Good afternoon. Again, my name is Jen Lawless. As Director of Program Operations, I'm able to discuss how Mass Cultural Council invests its budget into the sector, largely through our programs and services. The Governor's recommendation is especially critical because Mass Cultural Council faces substantial and growing unmet need every year. Since COVID-19, every grant program we administer has become dramatically more competitive. We're declining more eligible applicants, your constituents, than ever before, not because they lack merit, but because resources are limited. From Beckett to Barnstable, demand continues to grow. In fiscal year 26 alone, we received 19,928 applications, which represents a 65% increase since FY21. This year, for our FY26 program to individuals, we were able to award a historic $2.3 million to 464 artists, yet we were forced to decline 85% of eligible applicants. Our program supporting organizations experienced similar pressure. We received in FY26 2,324 organizations applied, which is an 80% increase in applicants from organizations since FY21. We are really proud. We have one program left to finish, but so far we're able to fund 1,622 organizations, but we're not able to fund roughly 700. And these are worthy and impactful organizations that aren't going to receive direct funding from the agency. And demand isn't slowing. In fact, the need is accelerating. This year, we conducted an analysis of 367 operating support grantees using IRS data. We're still in the preliminary review of the data, so these are kind of preliminary numbers. We're going to come out with a report probably in about a month or so. But we did find some concerning trends. 1 in 4 cultural organizations is operating with both a deficit and dangerously low cash reserves. 69% saw their reserves decline year over year. And then those smaller organizations with budgets under $1 million are increasingly financially fragile. We worry without the continued strategic intervention and investment, manageable stress will become potentially organizational failure. This analysis makes clear that Mass Cultural Council's appropriations not simply support for the arts. It is a smart, data-driven investment that stabilizes an important economic sector. And just to end on a positive note, I want to share that in FY26, our spending plan calls for Mass Cultural Council to award a minimum of 2,200 grants across all programs, totaling approximately $26.2 million. We're almost there. We still have Cultural Facilities Fund to finalize, which you'll hear about in May. And then once our grant making for the year is complete, we'll produce FY26 grant reports for every legislative district and every county, and we'll deliver them to you and your colleagues. And for transparency and to show how we steward these funds, we'll also put these reports on our website by June.
So to just quickly talk about the Poet Laureate, last year through executive order, the governor established the position of the official Poet Laureate of the Commonwealth. And she appointed Reggie Gibson as Massachusetts' first Poet Laureate. Many of you might have heard him just last week in the Great Hall during Creative Sector Day. He's amazing. If you haven't seen him, I hope that you soon get a chance to hear him. With the committee's support, the FY26 budget does include a funded $25,000 earmark, which provides an honorarium for this public service. And we're hoping that that continues again this year. Mass Cultural Council feels very strongly that artists should be paid for their work. In his first year alone, Poet Laureate Gibson participated in more than 40 public events across Massachusetts, presenting, teaching, and engaging residents through language and storytelling. This stipend would ensure that the Commonwealth's ambassador for language, literacy, and civic expression can travel statewide, create public work, and serve communities with dignity and accessibility. We believe supporting his role reflects the state's commitment to creativity, education, and civic engagement. And we think it's important to note that while the Poet Laureate works independently of Mass Cultural Council, again, we feel like it is a core belief of the agency that artists are paid for their work. In fiscal 26, the legislature and this committee decided to handle this with a funded earmark, so we encourage you to continue that practice. In conclusion, we're almost there, folks. Mass Cultural Council is so proud to steward one of the most dynamic cultural sectors in the nation. We respectfully urge your support for $27.35 million in fiscal 27 and the continuation of funding $25,000 for the Poet Laureate. Investment in Mass Cultural Council delivers measurable returns economically, culturally, and socially. Every public dollar invested strengthens jobs, communities, creative industries, and the quality of life that makes Massachusetts globally competitive. Together, we can ensure that Massachusetts remains a national leader in arts and culture and that the creative workforce continues to serve as innovators, economic drivers, and collaborative partners across all sectors. Every year, we strive to invest the public dollars you provide us creatively so the entire Commonwealth is empowered by creativity. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. We welcome your questions and are happy to provide any additional information.
I don't really have a question. I just have a statement. I think that, yeah, you guys, the work ethic and the imagination that all of our people that can do so many various things, that's what brings us all together, to watch them be poets, to sing, to whatever. So thank you for what you're doing, because it really kept us, sane during COVID. So it was one of those things where we need to really keep it going, and it helps. It definitely helps our communities be vibrant.
Thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, through you, I want to thank you. I don't tell our other guests that came before you, we saved the best for last.
Thank you, Senator.
But on another very serious note, we have a poetry event at the Brockton Public Library. If you ever want to come down, I'll give you my contact information. And I have to confess, I used to play in a lot of bands over the years, so I wrote a lot of lyrics. And I've also have many, many books of poetry that I've written over the years. I've never publicized it yet, but I used to do it all the time. I get together with friends now, but I'm very much into the arts. And there's a place down the street here, I think it's Columbo's, but yes. Luke Colombo played in the Irish Shore Orchestra. I don't know if he played the saxophone, and a lot of, I know the family that owns it because he played all over Brockton years ago, and I know the family very well, so.
Very
Thank
cool.
you.
Blues.
Thank you.
The blues. What are you talking about? You got the blues, man. Yes, Judge Getz.
The Beckett Barnstable was pretty good, even though Senator Marks isn't here, but Beckett's close to where I'm from, so that was nice.
I'm from the Berkshires myself, Rob. Yeah.
Okay.
I agree, that was good. Real quick, shout out to Michael Bobbitt. We miss him and his hairstyle, especially with us. But also, he left you in good hands. And I'm proud that you're here. You got the jewels now helping out. You can't beat that. But you mentioned something that with the organizations, the art places, they're hurting for money. Like they're losing money. Their budgets are down. Why? Why are they down?
I think there are a number of factors at play. I think the in-person attendance hasn't recovered in the same way for, I think, many theaters and performing arts venues. I think there's a lot of competition for kind of the attention economy, and getting people out of their houses sometimes is a challenge. And Julie, this is something you can probably really speak more closely to locally.
Yeah, we see it's really operations. Everything's more expensive to run, and so, and especially having good staff. So we're seeing that it's really the admin operations side of things, that it's very expensive to run a show, and it's expensive to go to a show as a family. You know, if you bring your family to see a theater production, it's going to be expensive. So
Thank you. So that's why you need our help.
that's why we need the help.
Thank you, Chair Diggs.
Any other questions? Anybody else?
All right.
We're done.
Great job.
Thank you.
You as well.